Salt. That was the first thing. Salt in my mouth, salt in my nose, salt drying tight across my face like somebody had painted me and forgotten to wash the brush. Then wet wood under my cheek. Then the sun, sitting on the back of my neck with its whole weight, the way a big dog sits on you when it has decided you are furniture. I opened my eyes and the world was blue in every direction, all of it. Blue underneath, blue on top, and a thin scratch of horizon holding the two apart, like it was the only thing doing any work around here. I sat up. 4 planks. That was my entire kingdom. 4 planks lashed into a square, about as wide as a dinner table, riding up and down on water that went down farther than my imagination did. There was one grappling hook lying on the boards next to my knee. That was it. That was the inventory. Yesterday I had a bed, a fridge with 2 eggs in it, and a game I was losing. Then the sky put words in front of my face. Welcome to the global survival game. You have a raft. You have 1 person. You have 1 hook. Your mission is to survive. Cute. Very cute. And then the next line came up and stopped being cute at all. Death penalty. 30 years of lifespan deducted upon death. Read that again. Not a respawn timer, not a coin. 30 years of my actual life, taken off the top, for the crime of making 1 mistake on a piece of furniture in the middle of the sea. Somebody had grabbed 100 million people out of their beds, dropped us all on planks, and priced a single slip at 3 decades. Nobody was asked, nobody signed anything. There was no support line to shout at. So my first honest reaction to my new life was not fear. It was a very specific, very hot kind of anger, the kind you get when a machine takes your money and does not give you the drink. The second reaction was more useful because I recognized the layout. I had played this game, not this one exactly, but the shape of it. Raft, hook, blueprints, floating junk. I had put hundreds of hours into that thing, and my mother would have said those hours were wasted, and my mother was now, apparently, extremely wrong. I checked the crafting list. Rope from palm leaves, hooks from line and scrap, a hammer from 2 wood. With blueprints, anything. Without blueprints, nothing above the basics. And there was a chat channel, because of course there was, because you can build a survival apocalypse, but you cannot build one without a comments section. I opened it, and the comments section was doing great. Where am I? Why is there water? Dad, where are you? I want to go home. 30 years for dying once? Is this a prank? Who do I call about this? I saw a treasure chest flying through the sky. I'm dreaming. Any minute now, I wake up. Nobody had anything I could use. 100 million people and not one of them had read the tooltip. Fine. I closed it and reached for the hook, and that is the exact second a voice went off inside my skull. Divine grade billion-fold reward system successfully bound. I did not scream. I made a noise, but it was a dignified noise. System, I said out loud, to nobody on a raft. What do you do? Short version. Shock points. Unlock your maximum reward multiplier. Every item you obtain is multiplied. Quantity or quality. I sat with that for a second while the raft rocked. So if I picked up 1 log, I could get 10 logs. Or I could get 1 log that was 10 times better than a log has any business being. And the thing that bought me a bigger multiplier was not gold, not levels, not grinding. It was shock points, which meant it was other people. Which meant that every single time I made a stranger say, "What the hell?" the machine in my head got a little bit stronger. Host, Li Wei. Shock points, 0. Maximum multiplier, 0. 0 is a rude number. Then the system chimed again, cheerful as a doorbell, and told me I had a daily sign-in reward, waiting. I took it. An excellent grade hook dropped into my hand. 20 meters of reach and a short-range tracking function, which meant it corrected itself if my aim was bad. The standard hook everyone else was holding reached 5 meters and corrected nothing. 4 times the range, on day 1, before I had done a single thing. I could have started fishing right then. I didn't, because the multiplier was still 0, and a 0 multiplier makes an excellent hook into just a hook. I opened the trade channel instead and posted this. Excellent grade hook. Will trade for 100 tons of water. Then I added a helpful public note telling everyone that the hooks on their rafts could pull the floating supplies out of the sea, which they could, which none of them had figured out, and which cost me nothing to say. Gain 1 shock point. Gained 2 shock points. Gain 1 shock point. I watched the number climb off a joke and a free tip. 100 tons of water is not a real offer. It is a punchline. And 100 million confused people all making the same small noise at once is apparently a power source. Shock points have reached 10. Tenfold. Reward unlocked. 10 minutes into the end of the world, and I was already running a bit. Now I picked up the hook. There was a log floating maybe 15 meters out. Easy. I threw, the hook did that little correcting twitch, and the log came to me. Gain wood +1, tenfold reward. Wood +10, 10 pieces of wood off one log. Everybody else out there was fighting the sea for a single stick. I was getting a delivery. I did it again and got 5 more. Then I turned and looked at the thing I had been trying not to look at, which was a wooden treasure chest riding the swell about 30 meters off. Hook, pull, open, palm leaves, wood, scrap. Then the multiplier landed on top of it and the numbers went stupid. 100 palm leaves, 50 wood, 20 scrap. In roughly the time it takes to boil pasta, I had gone from owning 4 planks to owning 3 digits of 2 different materials. I checked the channel again to see how everybody else was doing. Research purposes. I'm so thirsty. Can somebody give me a glass of water? I opened a chest and got a bottle of soda. I'm set for days. Why are all your chests normal? There's a silver one flying around in the sky above me, and I don't know how to get it down. A shark almost killed me, and then a golden chest came out of nowhere and swallowed the shark. Whole. The chests here are terrifying. I read that last one twice. Chests that fly, chests that eat sharks. Excellent. Wonderful. Love that for me. I made a note that not every box in this ocean was going to be polite about being opened, and then I did what any reasonable person with a warehouse and no water would do, which is I opened a shop. Wood times 100, trade for 1 excellent grade seawater purifier. Palm leaves times 100, trade for 20 servings of food. The market went off like a drop tray. Whose supplies are these? How does anyone have that much already? Is this cheating? I've got 3 wood, 3, and this guy's got 100. Boss, a shark took a bite out of my raft. Can you spare some wood? Gained 2 shock points. Gained 1 shock point. Gained 2 shock points. Shock points have reached 100. 100-fold reward unlocked. I had gone from 10 to 100 by being obnoxious in a chat room. That was the whole business model. I was a content creator now. Next chest, wood, palm leaves, and an excellent grade fishing rod blueprint. Then the 100-fold reward rolled over the top of it and turned the excellent rod into a perfect rod. I read the description twice because it changed my life, and I wanted to be sure. Perfect grade fishing rod. Catches without bait. And what it catches is not limited to fish. Not limited to fish. Sit with that. In an ocean where everything valuable is a floating box, somebody had handed me a rod that fishes for boxes. The materials were 30 wood, 10 rope, 5 scrap, 2 plastic. Rope I could make out of wood. Wood I had so much of that, I was using it as flooring. Plastic I had never seen in my life. So I went back to the market and asked, and the market answered, because by then I was the only person in this ocean who was rich. Can I give you palm leaves for wood? I've got a spare scrap. Would you take it for 2 wood? I happen to have a piece of plastic. Let's deal. Wood was the currency out here, and I had a bank. I got my plastic in about 90 seconds and started the rod. While it built, I read the trade board for entertainment. And the trade board was the funniest thing I had seen in years. Steamed bun. We'll trade for 20 wood and 40 palm leaves. Somebody was asking 60 units of building material for 1 bun. And the tragedy is that it was a fair price because I paid it, immediately, without arguing. Because I had wood coming out of my ears and I had not eaten since a world ago. That trade is the one that made me famous, by the way. The board showed a name on it, and the name was mine. Or rather, it was the one I picked in about a second and a half because the field was blinking at me and I have used the same handle in every game since I was 14. Kale. The channel lit up. Who is this Kale? How long has she been here? How does she have that much? That's a code name. Is Kale some kind of wilderness survival expert in real life? I was not a wilderness survival expert in real life. I was a sophomore who once got lost inside a shopping mall, but I let them have it. And then, because my brain does this, seeing my own name in a game window made me think about the last time I had seen it, which was in a party invite, which was yesterday, which was a different universe. I'm an orphan. That is not a sad story thing. It is just a fact about my paperwork. Both my parents were gone by the time I was old enough to have real memories of them, and what I got instead of a family was a lot of free evenings and an internet connection. The one person I actually knew at school was Mei Ling, campus beauty, everyone's goddess, the kind of face that makes people walk into doors. She was also in my class, and she played games with me, which is a combination the universe hands out about once a century. There is exactly one other person alive who looks like her, and that is her older sister, Jin Lee, twins. Identical. Identical. I have played Find the Difference puzzles since I was 6, and I am extremely good at them. And I have stood in front of those two and had no idea which one I was talking to. Their voices are the same. Their walk is the same. Once I said hello to the wrong one for a full minute, and I still get warm about it. So I mostly avoided Jin Lee entirely in the way you avoid a puzzle you have already lost. But Mei Ling I liked, a lot. Enough that yesterday I had asked her to play something with me today. Today being now. Today being the ocean. I opened the channel and typed the least dignified thing I have ever typed in public. Wang Li Hua. If you are in this world, contact me. Every stranger in the sea immediately had an opinion. Who's Kale looking for? Girlfriend? I think I know a Mei Ling, maybe. Is there a reward for information? And then a private message came in, fast. Hello, my name is Mei Ling. What do you want with me? My heart did something athletic. I typed back, careful. Do you recognize my name? No. First time I've heard it. That stopped me flat. Because if it were her, she would have known Kale at a glance. She had killed me with that account maybe 200 times. So, I asked the only question that would settle it. How old are you? I'm 48. Sorry, wrong person. Goodbye. I closed that window so fast I think I sprained something. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I'm not saying anything else about it. The rod finished. I dropped it over the side and got back to work. By then, I had stripped the water around me clean. Everything within reach had been hooked, opened, and filed. Other people were going to sit in dead water for hours with nothing floating by. I threw for a crate way out past my range and missed twice because the tracking only helps at short distance. And on the third throw, I got it. And that is when I saw the shark, great white, coming in at an angle big enough that my brain refused to give me a number. I put the crate down and stopped moving, which is not bravery, it is just the correct move when your weapon inventory reads one hammer. Then I noticed the actually strange part. There was a bronze chest in front of the shark, in the water, swimming, rising and diving like a fish, with a great white on its tail like a dog chasing a car. I had never seen anything like that. But I had also been on this raft for 2 hours, so my standards for strange had already collapsed. Whatever was in that box had to be good. A shark was doing cardio for it. Then the shark noticed me, and it stopped caring about the box. Are you serious? I said out loud on the water. You had a job. You were chasing your box. What did I do? 2 by 2, 4 planks. That is what I had? Because I had spent every second gathering instead of building and standing on my 4 planks watching a great white lineup, I would like to report that I regretted it in a very complete way. But I had played this. Sharks break 1 plank and leave, so the whole trick is knowing which plank. I watched its eyes and its angle. It came in fast, and it came in at the board under my feet, and I jumped sideways a half second before the water exploded. Snap. The plank I had been standing on was gone in 1 bite. Then it turned and went back to chasing its box, which honestly was almost worse. No follow-up, no respect. It bit my house on the way past and left. Fine, noted. I made 100 planks. I made a construction hammer. And I took my raft from 2 by 2 to 10 by 10, which is 25 times the floor, which took an amount of physical labor worth describing accurately. Even the mules in a work crew would have unionized, but now I had somewhere to stand, and somewhere to put things, and a very specific piece of unfinished business swimming around out there with my plank in its stomach. The next time I saw that shark, one of us was going home in a bowl. I had just finished the last board when a private message came in. Are you Li Wei? Which was strange, because the name I was wearing in this ocean was Kyle, and only one kind of person would know the other one. My whole chest went tight. I am Li Wei. Are you Mei Ling? There was a pause on the other end. A long one. Jai enough that I checked twice that the message had gone. Here is what I did not know, and would not know for days. On a raft a long way from mine, the girl reading that message was not Mei Ling. It was her sister. Jin Li had come to that channel for one reason, which was that her little sister talked about me constantly, dragged her into games with me, and had a whole complicated thing about me that she did not think I knew about. Li had spent 2 years quietly making sure I was not a creep. That was her job as the older one. So, when a name she recognized started shouting into the void looking for her sister, she came to check. Just to check. And what she learned, in about 10 seconds, was that her sister was not here. Because if Mei Ling were in this ocean and Kale were this loud, she would already have found me, which meant her sister was somewhere else, or nowhere at all. And then, sitting on a plank in the middle of the sea with that knowledge in her hands, Jin Li did something she could not explain afterward. She typed, I am Mei Ling. Li Wei, I finally found you. I got that message and my stomach turned over. But I have played enough of this genre to know one thing, so I ran a check. If you're Mei Ling, you know what we were supposed to do tomorrow. We were going to play together. Guess that's not happening now. Correct. Word for word, correct. Of course it was correct. She had been standing next to her sister when the plan was made. Those two were inseparable. There was nothing about me that Jin Li did not already know secondhand, and every single answer I could possibly test her with, she had. So I believed it. Completely. Instantly. And that lie sat down between us and got comfortable and stayed for 5 days. Are you in danger? I sent. The system had voice, so she used it, and that was the part that locked it in for me. Same voice. Exactly the same voice. I'm not in danger, I'm pulling things out of the water, except the golden chest went past me flying through the air, so, normal. Good. Stay safe. Then, because it was the natural next question, I asked, Did Jin Lee come in with you? And Jin Lee, on a raft 200 kilometers away, said, I don't know. I'm looking for her too. If she sees this, she'll contact us. That is the single funniest sentence anyone said to me all week, and I did not get to laugh at it for 4 days. Don't worry about her, I said. With me here, we'll find her. Then I sent her 20 wood, 50 palm leaves, and 5 scrap, for nothing, as a gift, because I had mountains of the stuff and she had a plank. She wrote back immediately. Why are you giving me so much? Don't you need it? I've got plenty. Take it. If you feel weird about it, give me the next chest you find. Call it payment. I did not know it at the time, but that sentence built the entire economy of my week, because she took it seriously. She took it extremely seriously. From that hour on, every single treasure chest that girl pulled out of the sea came straight to me, and her luck, which I would not find out about for 2 more days, was not normal. Her first one arrived while I was still stacking boards. Wooden chest, hook it, open it, and the 100-fold reward came down on top of it like a bank error. A perfect grade barbecue grill blueprint, 1,000 wood, and 100 apples. Apples. Actual fruit. Let me explain why that mattered, because it is not about breakfast. A person dies of thirst in about 3 days. Nobody in this entire ocean had produced a water purifier yet. I checked. The chat was full of people who had already started drinking seawater, which is the single fastest way to get thirstier. And there were survivors out there doing that math for the first time in their lives. So I was sitting on 100 pieces of the only fresh water in the world, and it was crunchy. I ate one on the spot. Crisp, sweet, absurd. Then I built the grill and posted a very reasonable trade offer. 3 apples. We'll trade for any excellent grade item. The channel came apart. Is Kale showing off again? I've had 2 mouthfuls of water in my life, and she's spending apples. And the floor is excellent grade. The floor. I hate it here. I drank seawater an hour ago, and now I'm thirstier. What do? Nobody could pay. Not one person in the sea had an excellent grade anything, which told me something important, so I asked the room directly. Has anyone opened a bronze chest? They had. And their answers drew me a map. Saw one floating. My raft is drifting the exact opposite direction. My life is a joke. There's a golden one flying, and I put my hook in it. I'm currently water skiing behind a golden chest, and if I let go, it takes my only hook with it. I got a stationary bronze one open. Right. So the boxes had tiers, the tiers had colors, and colors meant loot. Wooden gave junk, bronze gave real items. And there was a bronze chest with legs swimming around my neighborhood with a shark's teeth marks in it. I put a little more on display just to keep the pot warm. Wood times, 500. We'll trade for 1 perfect grade blueprint. 500 wood. Did Kale find land? Nobody could pull that much out of the water if they never stopped moving. To get a haul like that, he'd need a high-tier chest. That's why he was asking about them. Correct on all counts, and thank you for saying it out loud where everyone could hear. Shock points have reached 1,000. 1,000-fold. Reward unlocked, 1,000. I sat down on my enormous raft in the middle of a dying ocean, and I thought about the shape of the next few days. And the shape was this. While every other human being alive was fighting a plank for a mouthful of water, I was going to be eating grilled fish on a boat. And if I could get her onto that boat too, that would be just about perfect. Right on cue, her voice came through. Li Wei, I found a wooden chest. Do you want it? The timing was almost suspicious. My patch of ocean was picked clean, and it would be a while before new junk drifted in. Of course I want it, and I got a pile of apples earlier, and I've been too busy to hand them over. Here. Apple times 10. Trade for 1 wooden chest. That's way too much fruit, she said. Just give me a few. What are you going to eat? I'm not going to run out. Eat as many as you want, there'll still be more. And then, because my brain went there before my judgment did, I did say I'd support you. Looks like that's actually happening. That was an old joke between me and Mei Ling. She used to say if she ever went broke, I would have to feed her. It was nothing. It was the kind of nothing you say 20 times and never think about. On the other end, there was a pause, and then, I've got a huge appetite. Aren't you scared? I'll eat you out of house and home. With what I've got here, try it. She laughed, and I heard the laugh and thought, that is exactly her, and it was not. And that is the part that gets me even now. Then I opened her chest, and the 1,000-fold reward went off. 10,000 wood, a perfect grade raft board blueprint, and 100 good grade golden bananas. I looked at the wall of golden fruit that had appeared on my deck and made a noise. But the raft board was the thing. Perfect grade raft board, and the description said that the sturdiness was greatly improved, and it could take a hit from a great white without breaking. Do you understand what that meant out here? Everybody in this ocean was standing on furniture that a fish could delete. The single scariest thing in the world was that one bite, and I had just been handed a floor that laughed at it. I made 100 boards and started swapping them in, one at a time, by hand, and about 15 boards in my arms informed me that we were done for the day. So I ate a golden banana because the description said it restored stamina, and about a minute later, my arms rejoined the conversation. Actual, physical, measurable energy out of a piece of fruit. I ate a second one and finished the entire floor. Then I jumped on it, both feet, hard, nothing. Solid as a sidewalk. Somewhere out there, a great white was going to have the worst afternoon of its life. I sent her 10 bananas because she had earned them, and I was still mid-sentence about how good they were when her voice came back, and it was completely different. There's a great white shark. It's coming at me. Li Wei, what do? I don't want to die. Everything else stopped. Perfect grade raft board. Time 16. Trade. No payment. Take them. Upgrade your raft. Right now. Do it now. Listen to me and do it. I'm scared. It's so fast. It's so big. Don't be scared. Don't think. I'm here. I will not let this thing get you. Just put the boards down. Trust me. I heard her breathing change. I heard her go from panic to something steadier, and then she said, I believe you, and I heard boards going down, and then I heard the water. The great white came in with its mouth open and hit her new floor, and there was a sound over the channel like somebody snapping dry sticks. It broke its teeth. It swam around her raft twice in what I choose to interpret as embarrassment and left. There was a long silence on the line, then a very shaky exhale. I'm okay, she said. You saved my life. I don't know how to repay you. And because I had been terrified for 90 seconds and my mouth needed a job, I said, don't worry about it. I'll take payment in body. I meant it as a joke. For the record, it was a joke. It was the kind of joke you make to get your heart rate down. She said, sure, if we ever meet, I'll marry you. The ocean went very quiet. I stood on my floor made of the best wood in the world, with 100 golden bananas at my feet and absolutely nothing to say. You said it, I finally managed. So, don't take it back when we meet. On her raft, Jin Li sat there and realized she had said it out loud and could not take it back, and told herself the only comforting thing available, which was that the ocean was infinite and the odds of ever standing in front of me were basically zero, so it did not matter what she promised. I won't take it back, she said, but don't get your hopes up. This ocean is endless. I don't even know where I am. We're not going to meet. I would have thought the same thing. Yesterday I would have agreed with her completely. But I had a machine in my head that turned one apple into 100, and I had already decided that finding one specific person in an infinite ocean was not impossible. It was just expensive. Then stay alive, I said. Don't leave early, otherwise I'd have to go back to the real world to find you, and that costs 30 years, and I'm frankly not paying that. There was a pause. Li Wei, she said, and her voice had changed again. There's something I have to tell you. Actually, I'm Mei Ling. I know you're Mei Ling, I said. If you weren't, I wouldn't be doing all this. And I remember thinking, that was strange. Why would she introduce herself again? And then I decided the shark had rattled her and let it go. She went silent. The last 3 words she had been about to say were the ones that made the sentence make sense. She swallowed them. I did not hear them for 5 more days. What she said instead was, can you help me find my sister? Jin Li. See if she came into this world. Sure, I said. I'll take care of finding Jin Li. So that was my promise. Out loud. On the record. I was going to find the girl I was already talking to. She rested. I went shopping. The market had matured in the sense that people had stopped begging and started pricing. I traded apples for seasonings, which sounds insane until you understand the situation, because oil, salt, soy, vinegar, chili, and cumin are completely useless to a person who has no food and no fire, and they are absolute treasure to a man, with 100 fish coming and a grill. A dozen apples bought me an entire spice rack. Everybody involved thought they had robbed me. Thanks for the apple, Kale. Best thing I've eaten in this ocean. Come back anytime, boss. Leave a few for the rest of us, Kyle. Being popular is a resource. Nobody tells you that. I was still filing the spices when the perfect rod bent double. I had been dropping that rod for hours with nothing. Now something on the end of it was heavy, and it was not swimming. I hauled it up. A bronze chest came out of the water on the end of my fishing line. I laughed out loud on an empty ocean, not limited to fish. The tooltip had not been kidding. It had been bragging. I got it aboard and opened it, and the 100-fold reward hit. 300 metal scrap. A perfect grade water purifier blueprint. And an epic grade spear blueprint. Epic. Understand where the rest of the world was standing. The best thing anyone in this ocean had was good grade. Excellent grade was a rumor. There were 2 excellent items on the entire trading board, and people were treating them like museum pieces. I was holding epic. The spear description said it would go through any metal defense as easily as through mud. 500 scrap, 1,000 wood, 3 hours to build. The purifier was 50 wood, 10 glass, 5 palm leaves, 3 hours as well. And the description said the water that came out of it would be cleaner than anything you could buy in a shop. which for a man surrounded by an entire planet of undrinkable water was not a convenience item. It was the difference between being alive on Thursday and not. I started both. And then I sat there with 3 hours to burn and a great white somewhere out there with a grudge. And I did the math on what the next few days actually looked like. Because here's the thing nobody in that chat had figured out yet. Water was not the final boss. Food was not the final boss. The ocean was. Wind, rain, waves, a storm, a real one. Every single person out here was standing on a piece of furniture, and the first serious weather this world produced was going to erase most of them, which meant the plank was temporary. The plank was the tutorial. What I needed was a ship, and a ship was going to take a very long time to build. Unless. I opened the trade board with a specific question in mind, and there it was, sitting between a Lifebuoy blueprint and somebody trying to sell a used sock. Time accelerator, 5 minutes. Trade for 5 wood. I had no idea what that was. So I asked the room, and I paid for the answer, which is the single best 5 seconds of business I did that whole day. Somebody's selling a thing called a time accelerator. What does it do? Whoever explains gets a wood. The channel detonated. Kale pays a wood just for answering a question. Weighs a tycoon. I've been here since this started, and I have not earned 1 wood. 1, and he tips. I know what it is. I traded 1. And the seller explained. Items take time to build. Some items take a stupid amount of time. The accelerator eats that time. His had 10 minutes in it. These people were sitting on a mechanic that skips the single hardest resource in the game, and they were treating it like pocket lint. Because for them, it was pocket lint. Their items took 2 minutes to build. What is 10 minutes worth to a man crafting rope? Nothing. It is worth nothing to him. It was worth everything to me. I'll trade 2 wood per minute of accelerator, I posted. As much as you have, all of it. Come find me. The trades came in a stack, a dozen at once, then more. And the accelerators had one beautiful property, which was that you could pour the time out of one into another. So I emptied them all into a single clock and watched the number climb. 2 hours. 200 wood for 2 hours of the future. I would have paid 2,000. While the trades ran, I put one more thing on the board, and this was the one that stuck. I'm looking for a girl named Jin Lee. If Jin Lee sees this, contact me. If anyone knows anything about her, tell me and you will not be treated unfairly. I have apples, bananas, grilled fish, and drinking water. Whoever helps me find her gets all of it. The entire ocean stopped what it was doing. Apples, bananas, grilled fish, drinking water. In this ocean? Sure. Obviously fake. We've been here a few hours. We's saying it to get attention for whatever a Jin Lee is. There's no fire out here. Where would you even grill a fish? They did not believe me. That was, in retrospect, the single most profitable moment of my first day. Because I did not argue, I put the proof on the board. Golden banana, times 10. Trade for information about Tang Shui Wei. Fish times 10. Trade for information about Tang Shui Wei. Actual food. Sitting there. Visible. Where 100 million starving people could see it. That's real. That is actual fruit. How? Kale, I don't need much. Just tell me I'm fed and I'll be whatever you want. Does the boss need any accessories on his leg? Gained shock points. Gained shock points. Gained shock points. The number went up like a stock in a movie, and I stood on my raft watching it with a completely straight face. Because I was not showing off, I was refueling. There is a difference. I checked. Shock points have reached 10,000. Maximum multiplier, 10,000. 10,000 times. I opened my full panel for the first time and actually read it. Name, Li Wei. Lifespan, 69 years. Shock points, 10,000 and change. Maximum multiplier, 10,000. Strength 9, Agility 10, Constitution 9, Spirit 11, Intelligence 11, where a normal human sits at 10, Charm 11, Luck 9. 2 of those numbers matter. Luck 9, below average. A game had scanned me and quietly informed me that I was unlucky. Thanks. And lifespan, 69 years. Which meant the game knew exactly how long I had left, down to the year, and had put it on a screen next to my inventory like a fuel gauge. Every person out there had that number. Some of them had less than 30 on it, which meant one mistake was not a penalty for them. It was the end. That number sat in my chest and did not leave. I burned the 2-hour accelerator on the purifier because I was thirsty, and because a shark that cannot bite my floor is a problem I can postpone. 5 minutes left. Then a purifier about a meter tall stood on my deck. I poured seawater into it, and a few minutes later, I had a bucket of water. I made a wooden ladle and a plastic cup, and drank the first clean water in this world. It was better than anything I ever paid for. Then I sent her a bucket of it, because she had been out there for hours in the same sun I was in. Li Wei, she said, and I could hear her staring at it. How do you have this much water already? Purifier. plus an accelerator. Drink whenever you want, there's more. She drank. She got quiet in a good way. And then she asked, a little carefully, if she could use some of it to wash because she had been hauling wet junk out of the sea under a killing sun since the world ended, and she was, and I quote, disgusting. Give me a while, I said. I'll need to run the purifier. And let me see if I can find you some soap. I went back to the market with a shopping list, and the market was in a strange state by then, because people had started opening enough chests to pull out things that were completely useless to them. Towels, shower gel, toothpaste, soap. Imagine holding a bar of soap while you are dying of thirst. That is a cruel joke with a barcode on it. So, I bought all of it, with water, and the entire channel lost its mind. Kale's buying with purified water. Of course he is. All the junk I've been collecting is suddenly worth something. Kale, I have a pair of used socks. Do you want them? I'll take a banana. And then I made my one mistake of the day, which was mentioning out loud that I was going to wash up. Weighs washing, with drinking water, with drinking water. I have not had one mouthful, and he's taking a bath. Kale, sir, please do not throw the bath water away. Give it to me. The people upstairs are disgusting, and I would like to formally condemn them. Also, Kale, sir, if you are giving it away, please consider me. Gained shock points. Gained shock points. Gained shock points. I did not correct any of them. Their outrage was, quite literally, my fuel supply. I sent her the soap and the towels and several buckets of water and went back to work. And the next chest I opened rolled a 10,000. 50,000 wood, which was funny. A pair of perfect-grade crystal stockings, which was not what I expected. And a legendary telescope blueprint. Legendary. 2 whole tiers above epic, on day 1. The cost was 30,000 wood, 10,000 glass, 2,000 plastic, 1,000 scrap, and 5 hours. But it was the feature list that made me sit down. 10 times the visual range of a normal telescope, which is the boring part. And then this. Once a day you may view one person you have spoken to at any distance for 10 minutes. 1 binding per 3 days. Any distance. I had spent the last 2 hours telling myself that finding one specific raft in an infinite ocean was a solvable problem, and the ocean had just handed me the solution and charged me 30,000 wood for it, which for me was a Tuesday. I bought 3 more hours of accelerator off the market and started it. Then I looked at the stockings, because I had assumed they were a joke item, and they were not. Crystal silk, thin, clear, and rated to take a hit from a wild animal without tearing. That is not clothing, that is armor with a bad name. So I sent them over. Leeway, she said, and stopped. What? You don't like them? No, it's not that. I just didn't expect them to be perfect grade. That's not normal, is it? They're not for looking at, I said. They'll take a hit. Out here, that's one more layer between you and the water. That's all I want. That landed somewhere. She was quiet for a second, and then she said, in a smaller voice, I wish you were here. I want to know if we're ever actually going to meet. Before, I would have said something comforting and meaningless. Now, I had a legendary telescope building in the background. We'll meet, I said. I found a blueprint. If nothing goes wrong, I'll know where you are soon. On the other end of that line, Jin Lee's heart did something complicated, because she wanted that more than anything, and it was also the exact thing that would end her. Can you tell me where I am? She asked. Probably. Finding you across an ocean would still take time. But we'll get there. And then something moved in the water off my bow, and I said, Hold on, a great white just showed up. Give me a minute. Be careful, don't fight it without a weapon. I'd be so upset if you got hurt. Relax, I said. Give me 60 seconds. Then I closed the channel, because I did not want her listening to this part. It was the same shark. I knew it on sight because it was doing the same stupid thing, chasing that swimming bronze chest, and the instant it clocked my raft, it dropped the box and came for me. Twice. It picked me twice. I checked the spear. 20 minutes to go. I did not have 20 minutes. I had about 9 seconds. So I dumped the entire remaining accelerator into it. Epic grade spear successfully crafted. The weight of it arrived in my hand the same moment the shark arrived at my boards, and it came up out of the water with its mouth open exactly the way it had before, when I had nothing, when all I could do was jump. I did not jump. I put the epic spear straight down through the top of its head, and it went in like the description promised, like the whole animal was made of wet paper. And then I did it again, and the thing stopped being a problem. Under a minute, start to finish. I hauled the body up onto my deck, because I have a rule about waste, and then I opened the channel. Killed the shark, you don't have to worry about it. There was a silence on the other end that went on so long, I checked the connection. You killed a great white, she said. Alone, in 1 minute. It's just a shark. I got an epic spear built. If one comes at you, tell me, and I'll hand it over. That was apparently the wrong thing to say if my goal was to calm her down, because epic grade did not exist in her world. The highest thing on the entire public market was one excellent blueprint, and she had seen exactly 2 of those. You're that lucky, she said. We've been here half a day. This is probably because I met you, I said. You're my lucky charm. I meant it as a line. It turned out to be a load-bearing statement about physics, but I did not know that yet. Then don't leave me, she said, or I stop working. Wherever you go, I said, I'll walk there. Then I got off the call and butchered the shark, and I would like to report that great white tastes like a mistake. Tough, chewy. Absolutely no reason to eat it if you have anything else. And I had apples, bananas, and 100 fish, which reminds me. The rod had pulled up a common fish an hour before, and the 100-fold reward had turned 1 fish into 100 fish. So I had built 12 wooden basins and 5 buckets, filled them, and put every single fish in them alive, because if you are going to eat fish, you eat it fresh. And because a man who has spent 4 hours becoming the richest person in an ocean is allowed one hobby. I lit the grill. It ignites itself, adjusts its own flame, and does not care about wind. And I put 2 fish on it and reached for my spice rack like a man in his own kitchen. Chili, cumin, salt. I have eaten in restaurants that would lose to that fish. I sent one to her, hot, and I heard the exact moment she bit into it. This is so good. There's chili on it. There's actual chili on it. How do you have chili? Traded for it. You're incredible. Wait. A pause. Are you the Sea King or something? I stopped with a fish halfway to my mouth. Because that is a real title where I come from. Or it is a joke title. And either way, I was standing on a 10x10 raft in the middle of an ocean with 100 fish in tubs and an epic spear and a dead shark on my floor. And honestly, what else would you call that? Not yet, I said, but I want to be. She went completely silent for about 4 seconds. Then I hope you become the king of the sea soon, she said, in the voice of somebody deciding not to explain something. So we can meet. I put that on a shelf in my head, and I came back to it a lot over the next 5 days. Every time something absurd happened, I heard it again. Not yet, but I want to be. Now. The shark meat. I had 200 kilos of food nobody wanted, in an ocean full of starving people, which is not a problem. It is an opportunity with a bad flavor. Shark meat. Trade for time. Accelerator, 1 minute. The channel came apart again, but this time it was different, because this time they were not laughing. Kale's selling shark. Wei killed a great white. Kale, please, how? There's one circling me right now, and it is looking at me like a menu. Mine's worse. Mine has 2 heads. I stopped reading and went back 3 lines. 2 heads. Somebody out there had been attacked by a great white with 2 heads and had lost half a raft to it, and the chat had spent 5 minutes deciding he was hallucinating from hunger. And then he had posted again to confirm that, no, it was real, please help. So, there were mutations, on day 1. Which meant this ocean was not going to stay a fishing simulator. And the thing I should be worried about was not the shark I killed, but everything the ocean had not shown me yet. I decided to be helpful, publicly, in the most useless way possible. Since everyone's asking, I'll stop hiding it, I posted. The great white looks strong, but it's actually weak. It took me a minute. Wait for it to come at you and put your spear through the top of its head. There's no trick. Anyone with hands can do it. You have never seen despair like that channel. Is this what a master sounds like? Wei killed a great white in a minute and said anyone with hands could do it. I could not kill a chicken in a minute. I looked at my hands and I have decided I am not worthy to play this game with Kale. Boss, please be specific. My ordinary spear is already on its head. It will not go in. Mine's good grade. I stabbed it and the shark drove off with my spear still in it. What grade is yours? It's epic, I told them. It's pretty easy to use. The shark's just fragile. The channel went silent. Completely silent. For 1 full beat. And then it exploded, and my shock points went up like a fever. Boss, take me with you. An epic spear. I have never even dreamed about an epic anything. I genuinely think Kale is related to whoever made this game. While I was harvesting that, the system explains something important, and people get this wrong. The multiplier I unlock is a ceiling, not a guarantee. Every time I pick something up, the game rolls, and it can roll 10 when I am sitting on 10,000. And every time it does roll high, it burns that many shock points out of my pocket. So 100,000 reward cost me 100,000 points. The machine is not a gift. It is a slot machine that I pay for with other people's astonishment, which meant I could never stop being loud. Ever. The moment I went quiet, I went broke. Speaking of which, the swimming chest came past again. Right past my bow, close enough to hit, doing that infuriating little dolphin motion. I threw, missed, threw again, missed. It was fast, which stood to reason since a great white had never caught it either, and I watched a box swim away from me at speed while I stood there holding a hook like an idiot. Not a skill problem, a gear problem. I needed a better hook. But I had seen that thing 4 times in half a day, which meant it was not leaving the neighborhood, and my legendary telescope was about to finish, and I already had a plan for it. It finished. The moment I lifted it, my eyes changed. I could see junk on the water so far out it should have been a rumor, and I could see the detail on it, which turned 100 meters of blind ocean into a shopping list. Then I swept the horizon for the swimming chest and found it, moving fast in one direction, too far to chase. And then, because I kept going, I found something else, a black dot, sitting on the edge of the world, where there had been nothing but water for my entire existence, an island. I looked at it for a long time, because land means animals, and animals mean food that is not fish, and land means resources you cannot get from a floating box. It also, if I know anything about how games are built, means the first place where other people are going to start killing each other. It was very far. Days, at RAFT speed, and RAFT speed is whatever direction the wind decides. I put it in my pocket for later. Then I used the other function. I bound the telescope to her. 10 minutes a day, once bound, no matter the distance. Which meant that starting now, if she was in trouble, I would know. The first thing I saw when it opened was her raft, small and clean and moving on a swell, and a girl on it working with a hook, alive, fine, exactly as advertised. The second thing I saw was the reason my hands went cold. She had mentioned earlier that there was something bright in the distance she could not make out. There was. It was a bronze chest, and it was glowing, sitting on the water like a lamp. And there was a great white circling it. Circling, not chasing, guarding, and it was bigger than the one I had killed. Noticeably bigger. The one I killed had been able to take one plank off a starter raft in one bite, and this thing would have taken the whole raft. Her boards were the good ones now. But if a shark that size came up under her and she lost her footing, the boards would not matter, because she would be in the water. And in this ocean, the water is where you stop being a person and start being a menu item. Right then, she was drifting away from it. Right then. I sent, as calmly as I could manage, "Tell me the second your raft starts moving toward that bright thing." "Do you know what it is?" "No, I'm just curious. Anything unusual out here can be dangerous. If you get in trouble, I can help." She said, "Okay." Then I checked the telescope's other function, the location function, and got this. Target too far to locate. Move closer to use. Of course. Of course it was. I was actually saying something rude out loud when I noticed the arrow. Underneath the failed location, sitting there quietly, was a direction. I turned and looked along it. It pointed at the island. She was somewhere out past that black dot on the horizon. And now I had a heading, and in an ocean where the single hardest thing to find is a direction, a heading is not a hint. It is the whole map. So my day now had a shape. Reach the island, keep going, find her. I put the telescope down and opened the market to see what the world was doing, and the world had gotten worse while I was busy. Prices had moved, water was on the board now. 200 milliliters for 10 wood and 10 leaves, and people were paying it. Somebody was selling a bar of soap for 100 milliliters of water. Somebody was offering to teach a whip technique for 1 bottle. And then, buried in the chatter, this. "Everyone be careful. There are bad people in this game. My older cousin was pushed into the sea and drowned by someone. That was the last message he ever sent me. So, I'm going to say the name so nobody else goes the same way. It was Lee Kai. It happened near an island. I read it 3 times. Here it was, day 1. Not even a full day. I had known this was coming, in the way you know a thing academically. Wherever there are people, there is a fight over the good spot. In every game I have ever played, the second somebody finds a resource node, someone else decides the node would be better with fewer partners. But that was a game. This was a person telling a chat room that his cousin's last message was a name. There are no laws out here. That is not a poetic statement, it is a technical one. Nothing happens to you, nothing at all. So, I made my own rule, and I made it early. And I stuck to it for 5 days. I would not start it. But if somebody started it with me, I was not going to be reasonable about it. I looked at the epic spear on my deck and felt considerably better. Right about then, the board did something interesting. Treasure map, fragment times 1. Trade for 3 liters of water, 10 food, 10 fruit, and 50 wood. Everybody in the channel started shouting at once. "A treasure map fragment. There's treasure? That price is insane. Who can pay that?" At this stage, nobody. Nobody has that. Only Kale. That's aimed at Kale, and everyone knows it. They were right. It was aimed at me. The seller had waited until I was in the room and dropped it. So I did the reasonable thing. "Show me the description of the fragment," I posted. "If it looks worth it, I'll consider it." And the seller said no. Wei said, and I am paraphrasing only slightly, that the resources were nothing to a man like me, and that once we completed the trade, I could read the description myself. I sat there on my raft and had a genuinely clarifying moment. It was not about the water. I could make water until the sun went out. It was that this man had looked at me and decided I was a wallet with a face, and if I paid without looking, every single person watching would learn that the way to deal with Kale is to name a stupid number and refuse to explain. So I typed 4 words and closed the channel. "Not interested, it's a fragment." Then I left. I heard about the aftermath later, and the aftermath was beautiful. Ha 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 ha. You thought your one fragment was worth that much food to call? Wei asked to see the description and you said no, and now you want him to pay. You were trying to work him. We can't let people inflate prices on coil. Wei's the only one out here trading anything to anybody. That poor man had walked into a room where I had spent all day handing out free apples and tried to charge me rent. I went back to fishing. Wood, plastic, more wood, thousandfold on a piece of scrap, because the machine has a sense of humor. And then, because it had been a while, I picked up the telescope and looked in on her, and everything went sideways. The great white was gone from the glowing chest. I swept for it. I found it. It had come up off the bottom, and it was moving, fast, in a straight line, and the straight line ended at her raft. Are you drifting toward that bright thing? I sent, and I did not manage to keep my voice level. No, I've been in the same place the whole. And then her voice broke and she said, there's a shark coming. The wind had turned. She had not noticed. Her raft had been walking toward that guarded chest for a while, and the guard had finally decided she was close enough. I had about 90 seconds and no way to physically be there, so I did the only thing I could do. Listen to me, I'm giving you the spear. Epic grade spear, trade, no payment. Hold it, grip it. Do not let go of it no matter what happens. How far is the shark? 20 meters, maybe? Okay, you're going to do exactly what I say and nothing else. When it comes up out of the water, when it opens its mouth, you put the point straight into its head, and then you do not stop. You keep going, again and again. It takes more than one. Do you hear me? I'll do whatever you say. I had the telescope up and I was watching the whole thing from an ocean away, which is a specific kind of hell, because I could see everything and I could not touch anything. This was a raid boss with a mouse but no hands. I could call it. That was all I could do. The shark came up, she put the spear in, clean, straight, into the head, deeper than I expected, and the epic did what epic does and went through. And then it did not die. It went insane instead and came the rest of the way onto her raft, and she froze, and I heard the sound she made. Don't stop! Keep going! Too late. Its jaw came down on her leg. I have thought about that second a lot. Because what happened next was that the crystal stockings went hard. The description had said they would take a hit from a wild animal, and I had sent them over as a joke with a practical footnote, and a great white shark closed its mouth on her thigh and got exactly nowhere. And in the 2 seconds that bought her, she remembered what I told her, and she put the spear back in, and again, and again. And then she was standing on her raft with a dead shark and shaking so hard I could see it from an ocean away. I killed it, she said. I killed it. I know, I saw. Which I immediately regretted, so I added, I figured. Are you hurt? No, I'm sorry, I panicked. I didn't do exactly what you said. You did fine. It was your first one. Everybody freezes. You'll get used to it. One great white shark. Trade. No payment. Epic grade spear. Trade. No payment. I got blood on your spear, she said. Do you want me to clean it first? I sat there holding a telescope with my heart going like a drum, and she was worried about the spear being tidy. It's a spear, I said. It's supposed to get dirty. Leave it. Go and rest. Then she said something else, quietly, mostly to herself, and I only caught it because the channel was open. She said, Dad. I stopped moving. I was mid-butchering with an epic spear in my hand, and I nearly took a finger off. Dad's here, I said. What's wrong? There was a silence on the other end, with a whole personality. She had not meant to send it. She had almost died twice in one day. She was 20 years old on a plank in the middle of the ocean, and the word that had come out of her when the shaking finally started was for her father. I understood that immediately, because I do not have one to call for. My whole life, when things went bad, the list of people I could shout for was empty, and I have made my peace with that in the way you make peace with weather. So, I did not make a joke. It's okay, I said. I'm not going anywhere. Say whatever you want. I'm sorry, I just miss my dad. Let's forget it happened. Forget what? I said. And I let it go. 10 minutes later, a private message came in from a very familiar name. Kyle, I'm here to apologize. I was greedy. I tried to take you for a fool. I know I was wrong. Here's the fragment. Take it. Just give me some food. If I don't eat tonight, I don't think I make it. Treasure map. Fragment. Trade. No payment. Wei gave it to me. For free. Because the entire ocean had spent the last hour telling him that offending the only man handing out apples was the stupidest financial decision available. I looked at that message for a second. If you knew it would go like this, I typed, why did you do it in the first place? Then I sent him the food he had asked for, plus a tenth of the wood, because I am not a saint, but I am also not a collections agency. Wei nearly came through the screen. Thank you, thank you. If I find another fragment, I'll bring it straight to you. You think fragments just walk up to you? I said. Bring one if you find one. You won't be treated unfairly. Then I looked at the thing I had just bought. Treasure map fragment, 1 of 5. Level, unknown. Description, unknown. And I laughed because now I understood why he had refused to show me. There was nothing to show. The man had been hiding an empty box. 5 of these things make a map, and until you have 5, you are holding a corner of a photograph. I put it in my pocket, 1 of 5. And then her voice came in, bright, completely recovered. And this is a thing I learned about her over the next few days, which is that she resets fast and she resets forward. Li Wei, I got the glowing chest. It's so bright. Sending it now. Glowing bronze treasure chest. Trade, no payment. It came out of the trade window and it lit up my entire deck. Whatever coating that box had, it did not look like treasure. It looked like a headlight. I opened it and the 10,000 landed. 10 bottles of an epic grade salve, an atlas, and a legendary hookshot blueprint. Let me take those in the wrong order because I did too. Legendary hookshot. 10,000 wood, 30,000 rope, 2,000 scrap. 6 hours. Range, 100 meters. Tracks and locks anything within 10 meters of where it lands. Extends and retracts on command. Strong grip, 100 meters, tracking, retracting. I stood on my raft and said a name out loud like an idiot. Because you know exactly what that is. That is not a fishing tool. That is a web shooter with a fish theme, and every single person in this ocean was hooking at 5 meters and praying, and I was about to be swinging. I dumped 5 hours of accelerator into it on the spot and started counting. The salve was epic grade, and it was honestly the most boring sounding thing in the box until you have lived out here for 1 day. Lee protection strong enough to matter, moisturizing, and it repaired skin. Faded damage. Put a body back to how it started. I looked at my own forearms, which were the color of a warning sign after 6 hours on open water, and I understood exactly how valuable a jar of that was to somebody who was going to be standing under this sun for the rest of their life. I sent her a bottle without even asking. "It's epic grade," she said, and I could hear her turning it over. "You're giving me an epic grade item. You almost got eaten today," I said. "Take the cream." Then the last item, which was the one that changed everything. The Isel's Compendium, an atlas. Level unknown. It gives you information when you reach the corresponding island, and the more islands you unlock, the more of the book unlocks with them. And underneath, grayed out, was the list of what was still locked. Jurassic Island, King's Island, Glacier Island, Mist Island, Skull Island, Mermaid Island, Giant Island, Zombie Island, Flying Island, Underwater Island, Rune Island, Mech Island, Monster Island. I sat down, because up until that exact moment, I had been playing a raft survival game. I had a hook and a bucket and a business model, and the extent of my ambition was a boat and a girl. And this book was very casually informing me that there was a zombie island, and a mermaid island, and an island where the whole gimmick was that everything on it was enormous. Whoever built this world had not built a survival game. They had built a survival game as the front door. I put the atlas away carefully, the way you put away something that has just told you the price of admission. And then I got up and went back to buying accelerators because the legendary hook was 59 minutes out, and I had a chest to catch. 59 minutes turned into 0, and a hook shot landed in my hand that made my old one look like something you win at a fair. I picked a wooden chest about 100 meters out, which is a distance I could not have thrown a rock, let alone a hook, and I fired. The throw was bad. I missed by several meters. And then the hook turned in the air, on its own, and went and got the box anyway, and reeled it in, and the whole thing took under a minute. 1,000-fold on the open. 5,000 wood, 100 good-grade pork and celery dumplings, and 2 perfect-grade light bulbs. The light bulbs mattered because it was getting late. Solar. 5 minutes of sun buys 2 hours of light, up to 12 hours on a charge, brightness adjustable, and it gives off a little warmth. In an ocean that was about to go black for the first time, in a world where everybody was about to find out what night on open water feels like, I was holding a lamp. I sent her one, plus my old excellent-grade hook, because she was still fishing with a starter. "Li Wei, you're unbelievable," she said. "Meeting you out here is the best thing that's happened to me." And I, because my mouth runs ahead of my brain about once an hour, said, "Well, you already agreed to marry me. Treating you well is just maintenance." Then, because the thought had genuinely been bothering me, I added, "Although I'm a little worried, what if we run into Jin Li out here? She never lets you date. She's going to be furious about this." There was a silence. Then, in a voice with a very particular flavor, she said, "How could you say that about my sister? She's not like that at all. She's actually very easy to get along with. If you knew her properly, you'd see her good points. She's always been good to me, and if there's something I want, she'd support it. Honestly, the two of us think about most things the same way." "Huh," I said. "You've changed." She had not changed. She had spent 4 days being described as a warden by a man she was falling for, while standing directly in front of him, and she had finally cracked and defended herself. I found that out later, and I laughed for a long time. The sun went down. That was the first genuinely frightening thing this world did without a shark in it. The light goes, and then it just keeps going. There is no glow from a town. There is no plane. The water stops being blue and starts being nothing, a moving nothing, right under your feet. And you become extremely aware that the thing you are standing on is a piece of furniture, and the thing under it goes down farther than any building on Earth goes up. I switched on a perfect grade light bulb, and my 10 by 10 raft turned into a room. Then I made an iron pot, a lid, chopsticks in a bowl, boiled purified water on the grill, and cooked dumplings, because I know how to make exactly two things, and dumplings is one of them. I sent her a bowl. Dumplings, she said. You cook dumplings, in the ocean. Somewhere out there, 100 million people were sitting in the dark on a plank with nothing, listening to the water move, and two of us were eating pork and celery dumplings across a couple of 100 kilometers of Black Sea, complaining that the chili had settled. Get some rest, I said. We keep going tomorrow. Good night. I lay down on a wooden bed under a light bulb that also, it turns out, keeps you warm, and I went out like a dropped phone. I woke up sore in 11 places because a wooden bed is a bed the way a chair is a bed, and I was making a mental note to get a real one when I saw it. The swimming chest, 10 meters off my raft. 10. Inside 10 meters, the legendary hook does not miss. It does not have to. That is what tracking and locking is for. I fired. The chest went from a standstill to gone in about 1 second, which was very impressive and completely irrelevant because the hook had already locked and the hook was faster than it was. It hit, and then the box tried to run anyway. Picture it. My raft was 10 by 10 and loaded with a shark, 100 fish, a purifier, a grill, a mountain of fruit, and a small forest of lumber. And a wooden box, the size of a suitcase, started dragging the whole thing across the ocean. I nearly went over the side. I got the hook tied off to a beam, and then I stood there being towed by a chest and thinking, honestly, this is fine, this is free transport, and for about 10 glorious minutes it was even towing me toward the island. Then it changed direction, because of course it did. I made breakfast while my house was being pulled around the sea by a suitcase, and I read the morning news. The morning news was rough. Day 1 at sea, too hot in the day, too cold at night. I'm cold and hungry and thirsty and I want to go home. Dad, where are you? I'm being targeted. I was asleep and a great white came out of nowhere at my raft. If I hadn't woken up, I'd have gone home the hard way. But I'm not paying 30 years. Good news. I found a way to fish. Everyone says bait is the problem out here, right? Well, my raft went past a floating crate of instant noodles and I have been chumming the water with the seasoning packets all night, and I have 3 fish. 3. Free tip, no charge. Brother, you traded me a fish for water an hour ago. I have already eaten it. I am going to fight you. The chest finally got tired. That is the sentence. It got tired. It slowed down, and I reeled in 100 meters of rope, and I put my hand on a bronze chest that had been taunting me since the first hour of this world. The second it left the water, it stopped moving entirely and became a completely ordinary box, which I found insulting. I opened it, and the 10,000 hit. 5 perfect grade ice cubes, a Grandmaster swimming skill book, and a thing called The Call of the Mermaid Queen. The ice cubes first, because they were the practical one. Perfect grade ice that does not melt and holds the area around it below freezing. I had 100 fish, 200 kilos of shark, 100 apples, and 100 bananas sitting in tropical sun on a wooden deck. In about a day, all of that was going to become a smell. Now it was not. Now I had a walk-in freezer. The skill book was the part that broke my brain a little. Grandmaster swimming, not a bonus, not a stat. A book that you use, and then you know how to swim at a level a human being does not reach by practicing. I used it and it came apart into white light and went into my head, and for about 3 seconds I could feel the knowledge arriving, the way a word arrives when you have been reaching for it, and then I knew how to swim. Not better, not improved. I knew, in my hands and my spine, that if I went into that water right now, I would move through it faster than I run on land. The ranks, by the way, went beginner, proficient, expert, master, grandmaster, supreme master, king, god level. I was at grandmaster on day 2, and there were 3 tiers above me. I made a note of that because it told me exactly how big the room was. Then, the last item. A carving, a mermaid. Very fine work, human on top, fish underneath, a small crown, 2 shell pieces over her chest that were tied on with actual cord. Call of the Mermaid Queen. Level unknown. After use, you will encounter the Mermaid Queen within 24 hours. What happens after that is entirely up to you. You might end up with a Mermaid Queen. You might be killed by one. I read that last line about 6 times, a 50-50 item. That is what it was. It was a coin, and one side was an ally, with the word queen in her title, and the other side was a funeral. I used it. Look, in my defense, I had a spear that goes through metal, a floor a shark cannot bite, and a system that turns bad odds into good numbers. And the Isle's compendium had a mermaid island on it, grayed out, which meant a whole kingdom existed somewhere down there, and I had just been handed an invitation with a coin flip attached. The carving went out of my hand like smoke. You will encounter the Mermaid Queen within 24 hours. And that is how I spent the second day of the apocalypse, with a countdown running that ended in either a friend or a monster, and no way to tell which. Then the system reminded me, cheerfully, that it was a new day. Sign-in gift pack available. Daily check-in begins at midnight. Host was asleep. Data saved. Right. The free daily. Day 1 had given me the excellent hook that started everything. Open it. Daily sign-in. Gift pack opened. You have obtained 1 speed token. 10,000-fold reward triggered. You have obtained the Divine Travel Talisman. A talisman landed in my hand. Divine Travel. Talisman. Epic. Usage time. 100 hours. Top speed, 100 kilometers per hour. Apply to any object or creature. The user must be able to survive the speed. At 100 kilometers per hour, a human body would not last seconds. Even a perfect grade raft might come apart. 100 hours of engine. Every single person in this ocean moved when the wind said so. That was the entire transport system of the world. You went where the water went, and you found out where that was afterward. I slapped that talisman on my raft and told it to go. It started at walking pace. I brought it up until it was moving like a scooter, and then I held it there, because the description had been very clear about what happens to a perfect raft at full throttle, and I did not want to find out at hour 2, but I could steer. I could pick a direction and go there. I pointed my house at the black dot on the horizon and started closing. The island got bigger, and as it got bigger, I saw that there were other, smaller dots around it, rafts, 3 of them, roped together, sitting off the shore, the first other human beings I had seen since the world ended. I did not feel relieved about that, and here is why. My raft was a floating warehouse. It had 2 shark bodies on it and a mountain of fruit and food stacked in the open where anyone could see it. If those people were hungry, and they were absolutely hungry, then I was not a person to them. I was a supermarket with 1 guard. I did not slow down. I got close enough to hear them. Is that a raft? It's enormous. There's food all over it. We are going to eat this week. He Ming, don't just look at the food. Look at the man on it. Wei's got a spear and he's watching us. Holy, those are shark bodies. 2 of them. Did he kill those? There was a pause. Then all 3 of them said the same word at once. Kale. And then they started waving, like fans. Kyle, sir, it's an honor. I pulled up next to them, genuinely confused, because I had never seen these people in my life. You know me. How do you know me? The one called Gu Ren got himself together first. We've read the channel since the start, and there are 2 great white bodies on your raft. Nobody else in this ocean could do that. Also, we traded you accelerators earlier. The 3 of them were staring past me the entire time. Piles of apples, piles of bananas, a tub of live fish, a grill, a purifier, boxes of dumplings. They swallowed in unison. I watched 3 grown men do it. I did not want a conversation. I wanted intel. Have you been on that island? Gu Ren looked at the other 2, and then he told me the thing I actually needed. We got blown to the edge of it, yes, but people are already on it. When we tried to land, they attacked us. 3 arrows at once from the shore. If the wind hadn't turned, we'd have been shot. I went cold in a specific way. How many? We were dozens of meters out. We saw arrows. We didn't stay to count. So, 20 hours into the end of the world, and somebody had already claimed a landmass and started shooting the people who came near it. Kale, one of them said hopefully, how about we team up? More hands, less work. No, I said, but you told me something useful. I gave them a slab of shark meat each, which to them was an unimaginable amount of food, and I turned my raft toward the island. Wait, Gu Ren called after me. There's a headwind, a big one. You won't get close. Thanks, I said, and hit the throttle. There was, in fact, a serious headwind. It was pushing whitecaps around the island, and it had been throwing rafts backward all morning. The talisman did not notice it. I went straight into the teeth of it at scooter speed on a wooden house while 3 men behind me lost their minds. His raft has no engine, it has no sail, it has nothing, and it is going into the wind. Is Kale even human? Have we met a ghost? Don't say that. He just gave you food. That's disgusting behavior. They tried to follow, got shoved backward by the gale within about 90 seconds, and gave up. I was maybe 200 meters out when my pocket lit up. The Isle's compendium had woken up. Island, type, giant. This island is home to a large number of animals that are often larger than normal living creatures. Even a chicken, there might be bigger than an elephant. Danger level, 3 stars. A chicken bigger than an elephant. 3 stars though, which is a rating, which means there is a scale. which means there is something out there with more stars than this. I put the book away and did not slow down because I had an epic spear and I was in a fantastic mood. Then I saw the men on the shore, 5 of them, all with bows, all with arrows already on the string, watching me come. Here is what I did not know at the time, and found out afterward. There had been 12 of them. They had found this island the day before, and understood immediately what it was worth, because the animals here were huge, and the chests here were generous, and they had already pulled 5 excellent grade bows out of the ground. Then their leader had a disagreement with one of the others. So he took 7 men and killed the remaining 4. The rest died to the island's wildlife while exploring. That is not a rumor. That is what happened on day 1, over a piece of land. And their leader's name was Li Kai. The same Li Kai a stranger had posted about in the channel, the one who pushed his own friend's cousin into the sea. I did not know any of that yet. What I knew was that 5 men with bows were looking at me, and one of them, the nervous one, said something I could just about hear across the water. "Brother Kai, there's something wrong with that raft. How is it going into the wind? Maybe we don't attack this one." And Li Kai said, "Little Huang, when we killed the others, I didn't see you holding back. There's 5 of us with excellent grade bows and 1 of him. This island is going to feed us for the rest of our lives. Nobody else lands here." 5 arrows came down at me at once. I hit the throttle, and they all went into the water, where I had been. And my thinking in that moment, which I have gone over many times since, was this. I did not know these men. I had said nothing to them. I had come toward a piece of land with a hook and a spear, and they had opened with 5 arrows because I existed near a thing they wanted. So the decision took about a second and a half. I threw the legendary hook, 100 meters, straight at the shore. They saw it coming and scattered, which is the correct instinct and completely useless, because inside 10 meters that hook does not care where you go. It turned in the air and took one of them. I heard him shout for Li Kai. Li Kai did not go and get him. Li Kai shouted at everyone to keep shooting instead, and sent one man for a knife to cut the rope, and kept firing. One of his arrows actually landed on my deck, which was good shooting. I retracted the hook. The man it had taken went off the shore and into the water and did not come back up. Then the hook came home, clean, like it had been on a walk, and the 4 men left on that beach stopped moving entirely. "Put the bows down," I said, "right now, or the hook goes out again." They put the bows down. I came in and grounded my raft, and now they could see the whole thing. The fruit, the food, the 2 shark bodies stacked on my deck. The tall one at the front worked it out. "Are you Call?" "Since you know," I said, "why did you shoot at me? Have I ever done anything to you?" And he smiled. Wei actually smiled, this man, and said, "Kale, it's a misunderstanding. We admire you. We follow your posts. We were only joking." "I met 3 people out there," I said. "You shot at them the same way. Were you joking with them too? How many have you killed since this started?" That got through. All 4 of them had the same flicker across the face at the same time. Li Kai held it together better than the others, and what he said next is a thing I have not stopped thinking about. You know how it is. There are no laws here. Killing a few over resources shouldn't matter much. And it's not like they really died. They just lost 30 years. They just lost 30 years. Wei said that out loud, on a beach, to my face, and he genuinely believed it was reasonable. And looking back, I understand that this is the exact sentence this world was built to produce. "Don't kill us," he went on. "We'll follow you. Everything we find, we hand over. All of it. What do you say?" And I stood there and actually considered it. Not because I wanted staff. I did not want their supplies, and I did not want their company. I considered it because I did not particularly want to be a person who kills 4 people on a beach on his second day. Then he said, "To show you we're sincere, I have a treasure map fragment. I'll give it to you," which got my attention because I had one. Wei reached into his pocket slowly, and I watched his hand the entire way, and when it came out, there was a fragment in it. "Trade it," I said. Treasure map. Fragment. Trade. No payment. And I saw the name on the trade window, Li Kai. And every part of that chat message came back at once. My cousin was pushed into the sea. It happened around an island. His name was Li Kai. The trade completed. And Li Kai and the other 3 bent for their bows. They had arranged the whole thing in their private channel while he was talking to me. 4 bows all at once. The instant the trade landed at 30 meters. If they were fast enough, it would even have worked. I never lowered my guard. Not for 1 second. Not from the moment he smiled. The hook took his arm off the bow before his fingers closed on it. The other 3 stopped where they were, bent over, frozen in the middle of reaching. Li Kai went down on his knees and started begging. Right there, in front of the men he had been giving orders to a minute earlier, he offered me every supply he had and asked to be allowed to leave. I let him finish. "If you'd known it would go like this," I said, "you wouldn't have done it in the first place." And then I said the only thing I actually wanted to say to him. "You wanted to kill me the second you saw me, so there really is no place without law. It just takes the lid off. I hope you behave better in the real world." The hook went out again. That was Li Kai. One of the other three grabbed a bow off the sand while I was doing it, which was brave and stupid. And then there were 4 bodies on that beach, and none of them were mine. They did not stay bodies. That is the part nobody had told me. About 10 seconds after, all 4 of them turned into white light and were gone, and where each of them had been, there was a box. I stood there for a second. So, that is what death looks like in this world. You do not leave a body, you leave inventory. I looted all 4 boxes, which was disappointing because it was wood and leaves and scrap and 1 hour of accelerator, and I did not need any of it. I walked the shoreline and found their rafts and looted those too, and those were also nothing. And then I did the loud thing, because that is my job. I put every single item that 4 men had spent a day and 4 murders collecting onto the public market, all at once, in 1 block. The channel worked it out in about 90 seconds. Is Kyle robbing people? These are complete kits, whole sets. That's an entire team's gear. I think Kyle wiped out a squad by himself. My image of him is broken. Wait, those are my cousin's clothes. Those are his. Did Kale kill Lee Kai? So I answered, that is exactly what you think it is. There are probably a lot of people in this ocean right now attacking others for food. Some of them are attacking their own friends. I can't do anything about that. But if anyone comes at me, this is what it looks like. I don't start it. If you start it, I finish it. The channel went quiet for a moment, the way a room does. And then one person wrote, Kale, thank you for my cousin. Lee Kai was his friend. I never imagined he'd do that. And somebody else wrote, we nearly died to those 5 ourselves. From today, anyone who talks badly about Kale is going to have a problem with us. I closed the channel and checked my pocket. Treasure map fragment. 2 of 5. Then, because the adrenaline had finally started to leave, and my hands were doing that thing hands do, I heard her voice. Li Wei, were you in danger just now? Did those people hurt you? Are you injured? She had seen the market post. She had read the whole thing, worked out what it meant, and the very first thing out of her mouth was not what did you do? It was, are you hurt? I stood on a beach with 4 empty boxes behind me and something went sideways in my chest. I'm fine, they're dealt with. And then, because I needed her to hear it, listen to me. This game has no rules in it. If you see another person out there, do not make contact. Do not get close. If you spot anyone, tell me immediately. Okay, I promise. I won't make you worry. Then she said, I have something to tell you. I think I found another special bronze chest. Once I get closer, I can grab it and send it over. Of course she had. Of course she had. Be careful, I said, and when you're done, I'll get you something to drink, as a reward, for my lucky charm. What kind of drink? Tell me now so I have something to work for. I looked up. 30 meters over my head, on the trunk of a palm tree that was thick as a car, hung 2 coconuts the size of a person's chest. You'll find out, I said. You'll love it. Coconut trees, actual coconut trees, 30 meters tall and thick enough that a normal human being had no chance of getting up one, which is why 4 men had camped on this shoreline for a day with no fruit on their rafts. I put the hook into a trunk next to the fruit, wrapped the rope around a perfect grade board, stood on the board, and rode it up like an elevator. 10 of me could have hung off that rope, and it would not have cared. Up close, those coconuts were bigger than they looked from the ground, and they were absurd, and each one weighed as much as a small dog. I sawed one off with a knife, and it took real effort, because a fruit that size does not grow on a tree unless it is built like a helmet. Large coconut. 10-fold reward. Good grade. Large coconut. I read the description while sitting 30 meters up a tree. The juice inside is of excellent quality, tastes better than regular coconut milk, and there is enough of it that you can drink until you are done. I laughed out loud, alone, up a tree, on a monster island. Then I lowered it down on the hook, turned to the second coconut, and stopped because a genuinely alarming thought had arrived. What if the multiplier rolled quantity instead of quality? Because I was 30 meters in the air, and if 100 coconuts the weight of small dogs suddenly appeared in the space where I was standing, that was not a windfall. That was an accident report. System, I said. Do you have temporary storage? If I get a big roll on this, hold it. I'm up a tree. Host, you are overthinking it. If a large number of coconuts appear, they will not simply appear on the ground. This system provides a more humane service. Relieved, I cut the second one. Large coconut, 100-fold reward. 10 good grade large coconuts. I looked down. 9 coconuts were sitting on the ground directly underneath me. More humane service, I said to the sky. I was still saying it when something came out of the tree line at a dead run. It was, at first glance, a bird. It was, at second glance, a chicken. It was 2 meters tall, and it was wider than a car door, and it was sprinting straight at my coconuts. And it arrived and looked at them the way I look at a menu, and then it started pecking at the biggest one with a beak I did not enjoy the look of. Not a first attempt. That bird had the technique of an animal that has done this 100 times. Except my coconuts were good grade now, which meant the shell had gone up a tier with everything else, and the chicken pecked 10 times and got nothing, and I could actually watch it becoming confused. Those were my coconuts. I dropped the hook on its head. It dodged. A 2-meter chicken dodged a legendary tracking hook. The hook came back around, because that is what it does. And the chicken turned and pecked the hook out of the air. There was a bang like a hammer on a pipe. That was the first time the legendary hook shot failed, and what beat it was a beak. If that beak went into a person, it would go all the way through and out the back. So I pulled the hook in, and the chicken lost interest, and I thought about it properly. I had left the epic spear on the ground, because you cannot climb a tree holding a spear. So step 1, hook the spear up to me. Step 2, do not go for the head, because it watches the head. I waited until it had finally cracked the smallest coconut and jammed its whole face inside to drink. Then I hooked its foot. It felt that. It struggled. And a 2-meter bird pulling one way against a legendary hook, retracting the other way, ends exactly one way, which is that the bird tore its own leg off trying to run. It went down. I came down the tree on the rope and put the spear through it, quickly, because I do not enjoy that part, and because it did not deserve to be entertainment. Sorry, I said, and I meant it. I need to eat. Big chicken, 100-fold reward. Excellent grade big chicken, 520 kilograms. And the description said, long-term consumption improves your physical condition and permanently enhances bodily attributes. 520 kilos of food that makes you stronger on day 2 from a bird. I looked at the mountain of coconuts and the mountain of chicken and my 9x9 floor, and I had a thought that would have gotten me stabbed if anyone had heard it. I was going to have to expand the raft again. There was not enough room. Somewhere out there, 100 million people were standing on 2x2 planks, with nothing on them but a hook and a person, trying to work out how to get through the night, and I was out of shelf space. I was still moving coconuts when the whole world made an announcement. 100 players in C, Area 9527 have met the minimum requirements. The resource leaderboard is now open. All of your resources are ranked first. You may conceal your name. You may also set the number of resources displayed, which may not exceed the maximum you own. 3 minutes to choose. If you do not choose, your name and your maximum will be shown. 2 things happened in my head at once. The first was C Area 9527. That number has a shape. Numbered things come in sets, which meant this was not the ocean. This was an ocean, one of many, and somewhere out there were people in a different one who had never seen my name and never would, at least not yet. The second was that a leaderboard is a stage, and I make my living on stages. Everybody in the top 100 got the same message at the same time, and the channel turned into a stadium. Rankings opening. I've got more material than anyone I've met, and I'm 96th. 96th. C Area 9527, so there are others. No wonder I can't find my wife. I thought she'd run off. I had about 50,000 wood. If I showed that number, 100 million people would find out at once that a single individual had more resources than a small country, and that individual was reachable by boat. So I did the sensible thing and set the display myself. The board went live. First place, Asura, wood, 1,000. Palm leaf, 1,000. Plastic, 1,000. Glass, 1,000. Metal, scrap, 1,000. Second place, Maayun, wood, 123. Palm leaf, 45. Plastic, 67. Glass, 18. Metal scrap, 19. I had shown 2% of what I had, and the gap between me and second place was still a factor of 10 in every single column. The ocean lost the ability to speak. 1,000 of everything. Nobody else is over 3 digits in anything. You can set your display, but you can't set it higher than what you own, which means Kale has at least 1,000 of each. At least. How? Physically how? And then the game did something I did not expect at all. Server-wide announcement. Player. Asura has become number 1 on the resource leaderboard. Reward, lifespan, plus 1 year. It said it 3 times. Every person in the C area heard it 3 times. And every single one of them went silent, and then went off like a firework. First place gets a year of life. You can be rewarded with life. If this game gives lifespan, then I need to work harder. Dying costs 30. If I can't earn 30 back, dying is real. Why does only first place get it? Give the rest of us a few days at least. I stood very still on that beach, because I had suspected it on the first afternoon, when I saw that number sitting in my panel like a fuel gauge, and I had put it away as a nice idea. It was not a nice idea. It was the actual game. Everything else out here was a tool. Food is a tool. Wood is a tool. A spear is a tool. Every single one of them exists to keep the number in your panel from going down, and the game had just told me, in public, that the number can also go up. Gained lifespan, plus 1. 100-fold reward. Gained lifespan plus 100 years. I did not say anything for a while. 100 years. Not an item, not a stat. 100 years of being a person, handed to me because a leaderboard opened and I was standing at the top of it when it did. My panel had said 69 that morning. It now said 189, which meant that if I died out here 3 separate times, I would still walk out of this ocean with more life left than I had when I walked into it. I looked at the shock points that had bought that roll and at the leaderboard I was standing on, and I understood the machine completely for the first time. Be loud. Loud makes points. Points make multipliers. Multipliers make items. Items make you loud. And at the far end of that loop, out past the food and the spears and the boxes, the thing the loop actually pays out in is years. Then I did something I only did once in 5 days, and I am telling you about it so you understand the scale, and then I am never doing it again. I opened the full asset panel. Perfect grade water purifier, perfect grade raft boards, perfect grade fishing rod, perfect grade grill, legendary hook shot, perfect light bulbs, 5 perfect ice cubes, 99 divine travel talismans, 2 treasure map fragments, 69 golden bananas, 90 fish, 89 apples, 2 sharks, 99 boxes of dumplings, 99 giant coconuts, 1 excellent grade chicken weighing 520 kilos, wood 55,000, palm leaves 44,000, plastic 33,000, glass 22,000, scrap 11,000. I closed it. And the thing I took away from that list was not pride. It was a problem. Every single item on it was sitting in the open on a wooden floor in the middle of an ocean where people were already killing each other for a plank. I did not need more supplies. I needed somewhere to put them where nobody could see them. I needed a spatial ring, and I had never seen one, and I had no idea if they existed. So I did what I always do, which is, I made the ocean go and look for me. Excellent grade chicken skewers, 100. Will trade for 100 spatial rings. Commander of showing off is at it again. Everybody run. How did he catch a chicken? Is there a chicken that swims? After looking at Kale's chicken, my chicken-flavored noodles taste like an apology. I let them chew on that for about 30 seconds, and then I went bigger. Excellent grade big chicken, 500 kilograms. Will trade for 10,000 spatial rings. I have so much food that my 15 by 15 raft isn't enough, I posted. If anyone has a spatial ring, contact me. I'll be very grateful. The channel came apart like wet paper. Dad, I'm your long-lost daughter. Please. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. I don't want much, just the chicken's tail. I don't mind. Honey, I have finally found you. I have not eaten all day. I can't picture how you find a bird that weighs half a ton. It's another thing entirely to kill it. Everyone who wants to rob Kale, get in. We split it 200 ways. Nobody had a ring. I did not expect one. But my shock points went up by 20,000 in about 4 minutes, which is the actual point of asking. That was when He-Ming messaged me, and this is the part where the island got interesting. Kale, we landed on the other side. There's a trail here going inland, more than a meter wide, smooth, like something dragged itself. It's not a raft mark. And if you look at the whole length of it, it looks like a snake. A meter wide. A track a meter wide means an animal roughly 2 meters thick, which on a snake means length in the 50-meter range, which means an animal that eats a person the way a person eats a grape. If you confirm the snake exists, I told him, tell me where it is. You'll be paid. And the channel, which had been eating out of my hand 10 minutes earlier, immediately started laughing at me. News of a giant snake pulls Kale out? Does the great god intend to kill a 50-meter snake? If Kale kills that snake, I'll eat nothing but garbage for 3 meals a day. You freeloader. You can't even get garbage out here. We haven't eaten in a day. We can't produce any. Also, somebody mentioned, in passing, in the middle of all that they had found an island covered in zombies and had run away from it. Nobody reacted. In a channel full of starving people, an island of zombies did not even get a follow-up question. That is when I stopped assuming I understood the size of this world, because the same evening, that same channel produced this. I found an island, actual land. I went ashore so happy I nearly cried, and then I turned around and ran. What did you see? Zombies. It was full of zombies, like the films. I only got out because I ran fast. Brother, are you injured? Anywhere? Because if you are, that thing is contagious and you have just told us where you are. And then the conversation moved on. That is the part that matters. A man reported an island of the Walking Dead, and the channel gave it 4 lines and went back to arguing about water prices, because everybody in it was too hungry to care. I sat there on a beach doing arithmetic. There is a giant island, and I am on it. There is an ice island, which I had not seen yet. There is an island of zombies, confirmed by a witness. And there is a book in my ring listing 16 more, grayed out, waiting. 4 days in, and this world had shown me a fraction of 1 page of its own index. That is also when I looked properly at the market, which had matured into something that genuinely deserves a museum. Somebody was selling a bicycle, an actual bicycle, in an ocean, and asking for a wooden boat blueprint in exchange, which is either the worst trade ever offered or the funniest. Somebody was selling a cinema ticket for a film that is showing in a country that may or may not still be running. Somebody had 20 packets of spicy pork strips and wanted 10 liters of purified water for them, and I paid it immediately without negotiating because I had a purifier and a childhood. And somebody was selling a chewing gum, singular, 1 piece, for 2 pieces of bread. And the bread was somebody else's dinner, and both of them thought they had won. I bought every seasoning, snack, and jar of chili sauce on that board with water nobody else could make. Then I went back to the important business, which was checking on the only trade that had ever actually mattered. Then a bright red bronze chest fell out of a tree I had been standing next to, which is a completely insane sentence. I opened it and got a 10,000. 100 excellent grade giant chili seeds, which grow peppers between 1 and 2 meters long, and 10 tons of perfect grade soil, which makes anything planted in it grow fast. I planted the chilies immediately, all 100 of them, in perfect soil. Because I had been thinking about that 200-meter thing in the deep for a while by then, and about a specific dish, and I decided that if this ocean was going to keep sending me monsters, I was at least going to be prepared to season 1, which brings me to her chest. She had been describing it for an hour, and the description kept changing because the chest kept changing. When I found it, it was normal size. Then it got smaller, then smaller. Then I couldn't see it at all, and I thought it was gone. Then it started growing back, and it kept going, and now it's several times the size of a normal chest. Is that strange? Yes. That is strange. That is extremely strange. But it took 20 minutes to reach it, and while I waited, my perfect fishing rod, which had been sulking in the water all morning, twitched. I pulled it up, and there was an egg on the line. A turtle egg. The size of a hen's egg, hanging off a fishhook in the middle of the ocean. Turtle egg. 100,000-fold reward. Black tortoise. Egg. The egg in my hand went from the size of a hen's egg to the size of a basketball in the time it took me to blink. Black tortoise. I am a person from a country with a very long memory about 4 particular animals. Azure dragon. Vermilion bird. White tiger. Black tortoise. You do not grow up where I grew up without knowing those names. I had just caught one on a fishing rod, with no bait, because a perfect grade rod does not only catch fish. Black tortoise egg. Incubation condition. Blood oath. Upon successful hatching, you will receive a pet. The black tortoise is the overlord of water. It is enormous and it grows without limit. It is possible for it to reach the size of an entire island. Without limit. The size of an island. I looked at the island I was standing on, which had a 50-meter snake somewhere in it, and then I looked back at the egg. Blood oath, which meant a knife and a finger. I am not brave about pain. I have made a nurse wait while I prepared myself for a flu shot. I sat there with a knife in one hand for an embarrassingly long time. Then I cut my finger and let it fall on the shell, and the egg drank it. Blood bond successful. Incubation. Time 24 hours. 24 hours. Fine. I put it in the shade and finally opened the shrinking chest, which by then had gotten down to about the size of my thumb, and I had to open it with 2 fingers like a jeweler. 200,000-fold rewards, back to back, on the same box. An epic grade tonic pill. 10 legendary grade size-shifting golden bananas. And 10 epic grade adjustable armor pieces that resize themselves to whatever they are worn on. The pill first. Epic grade pill. After taking this, your body will be full of energy. Health is the foundation of everything. Effect, strength, +3, agility, +3, constitution, +3. +3 to 3 separate stats, permanently from a pill. You have to understand what those numbers meant. The panel said normal human was 10. I was at 9, 10, and 9, which is to say I was a 19-year-old who had spent his entire youth sitting down. I swallowed it. For 3 minutes, something moved through me like hot water through pipes, and I could feel my own arms changing while I stood there. When it stopped, I was soaked through and shaking, and I could not stop grinning. Strength 12, agility 13, constitution 12, that is not better, that is past the ceiling. A human body reaches through training, in 1 pill, then the bananas. Legendary. After consuming this, your body can freely increase or decrease in size, up to 10 times larger or down to 1/100th. Duration, 30 minutes. I am 1 meter 80. 10 times is 18 meters. I sat down on my own deck and held a piece of fruit that could turn me into a building for half an hour. and I did the thing I always do, which is I immediately started thinking about the snake. Then Heming messaged again. Kale, we found the trail again. There's blood on it this time. A lot. Whatever that snake is, something hurt it. Something on this island had opened up a 50-meter snake and made it bleed. I looked at my brand new arms and my 30 minutes of being a building, and I thought, well, that changes the difficulty rating, and then I did what I always do with a warning, which is I filed it under interesting and kept moving. While I was doing all that, and I did not know it for another 5 hours, something else was moving. Deep under this island, far down where the light stops, a bubble of 7-colored light had come off the seafloor and started rising. Inside it, asleep, was a mermaid. She had been asleep for 2 days. What woke her was not a sound. It was information arriving in her head, uninvited, telling her that somebody had called and that the somebody had a direction. She had left her kingdom without permission, spent nearly everything she had getting to the surface, and was now coming up under an island she had never seen, alone, in a body that could barely fight, because a stranger had crushed a small statue in his hand 2 days earlier and set a 24-hour clock running. That was my coin flip, still in the air. Meanwhile, on the surface, I was having a completely different problem. Can I ask you something? I said to her. What's your luck value? I had been thinking about it all day. She had pulled more chests out of the water than me, and I had a legendary hook, a perfect rod, and a telescope that sees 100 meters into a shopping list. Let me check. 18, which seems high. 18. Normal is 10. Mine is 9. That girl had been rolling almost double the world's average since the first hour, and I had been rolling below it, and the entire difference between us was that I had a machine in my head, and she did not. What's yours? She said. Yours must be huge. And here we arrive at the single stupidest thing I did all week. I could not say 9. I could not explain 50,000 wood, and an epic spear, and a legendary hook with a luck of 9. And I could not tell her about the system, because the system is the one thing in this world I can never say out loud. 36, I said. 4 times what I actually have. Nobody can check another person's panel. It was the perfect lie. 36, she said, in the voice of somebody putting a number in a frame. No wonder. I felt clever for about a day and a half. And then that number went around the ocean like a virus and came back to me in a way I did not enjoy at all, but we will get there. Then I did the other thing, which nearly ended everything, and I did it by accident. I found the group channel option, I said. So I made us a room. Password's the same as always, you remember it. I meant nothing by it. It was housekeeping. On a raft a long way away, Jinli went completely cold, because that password belonged to her sister. It was the one Mei Ling used with me, in games, for 2 years. Li had seen it typed 100 times over her sister's shoulder, and had never once needed to remember it, because why would she? She sat there in the dark with her whole invented life balanced on 9 digits, and she pulled one out of the back of her head and typed it. It was right. That's the one, I said. Come in whenever, nobody in there yet. She said, okay. She also decided, right then, that the next time there was a gap in the conversation, she was going to tell me. That was day 2. She did not manage it until day 4, and by then, it cost considerably more. Then the island screamed, I do not have a better word. Something roared, deep inland, and it was loud enough that the whole tree line emptied. Birds went up in 3 directions. Things I could not see went through the undergrowth away from the sound. I got the telescope up and looked through a gap in the canopy, and I saw a chimpanzee, 20 meters tall. I did the maths twice. 20 meters, 6 stories of ape, moving between trees like a man wading through a garden. I had a name in my head immediately, and I refused to say it out loud because it felt like it would be rude, and the snake was bleeding. Put those 2 facts together, and you get a story. Somewhere in the middle of this island, a 50-meter snake and a 20-meter ape had already fought each other, and neither of them had won, and neither of them had left, which means they were both still there, for a reason. Nothing on Earth makes 2 animals that size sit down opposite each other and wait. Except one thing, something they both want. So I finished the last of my prep, expanded the raft to 15 by 15, and went to see what was worth the fight. I went in through the forest, which was a mistake in the way that all good decisions are mistakes. The grass was waist high, the trees were 20 to 30 meters and 3 meters through. Everything about the place was scaled to something that was not me. Also, everything gave loot. I pulled a handful of leaves off a branch out of curiosity and got 500 leaves. I grabbed a fistful of grass and got 10,000. A single wildflower turned into 10. The forest floor of that island was a vending machine. And then I found a bronze chest sitting in the grass. Just sitting there. On land, not floating. Because apparently in this world, the chests are not a sea feature, they are a world feature, and they are everywhere. And I had spent a day and a half fishing for them, like an idiot. 10,000 on the open, a Grandmaster archery skill book, a legendary cloud-piercing bow blueprint, and a legendary cloud-piercing arrow blueprint. The bow was 100,000 wood, 50,000 rope, 30,000 scrap, 24 hours. The arrow was a tenth of that, 2.4 hours each, which meant every 10 arrows cost me one bow, which is an insane economy that I intended to abuse anyway. And then the set bonus, which is the line that made me stand up. When used together, the arrow is equipped with a random attribute: burn, explosion, paralysis, bleed, armor penetration, haste, freeze, random, every shot. I did not know what I was getting until it left the string, and neither did whatever was standing at the other end. I learned the archery book on the spot. White light, into the head, 3 seconds, and then I knew. Not like practice knows. I picked up a plain, excellent grade bow off a dead man's kit, watched a leaf come off a branch 30 meters away, and put an arrow through it in the air. Then the arrow kept going and buried itself in a tree. I stood there holding a bow I had never used in my life and understood, for the first time, that this world does not hand out power. It hands out competence in books like it is nothing. Then I climbed a tree to look around, because chests were apparently a ground feature now, and I wanted a survey. And from 30 meters up, I saw 2 things. The first was a silver chest, not bronze, silver. 2 meters tall, sitting on the ground in a clearing. The second was the tiger. 5 or 6 meters long, lying against the chest like a dog on a rug. I sat in that tree for a while doing arithmetic. I had a legendary bow blueprint I could not afford yet. I had an epic spear. I had a banana that would make me 18 meters tall for half an hour. And I decided not to spend the banana. That was the important call. Because a size-shifting banana is not a tool, it is a card. And if I burned one every time I saw a big animal, I would have none left when I actually needed one. And this island had a 50-meter snake on it, so I would do it with the bow. Put an arrow somewhere undignified, get the tiger to chase the pain, walk in and take the chest while it was busy. I drew. And that exact second, she came on the channel. "Li Wei, I got a special silver chest. Do you want it?" I lost concentration completely, because I was 30 meters up a tree on a monster island negotiating with a tiger in order to get one silver chest, and she had found one while sitting on a raft. "Is this what 18 luck does?" I said out loud to nobody, and my fingers let go. I did not aim that arrow. I did not aim it at all. There was a sound from the clearing that I will hear on my deathbed. The tiger came up off the ground about a meter, straight up, and produced a noise that went through the whole island, and then it started spinning in a circle looking for whoever had done that. I got behind the trunk, because my careless, unaimed, completely accidental arrow had gone into the tiger from directly behind, and it had gone in most of the way. I would like it noted that I am a grandmaster archer. That was not a shot. That was a typo. I sat behind that tree with both hands over my mouth for about a minute. "Li Wei," she said, "why is there a tiger screaming? Are you in danger?" "There's no danger," I said, in a voice I fought for. "It's a tiger with nothing better to do. Ignore it. Tell me about your chest." "There was no danger at all when I found it," she said. "It just likes to spit things out." "It what?" "It's been spitting food out ever since I picked it up. Noodles, cucumbers, eggs, bread. Tonight I can actually cook for you." Which is how I learned that the ocean contains a silver chest with a hygiene condition. But I will get to that in a second, because the important thing is what came next. "By the way," she said, "before I send it, are your hands clean?" "What? Your hands. Are they clean?" I looked at my hands. I had spent the morning killing a chicken and moving coconuts. "They're fine." "Why?" "Mine weren't," she said, and I could hear her enjoying herself. "Just so you know." She sent it over. The instant my fingers touched that box, it opened by itself and covered me, my deck and most of my food supply in soap. Actual soap. A silver chest with a cleanliness obsession, which will not open for a person with dirty hands and will instead wash them for you, whether you asked or not. I went into the sea. I came back. I rinsed with purified water. I dried off. And then I touched it with my other hand, because my right hand does the dirty work and I was not risking it twice. It opened. 10,000 excellent grade spatial ring. 100-fold. No, it rolled higher than that. Mythical grade spatial ring. And a legendary grade skin purifying essence, which I will come back to, because it mattered later in a way I could not have guessed. But the ring. Spatial ring. Rank mythical. Space 1 trillion. Cubic meters expandable. Can be changed in size and color at will and made transparent. 1 trillion cubic meters. I do not have a real sense of what 1 trillion cubic meters is. Nobody does. What I have a sense of is this. I had one thought, and every single thing on my raft vanished. The food, the fish tubs, the purifier, the grill, the lumber, the fruit. All of it gone into a ring on my finger. Then I had another thought, and it all came back exactly where it had been. Then I stepped off my raft and had a third thought, and the raft went too. I stood on a beach on an island of giants with everything I owned on one finger, and the single largest problem in my life quietly stopped existing. And notice the shape of that. I did. The most valuable thing I had received all day did not come out of a monster or a fight or an island. It came out of a box a girl found by accident while sitting on a plank and sent to me for free and warned me about first. The other item in that box was the essence, and I tested it on the cut I had made on my own finger for the blood oath. The mark closed in about 4 seconds, and then it was not there, not healed, gone, as though I had never held a knife. I sent it straight to her. "For your leg," I said. "The shark had a go at you yesterday. Use it." She went quiet for a second, and then said, "You always do that." "Do what?" "You always give me the one that's for looking after somebody." I did not have an answer to that. Then I went back for my 2-meter silver chest, and the tiger, which had been having a long afternoon. It was standing beside the chest with its back to me, in a pose I would describe as guarded, and the arrow was gone, which raised a question I chose not to pursue. I raised the freshly finished legendary cloud-piercing bow. Yes, finished. Because a wooden chest in a treetop had given me 100,000 wood and 10,000 minutes of accelerator, which is 166 hours of time, from one box, and I had put the whole thing into the bow and the arrows and got them in under a second. I lined up on that tiger, and the tiger turned its head, saw the bow, looked at me, and left. It did not fight. It did not roar. It clenched, physically clenched, and went into the trees at a speed I did not know a tiger that size could reach, without ever turning its back on me again. I have thought about that a lot. That animal took one look at a man with a bow and remembered something and decided that whatever was in that silver chest was not worth a repeat performance. I opened the chest it had been guarding. 10,000. A Grandmaster Combat Techniques capsule, an epic grade set of clothing, and a mythical grade sky opening axe blueprint. The capsule first, because it fixed something I had been quietly worried about. I could not fight. That is the truth. I had an epic spear and Grandmaster archery and a body that had gone past the human ceiling, and I had killed 2 sharks and a chicken, and none of that is fighting. What I actually knew about combat came from a game, and what I knew was button orders. I swallowed the capsule with a mouthful of water, and for 3 minutes something wrote itself into me, and my body physically adjusted while it did. When it stopped, I stood up, and I could feel it in the way I stood. Then, the axe. Mythical grade sky opening. Axe. 70,000 scrap, 20,000 wood. 10,000 stone, 48 hours. Its strength adapts to the user. If the user is powerful enough, it is possible to split the sky in 2. Function, the size can be changed at will. Mythical, above legendary. The tier at the top of the list. And that last line is why I nearly shouted. Because I had a banana that makes me 18 meters tall, and I had already realized the flaw in it. If I grow 10 times, my spear does not. An 18-meter man holding an epic spear is a giant holding a toothpick. An axe that resizes on command is the other half of the trick. I had 48 hours of build time and 10,000 minutes of accelerator in my pocket. I said build it, and then I said use 48 hours, and then it was in my hand. I told it to grow, and it grew, until the head of it was the size of a car, and I had to stop because my arms could not manage more. Then I walked over to a tree 3 meters thick, the kind of tree I had specifically decided not to bother cutting because it would have killed me, and I hit it. It went through. Not into, through, in one swing, and 30 meters of tree came down and hit the ground with a noise that emptied the forest for the second time that day. And somewhere out there, a tiger with a bad afternoon decided to keep running. Gained giant tree, 10-fold reward, gained 10 giant trees. I cut 5 trees, 5 swings. I came out of it with over 1,000. That is more timber than that island had on it. I had, functionally, harvested a forest that did not exist. And 10 minutes later, He Ming messaged me in a panic. Kale, we heard something enormous, a huge impact, over and over. We think a big animal is about to appear. We're warning you. I looked at the axe in my hand. Has the sound stopped now? I asked. There was a pause. You're right. It stopped exactly when I sent that. Did you hear it too? Are you on this island? I am, I said. And the crashing was me cutting down a tree, not an animal. Don't worry about it, and don't come deeper in. The animals here are enormous, and if you meet one, you will not enjoy it. Then I put the axe away and shrank it down to the size of my palm and dropped it in a pocket. I heard about their reaction later, and their reaction was the best review I ever got. They went and looked. They found 5 stumps 3 meters across and not one log anywhere, because the logs were in my ring. And Gu Ren stood in the middle of it and said, even if that was coal, one tree that thick would take the 3 of us a whole day. 5 is impossible. Wei must have found them already cut, tried one, failed, and moved on. They then followed my footprints inland, on the theory that where a man like that goes, things worth having are, which is how 3 of the nicest idiots in the ocean ended up watching what happened next. The last thing in that chest was a set of clothes, epic grade, and I nearly skipped past it. Then I read the function line. It changes size freely according to the wearer's body, so it always fits whatever you are, which solved the second half of the giant problem. And let me tell you what the first half of that problem was, because I had genuinely thought it through, and it was not a small worry. If I eat that banana and grow 10 times, my clothes do not. I would like to state for the record that I did not want to fight a 50-meter snake as an 18-meter naked man. That is not the story I want told about me. So I put the epic set on, in a tree, in the middle of a forest full of things that could eat a bus, and then I got up high and looked inland with a telescope. And I found the tree. There was a tree deep in that was glowing. Not the tree, something on the tree. There was a white light burning up through the canopy, thick and steady, and I could not see the shape of it through the leaves. That is what they were waiting for. That is what a 20-meter ape and a 50-meter snake had beaten each other bloody over, and then sat down opposite each other to guard. I moved in. At about 100 meters I could see everything, and I stopped, because at 100 meters you can still leave. The ape was on the ground, 20 meters of it, hunched forward, watching. Its arms and chest were opened up in a dozen places. The snake was coiled in a tree opposite, nearly 2 meters thick, and I traced it 3 times before I was willing to accept the length, and the length was about 50 meters. It was also opened up. The ground between them was ruined. They had fought here, recently, properly, and then they had both stopped, and neither had left, and neither would look away from the other. And between them, on that tree, the light. I got the telescope on it and got nothing but white, too bright. Whatever was under it, the glow was thick enough that a legendary lens could not see through. So I did the sensible thing and sat down to watch, because 2 enormous animals were also sitting and watching. And when 2 experts wait, you wait with them. Half an hour, nothing. I decided that if they had not moved by the end of it, I would put an arrow into both of them and let them sort it out between themselves and take whatever was left over. That plan was not noble. It was extremely practical. I was actually raising the bow when the light died. It went out all at once, and the shape underneath came clear, and the hair went up on the back of my neck so hard that I nearly threw a legendary telescope off a tree, because there was a man hanging in that tree. Not a fruit, a person, hanging where the light had been. And the person was me. Wei was hanging there, looking back at me through a telescope, and when I lowered mine, he lowered his. Anybody would be shaken by seeing themselves hanging in a tree. What got me was the timing. Wei moved when I moved, not after, with me. I put my hand on the bow, and he put his hand on his bow. I drew, and he drew. I stood there with an arrow pointed at my own face, held by my own face, and I could not make myself release, because I did not know what happens to a man who shoots himself in a tree, and I did not want to find out experimentally. So I stopped, and he stopped, and we stood in a tree each aiming at each other, like the 2 most cautious people alive. Behind me, closer than I liked, 3 men came up through the grass, He Ming, Gu Ren, and Tan Yi, following my footprints, and I had known they were there for a while. They saw the snake first, then the ape, and I heard the exact moment their legs stopped working. Then they saw the tree. I see my own body hanging up there, He Ming said, and his voice had gone very small. I want to run and my legs won't do it. I see mine too, Gu Ren said. It's exactly me. Same, Tan Yi said. But hold on, I don't see either of yours. There was a silence. I only saw mine, said He Ming. Same, said Gu Ren. And Tan Yi, who I have come to think is the smartest of the 4, worked it out first. Whoever looks, he said, sees themselves. And that is when the snake moved. It came off the tree fast. A thing 50 meters long should not be able to accelerate. It went for the tree and the light like it had been waiting all day, which it had. The ape came off the ground to meet it, and a fist the size of a car went into the snake's body. Then they were fighting properly. And it was not like watching 2 animals. It was like watching 2 pieces of construction equipment come apart. The snake got a coil around the ape and started closing. The ape got its arms out and started hitting, and it was hitting hard, and it was losing. The arithmetic in my head was not sentimental. I did not want the ape to win. I did not want the snake to win. I wanted both of them ruined, and then I wanted whatever was on that tree. But the ape was going down fast, faster than I had planned for, and a snake with a fresh kill in it is a very different animal from a snake that has just been squeezed for an hour. Also, and I will admit this, the snake had come here from somewhere else. The ape had been here. One of them was a guest, and one of them was at home, and I know which side I am on in that situation. So I put an arrow into the snake's head. The set bonus rolled armor penetration, which matters, because a snake that size has scale on its skull, like roof tile, and my arrow went in the top and came out the bottom and buried itself in the ground underneath. The snake felt that. It stopped killing the ape and went completely berserk instead, which was not the outcome I had ordered. Second arrow, fire. The whole length of it caught, and it let go of the ape to deal with being on fire, which is the correct priority. Third arrow, frost. It took the head, and the head frosted over, and everything about the animal got slower. The ape had absolutely no idea what was happening. It had seen something black flash past twice, and then a hole appeared in a snake, and then the snake was burning. And it was busy enough that it did not care. And I ate the banana. I jumped first. Off the branch. And it started while I was in the air. Everything got smaller. That is what it feels like. Not that you grow, but that the entire world shrinks at once and hurries away from you. And the canopy that was above you is suddenly at your waist, and then you land. I came down out of the trees at 18 meters with a car-sized axe in my hand. The impact put me a foot into the dirt. Behind me, 3 men made a noise. Are there giants living on this island? Way's too tall. Record it! Record it! And in front of me, a 50-meter snake and a 20-meter ape both stopped fighting and turned to look at the new thing. I did not give the snake time to think. It was burning and frozen, and it had just spent an hour being punched, and it was slow, and I brought the axe down on its head. There is not a good way to describe a mythical-grade axe swung by a giant. The head came off, and a crater appeared where it had been standing. The body kept moving, because snakes do, and started trying to leave with no head, which I could not allow, and 3 more swings put an end to it. 5 pieces. Behind me, Himing's legs finally gave out completely, and he sat down in the grass. And Tan Yi, to his eternal credit, kept filming. Then the ape knelt. 20 meters of it, in front of me, went down. I had not raised the axe at it. I had not taken a step toward it. It looked at the mythical axe in my hand, and it looked at the 5 pieces of snake, and it made a decision. And it was down on the ground before I had worked out what to do about it. I stood there feeling extremely stupid. "Can you understand me?" I said, mostly to hear myself. And it nodded. That was the moment the island stopped being a map to me and started being a place with people on it. "All right," I said. "There are 3 men behind me. Go and scare them off. Do not hurt them. Then come back and we'll talk about this tree." It looked at the light, then it looked at me, and then it walked past me. I had spent the entire fight standing, so that the 3 of them could only ever see my back. That was deliberate. I did not know they had a camera, but I knew they had eyes. They ran. They ran in a way I would call comprehensive. And Tan Yi, going backward at full speed with an ape coming at him, was still holding a recorder up and shouting that they were going to be rich. The ape came back, and I asked it about the tree. It nodded again. Then it made a picking motion, and then it put its hand to its mouth. Food. I looked back up at the tree, at the man hanging there, and had a genuinely unpleasant moment. "So the thing hanging up there," I said, "that's something to eat." It nodded. "And it's me." It nodded again, and I put that away in the part of my brain mark deal with later. "When is it ready?" It pointed. I looked, and while I had been talking, the body in the tree had gone. In its place was a fruit, small, human-shaped arms and legs, and a head, the size of an apple. The illusion had dropped because it was ripe. Shenzi fruit, tier, epic. This fruit is in the shape of a human. Before it matures, it possesses powerful illusion magic. Anyone who sees it will see their own current form. If you attack it during this stage, you will be subjected to its mental attack. I stood there for a second with that. That is not a defense mechanism. That is a trap. It does not hide from you. It shows you yourself and dares you to shoot. And I had come within about 1 second of putting a legendary arrow through it. The rest of the description was the part that mattered. Greatly enhances mental strength and intelligence. Prevents the user from being affected by illusions. Significantly extends lifespan. Spirit, +2. Intelligence, +2. Lifespan, +10. Note: each person may consume this fruit only once for a permanent boost. Further consumption provides only a temporary increase. 10 years of life, off a tree. I picked it, and it rolled 100. 100 fruit appeared in my hand and on the ground around my feet. And then I read that last line again and made a face, because if the note had not existed, I would have eaten all 100 and walked away with 1,000 years. I ate one. My head went cold and clear, in a way I did not have a word for. Like somebody had wiped a window I had been looking through my whole life. "Have you eaten one of these before?" I asked the ape. It nodded, which explained everything. Why it understood language, why it had knelt instead of charging, why an animal was making decisions instead of reactions. This fruit does not just extend your life, it wakes things up. "Then I won't feel bad about this," I said, and I put the other 99 in the ring. I made it a deal because I intend to come back. Guard the tree. When the next one grows, it's yours. But if I come back and this tree is gone, we're going to have a very different conversation. It nodded. Then I collected the snake, which rolled a 10, and put 9 complete 50-meter snakes into my ring. And that is where I got the piece of information that reset my understanding of this entire world. Good grade giant serpent. Good grade, 50 meters long, 2 meters thick. It had gone toe-to-toe with a 20-meter ape and been winning. And it was good grade. 2 steps up from common, 6 steps below mythical. Because animals are ranked the same way items are, and the rank is not size. The rank is what the thing can do. That snake had no abilities at all. It could not breathe anything. It could not freeze anything. It could not fly. It was, in game terms, a very large stick, which meant that somewhere out there was a perfect grade animal, and an epic one, and a legendary one, and a mythical one. I had nearly been killed by a stick. Hold on to that. 2 days later, it mattered enormously. My panel, after all that, read like this. Lifespan, up again. Strength 12. Agility 13. Constitution 12. Spirit 13. Intelligence 13. Skills, swimming at Grandmaster, archery at Grandmaster, combat techniques. Equipment, a mythical spatial ring, an epic spear, a legendary telescope, the Isles Compendium, a legendary bow and arrows, a legendary hookshot, a mythical axe, 9 size-shifting bananas, and 99 hours of engine. Pet, 1 black tortoise, incubating, 21 hours remaining. I looked at that panel for a while. 3 days ago, the most impressive thing about me was that I could hit a shot from behind a wall in a game I do not play anymore. Then I left because the banana was nearly done, and because I had somewhere to be. I had used the call to the Mermaid Queen the night before, and the clock on it was running out, and whatever that meant, it was not going to happen inland. I came out of the tree line as the last of the size dropped off me, back down to 1.80 meters on a beach with everything I owned on my finger, and looked at the water. I was 3 minutes early, because I got out to the sand, and I was actually about to spend the last of the banana cutting more trees, when the sea in front of me lit up. 7 colors, coming up from a long way down, getting stronger. A bubble broke the surface, big as a car, all light, and there was somebody inside it, a mermaid, asleep. The coin was coming down. And then something else came up. It came off the bottom fast, and it was a great white, and it had 2 heads. I had heard about a 2-headed shark in a chat room a day and a half earlier, made a joke about flying sharks, and forgotten it entirely. One of its heads was on fire. The other had frost coming off it. The ice-fire 2-headed shark went straight for the bubble. I did not think about this. I was still 18 meters tall for another 2 minutes, and I went into the water with the axe. I had Grandmaster swimming. I had never actually used it. The instant I went in, I understood what the book had done to me. I was not swimming. I was moving through water the way a hand moves through air. It was easier than walking. I got to that bubble ahead of a mutant shark that had a head start. Both its heads opened at once, and it put out 2 streams, one burning and one freezing, straight at the bubble. They hit before I got there. The bubble held, but it went through with cracks like a windscreen. I got the axe up, and the second pair of streams broke on the flat of it and washed past me on either side. And the ice fire did nothing to a mythical blade, and the axe did not even slow down. The shark realized in the same instant that its best attack had accomplished nothing at all, and it turned to run, which was smart. And it was slightly too slow, which was fatal in the ordinary sense, but not quite fatal in the specific sense. I opened a long gash down its side, and it kept going and got away. I did not chase it. 2 reasons. The banana was nearly over, and the bubble was cracked, and one of those was a preference, and the other was a life. I got my hand around the bubble, and it came apart at the touch, and a mermaid dropped into my palm. I looked at her, and my whole body went cold because I recognized her. She was the carving, exactly the carving, every detail, the tail, the crown, the 2 shell pieces she wore over her chest, and the cord they were tied with, and the cord was broken. I had broken that. 2 days earlier, on a raft, handling a statue like an idiot and using too much force. I got to the beach as the size went out of me, and I put her down as gently as a man shrinking from 18 meters to 1.80 meters can put anything down. She did not wake up. I sat back on my heels and looked at what I had, which was an unconscious stranger from a species I had assumed was decoration, breathing but not moving, on a beach on an island of giants. And the shell pieces were broken and would not stay on. So I took a set of the adjustable armor out of the ring, the epic pieces that resize to fit whatever they are on, and I put that on her instead, carefully. And then I looked at the sea for a while, because it seemed like the polite thing to do. That is when I saw the scar. Along her side, old, healed badly. The kind of mark that does not fade on its own. And I knew that scar. Because I had held a carving of this woman 2 days ago and turned it over in my hands, and there had been a flaw in it, a little groove in the stone, in exactly that place, and I had thought, sloppy work. It was not sloppy work. Whoever made that carving had made it from life. I sat there with that for a second. Then I took out the legendary skin-purifying essence. I do not know why I did it in that order. I could have shaken her. I could have shouted. I chose to fix the thing on her that had been there a long time, because it was in front of me and because I could. I put it on the scar. It went away in about 4 seconds, not faded, gone, as though nobody had ever hurt her. And she opened her eyes. Her eyes were the size of the situation, if that makes any sense. Very large, very blue, and completely awake in one go with no in-between. She looked at me. "Commander," she said, "did you save me?" I sat back so fast I nearly went over. I did save you, I said. But I think you've got the wrong person. This is the first time we've met. I'm not anybody's master. She did not blink. You are my master. I came out this time to find you. And then her face did something that made me feel terrible. Does my master not want me? Hold on, I said. Hold on, how do you know that? And she told me, and it made a horrible kind of sense. She had been asleep. Something had happened to her body, out of nowhere, and when she woke there was information in her head that had not been there before, that there was a person, that the person had called, and which direction he was in. So, she had left Mermaid Island without permission and come to the surface alone. I sat on that beach and thought about a small statue in my hands 2 days ago, and a cord snapping, and me putting it back together badly, and then using it because the description said I would meet a queen. Right, I said. Then from today I'm your master, apparently. Stay near me. The lights came back on in her face all at once. Yes, Commander. If it weren't for you, I might have died. Before I lost consciousness, I saw you. You were so big. You frightened away the ice-fire shark with one axe. What's your name? Marina. I'm Li Wei. Call me that. I'll call you Commander, she said, with the serenity of somebody who has already decided. That name is fixed in my head. I'm not used to any other. So that was settled for me. I fed her because she had crossed an ocean on empty. Bananas first. She had never seen a golden banana in her life, and she ate one and went very quiet. Then I brought out the chicken. Then I put 520 kilograms of dead bird on the sand in front of a queen from an underwater kingdom. I have read about chickens, she said, at a slightly higher pitch than before. The records did not describe them like this. They're not usually like this. This island is a special case. She relaxed about a millimeter and then ate grilled chicken for the first time, and her entire face changed. And I learned something about mermaids that day, which is that they live on seaweed and deep sea fish and consider fruit a luxury because they cannot come up. That is the whole reason. They can find treasure, and their singing makes other creatures stronger, and both of those are excellent reasons to catch one. So they stay down where it is dark and almost never see the surface, and never, ever come ashore. I sense treasure around this island, she said, halfway through a skewer. Quite a lot of it, I can take you. I sat up so fast I nearly choked, because that is her ability. She feels treasure. She had been on this beach for 11 minutes. How deep? Deep. Commander, can you breathe underwater? I can hold 10 minutes. Which was true, and which was going to be a problem. And which is how I ended up going into the ocean with a diving mask I had made out of 2 drinking glasses. Yes, 2 glasses. Because I can swim at Grandmaster level, and I still cannot open my eyes in salt water, because a skill book does not fix your eyeballs. She laughed at me. Right in the water. A queen. Commander, she said, you look very strange. I could not speak underwater. What I could do was think in some detail about how a pet who insults her master will be dealt with later, and then follow her down. 200 meters. I did not know I could go 200 meters. I do not think I could have, before the pill and the capsule and the fruit. But we went down through the blue, and then the dark blue, and then the dark, and she stopped. She had gone completely still. Commander, there is a creature by the treasure. It's very large. I got the telescope up in front of my glasses, which is not a thing that should work, and did. 4 or 5 meters of electric eel, moving in a slow circle, and underneath it, on the bottom, a sphere putting out white light. I could see the current running over the eel's body. Actual lightning in the water, wrapping it. I thought about the banana, and I did not spend it. Same rule as the tiger. I had 8 left, and there was still a whole ocean in front of me. So I handed her the telescope, which freed both my hands, and pulled the legendary bow. She saw the bow, and her face changed in a way I did not understand until later, which is that mermaids get hunted with bows, and a bow is the thing that comes for them. Commander, she said, underwater, arrows lose their speed and their direction in water. Their killing power drops a great deal. I nodded because she was right, which is why I did not shoot from there. We moved closer, 200 meters, then 100, and the eel saw us and did not run. It just charged itself up. The current on it doubled and doubled again until the whole animal was a moving fault line. I drew and released. The set bonus rolled lightning, which is very funny if you think about it, and I did think about it in the half second that arrow took to cross the water, because a lightning arrow does not only carry lightning, it carries the speed of it. It was there before the eel had finished deciding to move, straight through the body and out the other side. That did not kill it. It made it furious, and it came at us. And a 4-meter eel wrapped in live current coming at you through dark water is a thing I would prefer not to see twice. 3 arrows, 3 seconds. Paralysis, which went in and made the whole animal stutter. Frost, which took the head and started spreading, and it burned that off with current, but it cost it a second. And explosion, which went into its open mouth. Then it was over. Marina had gone completely still again, and this time it was not fear. You shot that, she said. From that distance, underwater. That's my job, I said, and then I ran out of air and had to go up. And there is no dignified way to end a sentence like that. I collected the eel. Good grade giant electric EL. 1,000-fold reward. 100 excellent grade giant electric eels. 1,000 kilograms each. And the description was not about food. The primary purpose of this carcass is not consumption, but power generation. Every piece of meat contains a large amount of electricity. The energy in a small piece could power a light bulb for 5 months. 100 of them, 1,000 kilos each. I had just accidentally solved the problem of the ship, which I did not have yet, in an ocean where the only power source anybody had was wind, and the wind did not take requests. Then I picked up the sphere. Excellent grade water radiance pearl. 100,000-fold reward. Mythical grade water spirit pearl. Commander, Marina said, looking at it in my hand. That is not a water radiance pearl. No, I said. It isn't. Water spirit pearl. An extremely powerful water attribute spirit pearl. Possessing it grants immense water attribute ability. You may live freely in water and are no longer affected by it. You may breathe directly in the sea and feel no pressure. Function. Collecting all 9 spirit pearls grants an extremely powerful ability. 1 of 9. Attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. I pulled the ridiculous glasses off my face and threw them away and took a breath at 200 meters. It was fine. It was completely fine. It tasted a little of salt. Marina stared at me with her mouth open. And I would like to point out that this is a woman who lives underwater, watching a human being take up breathing as a hobby. Nobody can do that, she said. Not even us. We do not breathe water. We simply do not need air. 1 of 9, I said, mostly to myself, because that is the other half of it. A pearl for every element, somewhere in this world, and I had one, and the description had not said what happens when you get all 9. It had only said extremely powerful, which is the way a game tells you to stop asking questions and start looking. Can you feel anything else? I asked. She went still, listening in whatever way she listens. There is something else, she said slowly. Much deeper. The energy is very weak, but it is strange. It would take a great deal of effort to find it. How much deeper? Commander, it is very far down. I went. 200, 300, 500. At 500 meters, the light is a memory. There is nothing. There is no up and no down except what your body insists on. And I was walking around down there like a man in a corridor because of a pearl. 666 meters, and something was glowing faintly on the bottom. I stopped a good distance out and looked around properly first, because everything valuable in this world so far had come with a landlord. Nothing. Some deep-sea fish, none of them interested. There is no guardian, Marina said. The energy in it is too small to attract anything large. Which should have been a comfort and was not, because I have played enough games to know that the unguarded chest is the interesting one. I went down and looked at the most valuable thing I found in 5 days. It was a pebble. It was the size of a fingernail. It was gray. If Marina had not been standing over it, I would have swum past it 100 times. I picked it up. Excellent grade mysterious seed. 100,000-fold reward. Mythical grade mysterious seed. And the ocean noticed. That is the only way I can describe it. Marina's whole body changed at once. Commander, she said, and her voice had gone up an octave. The energy in that thing just multiplied. It was a trace. Now it is enormous. Every creature of any size within a very long way can feel that. I opened my mouth to ask a question, and she grabbed my hand and pulled. We went up. Not swimming. She burned the water spirit pearl in my grip to move us. Then she burned her crown, and I felt it happen. I felt the second she spent something she could not spare, because underneath us the sea started going down. That is what I remember. The water below me was moving away, all of it, at once, in one direction, and the pull of it caught us and started drawing us back. 5 seconds. 600 meters, straight up, and then a snap of light, and we were on the beach, dry, standing. I turned around in time to see it. A mouth came out of the water, tens of meters across. It took a piece of the ocean and everything in it and closed. Then a head came up behind the mouth. Then a body, rolling, and it kept coming and kept coming. Over 200 meters of fish went past the surface of the sea, turned over once, and went back down. The wave from it hit the island 10 seconds later. I stood on the sand with a pebble in my ring and my heart going like a hammer, and I did the maths on where I had been standing 4 seconds earlier. I would not have been eaten. I would have been swallowed. There is a difference, and the difference is that I would have had time to think about it. Then I remembered who had done that, and I turned around. Marina was on her knees in the sand, and she was gray. Commander, she said, are you all right? Something happened in my chest at that. She had burned everything she had, on a surface she had never been to, for a person she had met 4 hours earlier, and the first thing out of her mouth was about me. I put a shenji fruit in her hand. Eat that, now. Commander, this is far too precious. Eat it. She ate it, and the color came back into her. I wasn't hurt, she said, embarrassed. I only spent my energy, using your pearl to move and my crown to jump. It will come back. I took out 10 more fruit and put them in front of her, and her expression when she saw 10 of them at once was worth the whole dive. Then I asked her why. That fish came for the seed, she said. When it was on the bottom, I could barely feel it. When it went into your hand, the energy in it increased by at least 100,000 times. Commander, I have lived in the deep my whole life, and I have never seen a fish that size. The seas here are strange. And I stood there and worked out what she was telling me. The multiplier is not silent. Every single time that machine in my head turns one thing into a better thing, it makes a noise, not a sound. A noise and whatever it is that big animals listen with. And for 2 days I had been doing it constantly, on a raft, on the open sea, and nothing had come, because nothing I had touched was worth coming for. That pebble was worth coming for. Well, I said, looking at the place where 200 meters of fish had been. It tried to eat us. Yes, Commander? So, we're eating it. She looked at me. There's a dish where I'm from, I said. Chopped chili fish head, a mountain of chopped chilies, scallion, ginger, garlic, soy. It is the best thing that has ever happened to a fish, and I have 100 giant chili plants growing in perfect soil about 400 meters from where you were sitting. Marina looked at the water, and then at me, and asked very carefully, Commander, when you say fish head, do you mean the 200-meter one? That's the one. I see, she said, and that was the promise. Out loud, on a beach, on day 2, to a queen who thought I was joking. I was not joking. Then I went and looked at the pebble properly. Mysterious seed, rank, legendary, upgradable. This seed contains an immense amount of energy, capable of nurturing incredibly powerful life. Its growth requires a specific environment and time. Although it is currently a seed, it already possesses remarkable functions. Function. Seed water. When the seed is placed in water, the water is affected, and plants and animals placed in that water grow rapidly. It's bath water. That is what the description was telling me, not the seed, the water the seed has been sitting in. I dropped it in a wooden basin and watched a pebble start quietly rewriting a tub of water. Then I had an idea, and it was the best one I had all week. I had a black tortoise egg in my ring, with 18 hours left on it. I put the egg in the basin. Incubation time, 16 hours. I moved it closer to the seed. 14 hours. I put it directly against the pebble. 3 hours. I sat back on the sand and started laughing. On an island of giants next to a mermaid, next to a bathtub. The rest of the ocean, it turns out, had also had a big afternoon. Because 200 meters of fish coming out of the sea and rolling over does not happen quietly. The wave from it went a very long way. It capsized rafts kilometers out. People who had never been within sight of Giant Island felt it lift their floor and put it back down wrong. So, when I opened the channel that evening, the whole world was arguing about it. A whirlpool opened where I was fishing, and then something came up. I was hundreds of meters away, and it still turned me over. Conservatively, that thing was 200 meters long. No pictures, no proof. You people will say anything. I was there too. I am the big fish. I only came up to pass wind. I feel much better now, and I'm going back down. Sorry for the inconvenience. Do drop in. Thanks for the invite. I would like to point out that the phrase used upstairs is inappropriate. I saw no beautiful women. And that is when I learned something important about this world, which is that after He-Ming and his friends started selling video, everybody with a good story started inventing one. There were people in that channel claiming they had seen a giant robot. There was a man selling a guided tour to go and live under the protection of an emperor who died 2,000 years ago, 5 wood per head, and people paid him. Actual people. Actually paid. So nobody believed the fish, which was an opportunity because I was the one person alive who could confirm it, and I had a specific need. I saw it too, I posted. Over 200 meters, excellent size. It should taste good. I have been thinking about chopped chili fish head lately. Does anyone here know how to make it properly? The pay will be worth your while. The channel stopped. Wei believes it. Kale believes it. Kale does not brag about nothing. That is one thing about him. Even if Kale says it, I do not accept that there is a 200-meter fish in this world. And now he wants to make chopped chili fish head out of it? Out of a head 10 meters across? Be serious. Kale, you cannot eat that. The head alone would finish you. If you genuinely want to eat it, you should invite somebody. I am extremely good at picking bones out of fish, and I am available. And then, in the middle of all that noise, one man came forward. Kale, I was a chef at a 5-star hotel. Chopped chili fish head is my dish. I know a few dozen ways to cook a fish head, and I will send you the method now. Wei sent it privately, and I read it, and it was not a recipe. It was a document. Quantities, order, timings, what to do if the flesh is too coarse, what to do if the chili is too fresh, and a whole separate section on other ways to cook fish that I did not ask for and read twice anyway. That man had not eaten properly in 4 days, and he wrote me an essay about cooking. I sent him 2 fish, which for him was a week, and he went straight back into the public channel and announced to everyone, "Thank you for the fish. What I sent Kale is the standard method. Now, I am going to work out how to scale it for a head over 10 meters across. I will have the recipe designed before Coil kills that fish. It will not delay his meal." I sat on a beach and read that with a genuinely strange feeling in my chest. Because I had said a stupid thing about a monster to make a joke, and a stranger with nothing had taken it as a professional commitment. "Hold on," somebody else wrote. "Is Kale serious? Is there really a fish that size? Is he really going to eat it? This is obviously fake. If Kale genuinely makes chopped chili fish head out of a 200-meter fish, I will introduce him to my sister," which I noted, because I do keep records. My shock points went up by tens of thousands off a conversation about seasoning, which tells you something about what this world will pay for, and it is not heroism. Then I put the whole thing away and went back to a basin with a pebble in it. Then the whole world spoke at once. World announcement. Due to the number of ships created by survivors. Across the server. Reaching a certain threshold, disaster mode has been officially activated. A level 1. Disaster will begin at 6 in the morning and last for 6 hours. Disaster types: strong winds, torrential rain, blizzards, dense fog, hail, tsunamis, typhoons, extreme cold, extreme heat, sea monsters, fish tides, animal tides, volcanic eruptions, meteorite impacts, 3 times, every person alive. I read that list twice and then a third time, and 2 items in the middle of that list, which nobody else seemed to notice. Sea monsters, animal tides. Those are not weather. Somebody had put those in the same list as rain, which tells you exactly how this world thinks about the difference. Level 1 though, 6 hours, which meant it was going to be wind and water, and the truly interesting entries on that list were for a version of this ocean that had not arrived yet. And it also meant the thing I had worked out on day 1 was now official. Enough people had built boats that the game had decided to start deleting them. "Did you hear that?" I asked her. I heard it. Her voice was steady, which I noted. "I'll need to prepare something. Be careful tomorrow. If anything goes wrong, tell me immediately. My ship will be finished tomorrow, and once we meet, you can just get on it." That was not a boast. I had a ship coming, and it had come from the most ordinary place imaginable. A giant wooden chest had drifted up to the beach that afternoon, while I was waiting for the mermaid to wake, and I had hooked it in without much interest, and it rolled a 10,000, 100,000 wood, an epic-grade multifunctional bed blueprint, which mattered only because I had been sleeping on planks and my back had opinions, and an epic-grade giant ship, 30 meters long, 10 wide, 200,000 wood, and a list of other things I had in absurd quantities. 7 days to build. Description: this ship possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. It can ram and destroy even a great white. With this ship, you need not worry about storms or the elements. Function: in addition to conventional power, this ship can collect solar and wind energy. 7 days is 10,080 minutes. I had 100 kilograms of electric eel that could run a light bulb for 5 months per handful. And I had a market full of people who thought a 2-minute accelerator was junk. I set it building and started buying. Then she said, "I'm going to cook for you tonight." That is the part worth telling now, because everything else in this week is boxes and monsters. And this is the part I actually think about. She had been talking about it since the afternoon. She had one of those clean freak chests, and it had thrown up food at her. And she had eggs and cucumbers and noodles, good grade all of it, and she had decided that after 4 days of eating what I sent her, she was going to send something back. "I hope you don't mind," she said. "It's just noodles. There isn't much to work with." "I've known you for years," I said, "and I've never eaten anything you cooked. Send it." Then she went quiet for about 20 minutes. I have since learned what those 20 minutes were, and then it arrived. A bowl of egg noodles, trade, no payment. A plate of sliced cucumber, trade, no payment. I looked at the bowl for a while, because the noodles were noodles, fine, good. But on top of the noodles was a fried egg, and the egg was a heart, not a heart shape she had cut out afterward. The white was a heart. The yolk inside it was also a heart, sitting in the middle of the first one, and I have cooked eggs and I do not know how you do that. I still do not know how she did that. "Did you get it?" she said. "How is it?" "It's very good," I said, and my voice did something I did not authorize. "You're very thoughtful. How did you do the egg?" "Secret, and you're not allowed to bite it. You have to eat it in one. And Marina, sitting next to me on the sand with a skewer of chicken, leaned over to look into the bowl. "Commander," she said, "what is the shape?" "It's a heart. It's a thing people do." She thought about that, and then she said, "Commander, there are marks on it." I stopped. "What?" "On the yellow part, there are lines. They make a shape." I picked the bowl up and turned it to the light. She was right. There were faint impressions pressed into the surface of the yolk, so light you would never see them unless somebody told you they were there. And the lines made a character. Way. I sat on a beach on an island of giants holding a bowl of noodles a girl had made for me across 200 kilometers of ocean and looked at a single character pressed into an egg yolk, and I could not work out what I was looking at, because that is not her name. That is the second character of her sister's name. I read it maybe 6 times. I turned the bowl, and the thought came into my head, the actual correct thought, fully formed, and I looked straight at it and did not believe it, because it was insane. Then I did what people do. I decided she must be missing her sister. That is all. She is out there alone on a plank. She has nearly died twice, and she is thinking about her sister, and she pressed her sister's name into an egg because she was sad. That is a reasonable thing for a person to do. "It's a character," I said out loud. "But it doesn't matter. I'm eating." And I ate it in one, the way she told me to. She told me the truth. She wrote her own name on it and put it in my hands. She had been trying to say it out loud for 2 days and could not get the last 3 words out, so she cooked it into an egg and sent it across an ocean and waited to see if I would understand. And I looked directly at it and worked it out and then talked myself out of it and ate the evidence. Marina said nothing and made a note of the character, which I only found out about later. I gave her a shinji fruit that night. "Take it," I said. She read the description and I heard her nearly drop it in the sea. "This adds 10 years to a person's life," she said. "Li Wei, this is too precious. You should keep it." "My luck's 36, I said, because I was still committed to my stupid lie. "I picked a whole tree. Even if I ate one a day, it would last me months. Eat it." She ate it, and I heard her go quiet as it worked, and then she said, "Thank you," in a very small voice. Then it got late, and I said goodnight to a girl on the other side of an ocean, and I lay down on an epic-grade bed on a beach with a mermaid, asleep on the other side of the fire, and a basin of glowing water next to my head. And at some point in the middle of the night, Marina woke me up. "Commander," she said, "the turtle's head is out." I sat up. The shell had cracked, and there was a head coming out of it. A very small, very serious-looking head. Then the crack widened, and a black tortoise came the rest of the way out and sat on the sand. Newly hatched, under a day old, already the size of a wash basin. And then it turned around and started eating its own eggshell, which I found deeply strange, and then decided not to think about. "Leave it," I said. "If it's thirsty, the water's next to it." I went back to sleep. I woke up to a black tortoise the size of a water barrel. Overnight, it had doubled overnight, all night sitting next to a mythical seed, drinking water that makes things grow. I stood on that beach at dawn and did the projection in my head and had to stop. The description had said it grows without limit. I had just found out how fast without limit looks when you feed it. It crawled over to me at a speed I would describe as leisurely. "Right," I said. "You're a pet now, so you need a name. And I want you to know that naming things is something I am extremely good at." It looked at me. "Li Fugui." It shook its head. A divine beast, 1 day old, shook its head at a name. "Old Li, little Huang," head shake. "Fifth brother," head shake, faster. "All right," I said. "Fine. Last one, and if you don't like this one, you don't get one. Bao Gu." It nodded. I have carried that as a professional achievement ever since. I named an animal so well that the animal signed off on it. The ship finished at first light. 30 meters of it, sitting on the sand, 5 meters at the bow, and after 4 days of standing on a floating table, I walked up onto a deck. I put an electric eel in the drive bay, because a handful of that meat runs a bulb for 5 months, and a whole one runs a ship for longer than I intended to live. Then I slapped a divine travel talisman on the hull, 100 kilometers an hour. He-Ming and the others were on the beach repairing what was left of their rafts after the wave, and they saw the ship come around the headland, and all 3 of them started shouting. "Kale, take us with you. We'll work, we'll do anything. Kale, please." I did think about it. Then I jumped off the bow. I did not land in the water. I landed on Bao Gu, who had gone in ahead of me and was sitting on the surface like a table, and who does not so much as tilt when a grown man drops 2 stories onto his back. And I rode a tortoise to shore across open water, standing up, which from the beach looks exactly like a man walking on the sea. I knew what it looked like. That is why I did it. "Should we run?" one of them said. "How is he standing on water?" "Where would we run to?" I came in and got off. "You wanted to say something." He-Ming got himself together. "We want to come with you. We'll work for you. We'll follow your orders. Just bring the 3 of us." And I said the thing I had already decided on the ship. "Honestly, you're too weak. You're not qualified to be my subordinates. Come find me when you can solo a great white." Their faces did a thing. "But," I said, You've done me favors. So here. I put down several dozen perfect grade raft boards, which is to say floors that a shark cannot bite, which is to say I handed 3 men the single most valuable safety item in that entire ocean, and would not have noticed the loss. These are yours, not free. 300 minutes of accelerator a day, every day. Can you do that? Tan Yi answered before the other two had opened their mouths. We can do that. Good answer. I liked him from that moment. Then I got back on the ship and left, and behind me, 3 men stood on a beach with the best floor in the world and watched a 30-meter vessel go from stationary to gone. The morning's disaster turned out to be hail. It came down on my deck for an hour and did precisely nothing, and I sat inside a ship watching a level 1 disaster bounce off the glass, while, somewhere out there, 100 million people found out what it is like to be hailed on while standing on a table. Day 3, sign in, 10,000-fold reward. Legendary grade. Farsight, talisman, 100 hours. Function. You may see through obscuring matter, fog, snow, stone, ice, timber, the denser. The material, the more time it costs. I tested it on my own hull and looked at the sea through 3 inches of ship. 2 days later, that talisman is the only reason I am alive. At the time, I filed it under useful. The Isles Compendium had grown too. Giant Island was on page 1 now, unlocked, with coordinates, which meant the book was not a bestiary. It was a map that filled itself in as I walked. Then I looked at the market and stopped. 5.56 rounds, 3. Trade for 10 food. Ammunition. Somebody, somewhere in this ocean, was holding a rifle. I sat with that for a while, because it changes the arithmetic completely. I can grow to 18 meters. I cannot grow harder. A bullet does not care how tall you are. And everything I own is built around a world where the worst thing pointed at me is a bow. I bought the bullets, not because I had a gun, because somebody else did, and I wanted to know what caliber. The rest of the market had gone strange in a good way. Gangs were forming. Somebody was recruiting for an outfit called the Azure Dragon Gang. Somebody else was starting a 7-day tour group specifically for people who did not expect to live a week, on the grounds that dying with company beats dying alone, which is the single most human thing anybody said all week. I put my last perfect raft boards up for a treasure map fragment, and somebody finally paid. 3 of 5. And then I lifted the telescope and got a number I had been chasing for 2 days, her exact position. 300 kilometers, dead ahead. 1 hour. I was still looking at that number when Marina said, "Commander, I think I have to go back." I turned around. "Now? We meet her in 3 hours." "I ran away, Commander." She would not look at me. "If I don't return in time, I may never be allowed to return at all. But if you don't want me to go, I'll obey you and stay." And that is a sentence that tells you everything about what I was actually holding, because she meant it. She would have stayed. She had a kingdom and a crown and a job, and she would have sat on that deck for as long as I told her to, which is exactly why I was never going to tell her to. "Go," I said. "I told you the first day. Go whenever you need, and if you miss me, come back. And when I'm strong enough, I'll come to Mermaid Island myself." "A few days," she said, brightening. "Next time, I'll be prepared. I can stay longer." "How will you find me?" She looked at me like I had asked something silly. "You are in my heart, Commander," she said. "I will find you wherever you go." Then she went off the bow and down, and I watched a 7-colored light get smaller until the sea closed over it. 2 hours later, I picked up the telescope to check on the raft ahead of me. The green light was there. She had mentioned it that morning, a chest putting out a green glow, the strangest one she had seen, and I had told her to be careful and take it if it was safe. The chest was on her raft. She was on the deck next to it, not sitting, not working, down. I swept everything. No shark, no other raft, nothing in the water. Then I swept the island, which was much closer now, and I stopped breathing properly, because there were ships around it, not rafts, ships. A dozen or more, moored along one stretch of shore, and they were all coming off their moorings at the same time, and they were all pointing at the green light. They had seen it too. I ran the numbers twice because I did not like them the first time. Wooden boats, that distance, 10 minutes. Me at full speed, 15. I opened the channel and did the only thing I could do, which was try to be reasonable to 100 people at once. "Everyone, there is a green light on the water near that island. My friend is there. Do not go any closer. Turn back now, and I will pretend this never happened. I am on my way." The ocean thought about it for about 4 seconds. "Kale's not even here, and he's telling us to leave the loot. Whoever gets there first keeps it. That's how it works. There's a lot of us and one of him. Why don't we all go, take the chest, and then take everything Kale owns while we're at it? Wei can't use it all himself. It's unreasonable for one man to hold that much." And one voice, in the middle of them, said the thing that made the decision for me. "Kale, if you agree to hand over all your resources, I won't touch the woman. I'm 100 meters from her. That's how long you have to answer. His name was Wen Tao. I found out afterward what he was. Wei and his brother Li Guang ran about 100 men, and between them they had taken most of the landing sites on that island and killed everyone who came near. That fleet was theirs, and he had a pistol. An actual pistol. Wei was the only person in that entire ocean with one, and he had gotten it off the island, and he thought that made him untouchable. Wei was counting down in a public channel. I went below and put a second electric eel in the drive bay. The ship was not built for it. Epic-grade giant ship, rated for 1. I put in 2, and I pushed it past the top of its range, and I stood on the deck and listened to my own vessel start coming apart underneath me. There is a specific sound a ship makes when the thing you have asked of it is more than it has, and I heard it for 4 minutes. I did not slow down. Here is what they saw from the water. They saw a ball of lightning coming across the sea. That is the description that went around afterward, and it is accurate. 100-kilometer wind over a hull carrying 1,000 kilos of live current makes a light you can see from a long way off, and it does not look like a boat. Brother Kai, look at that. What is that? It's shaped like a ship. Wen Tao gave the order to get out of the way about 6 seconds too late. The epic giant ship went into the middle of that fleet at full overload, and I was not on it. That part matters. I went off the stern about 200 meters out, into the water, where I can move faster than any of them, and where I do not need to breathe. The ship kept going. And then, it detonated. More than a dozen boats, 40-odd men. One bang. I came up onto her raft out of the water while the pieces were still coming down, and the raft drifted toward Wen Tao, who was alive because he was lucky, sitting in the middle of a stretch of ocean covered in wreckage and the remains of his own organization. You said you wanted my supplies, I said. Wei looked up at me. That was my epic giant ship. I've given it to you. What else would you like? Wei was fast. I will give him that. Wei got the fear off his face inside a second and put a smile on instead. Kale, this is a misunderstanding. I was curious. I've never seen a chest with a green light before. What I said about threats, that was madness. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Take my supplies, all of them. And my brother Li Guang is on that island right now. With a great deal of treasure, he'll pay whatever you want to save my life. Wei kept talking. By the way, I just acquired a treasure map fragment. I was about to give it to you. Consider it an apology. And his right hand went toward his pocket. I had the Farsight talisman running from the moment I came out of the water. I could see straight through his coat. There was no fragment in that pocket. There was a pistol. The timing was thin. His fingers were closing on the grip when my hook took it out of his pocket and put it in my hand. I looked at it. Big thing. Heavy. Why, I said, would you reach for a pistol to hand me a map fragment? The look on his face is the only payment I got for a ship. Wei tried one more time. Wei offered me his brother's treasures and his men and a location. Wei was still talking when I finished it. Then I spent about 3 minutes clearing everyone left inside 500 meters. Those men were the crew that had been running the island's landing sites, and everyone in that water knew exactly what they had been doing there. Then I opened the channel. Most of them are dead. The ones who ran, I'm leaving, but I've memorized your faces. Don't be in front of me again. And then, because I had spent 15 minutes not knowing whether she was breathing, and nobody goes near her, ever. If I see somebody looking at her the way that lot were, this is what it looks like. The channel did not say anything for a while. Then a woman wrote, Kale, thank you. My husband was killed by Wen Tao's men. They had the island. Anyone who got close died. I'm going to go and be with him now, but thank you. I read that 3 times and did not have anything to say to it. Somebody else wrote, Kale killed dozens of people over one woman. Does that mean only his woman's life is worth anything? She's a woman. In this world, she's replaceable. Find another one. And before I could decide whether to respond, his own teammate posted his loot box to the market with a note explaining that this was the man who had said it, and that he had been pushed into the sea an hour earlier by somebody else entirely, and the channel moved on. I picked her up off the raft. She was breathing. Her pulse was there. Her skin was cold, and getting colder, and she would not wake up. And I turned around and looked at the island properly for the first time. It was white, not sand, not snow on top. The whole thing. Ice from the waterline up, and the sea around it was frozen solid for several hundred meters in every direction, in the middle of an ocean where I had spent 4 days being cooked. The Isles Compendium lit up in my ring before I had touched it. Extreme cold island. Attribute elemental. This is an elemental island. It is inhabited by a large number of ice and ice-based creatures. Some are flesh beings with ice attributes. Others are composed entirely of ice. Defeating an ice creature yields the items within it, similar to opening a treasure chest. Creatures, Frost Giant, Icefield Wolf, Snow Brothers, Ice Chicken, Ice Bear, Ice Hulk, Danger Level, 5 stars. Giant Island had been 3. 3 stars had a 50-meter snake on it that nearly ended a 20-meter ape, and this was 5. and I was standing at the edge of it with an unconscious woman in my arms, and there were people camped all around the ice line, 100, maybe two, boats and rafts and small fires, all of them sitting at the edge and none of them going in. I looted Wen Tao's box before I moved, and in among the ordinary things there were 5 blue coins, deep blue, the exact color of the water. Ocean coins, currency. Actual currency, the first anybody had seen, in a world that had been running on wood and apples for 4 days. And they had come off that island, the camp at the ice line had been there for days, and it was a specific kind of camp. Nobody was building, nobody was fishing. 200 people were sitting at the edge of a frozen sea, looking at an island none of them could reach, and they had been doing it long enough to develop opinions and a rumor economy. I listened to about 90 seconds of it before I moved, and it was the most useful 90 seconds of the day. That's where Wen Tao's lot were. They had the whole landing side. Anyone who came near got shot. Somebody killed the entire crew an hour ago. I heard it was one man. There's ice in there that gives you water forever. There's coins. Wen Tao's pistol came off that island. Everyone knows it. And there's the giants. 2 or 3 out of 10 make it across. That is the number. I have counted. Nobody said the interesting thing out loud, so I will. 100 people had been camped at a doorway for days, watching each other die trying to walk through it, and not one of them had left. They stayed. Because behind that door there was ice you could drink and money you could spend, and every single person on that shoreline had done the arithmetic and decided that a 70% chance of dying was better than another week on a plank. That is what 4 days of this world does to a room full of ordinary people. I put her on the epic bed, right there on the ice, and stuck a divine travel talisman on the bed, because I was not carrying a woman across half a kilometer of frozen sea with a bow in my hands. 200 people watched a bed drive itself onto the ice. I did not see that wrong. The bed. The bed is moving by itself. I heard his raft moved on its own. Now the furniture does it. There is no justice. I'm going to say it. Kale's a cultivator. That's the only explanation. Our country's big enough, there had to be some, and one of them has come to the seaside for a holiday. And then a voice from a nearby raft, not mocking, actually trying to help. Kale, if you set foot on that ice, the frost giants come, they come up out of it, and they kill anything that tries to reach the island. I stopped and looked over. Thanks for telling me. But they're not going to stop me. What's your name? Peng. I'm brothers with He Ming, Gu Ren, and Tan Yi. Of course he was. I sent him 3 fish for 1 sentence of information, which for him was 3 days of life, and the entire ice line watched a man, who had killed 100 people that afternoon, tip somebody for being helpful. Wei killed 100 men an hour ago and just paid a stranger 3 fish for a warning. I do not understand this person. It means he isn't an indiscriminate killer. That's good for us, actually. I walked out onto the ice with the legendary bow. 6 steps in, the surface ahead of me started gathering. Snow came up off the ice and turned itself into a shape, and the shape stood up. 3 meters of frost giant. It did not pause. It came straight at me. Behind me, the whole camp made a noise, and somebody explained to a newcomer what he was looking at. At most, 4 appear at a time. If more people step on, more come. They move fast on ice. Normally, 2 or 3 out of every 10 people make it across. Frost giants have been killed exactly once. It cost more than a dozen lives to do it. I put 1 arrow into it. The set bonus rolled fire. The flame went into a body made of ice and spread out inside it, and the whole thing came apart from the inside. And about 4 seconds later, there was a hole through its chest, and it went down and dissolved into snow. Behind me, the camp stopped talking. Is the frost giant that weak? 1 arrow? It isn't weak. Wei's strong. Did you see the bow? It shot fire. I have decided we are not playing the same game. Wei's on a modified version. Defeated good grade frost giant. Ice cubes +3. Good grade ice cream +1. Ocean coins +1. 10,000-fold reward. Ice cubes +30,000. Perfect grade cream. Ice cream +10. Ocean coins +10,000. You kill an ice creature and it drops like a chest. The compendium had said so, and it was still strange to see. But the ice cream is the thing that saved my life about 11 times over the next day, so pay attention to it. Perfect grade cream. Ice cream. After consuming this, your body's ability to resist cold and heat will be greatly enhanced. In a hot environment, your body will hold a lower temperature. In a cold environment, your body will hold its own. I was about to walk onto an island where the whole gimmick is that everything is made of ice, and the game had just handed me an entry ticket in the form of dessert. And 10,000 ocean coins, which is the number that broke the day. Ocean coins exceeded 10,000. You have become eligible for the sea area. 952. 7 wealth ranking. This will be announced throughout the region. Would you like to hide your name? Would I like to hide my name? Announce it, I said. Server announcement. Player. Asura has successfully activated the regional wealth ranking with 10,005 ocean coins. Reward, lifespan, plus 1 year, 3 times. And the ocean, which had spent all afternoon watching me delete a fleet, now had to sit through me, opening a second leaderboard on the same day. What is an ocean coin? I've never heard of it. I saw him pick them up off the ice. Does killing frost giants give you money? I got one out of a chest yesterday and had no idea what it was. Does anybody want to trade me food for it? Quickly, please. Wei got a year off the resource board, and now a year off this one. That's 2 years of life. I have not eaten. Gained lifespan. Plus 1 year, 100-fold reward. Gained lifespan plus 100 years. 69 when I woke up on a plank, 189 standing on the ice. I have thought about that number a lot since, because it is the only one in this whole story that is not a game. Everything else, the wood, the boxes, the axe, all of it, stops mattering the day I put it down. That number is the amount of time I get to be a person, and the game will trade it to me for being interesting. I walked on, 3 more patches of snow started gathering into frost giants ahead of me, and I got the bow up. And then all 3 of them stopped and came apart, and went back down into the ice. They would not come out. Behind me, 200 people saw that happen, which is exactly why the next part happened, and it is partly my fault. Because as soon as I reached the shore, somebody at the ice line decided the giants were gone for good, and ran. Wade got about halfway. 5 giants came up at once, all around him, and they are fast on ice, and he did not have anywhere to go. They put him down in 1 hit, and then the whole camp was on the ice, because the first man had gone and everybody had assumed it was safe. And there were people running in 5 directions and giants coming out of the ground, and the screaming started. I did not turn around. I had a woman going cold in my arms, and I had already decided that anyone who could not handle the doorway had no business inside the house. Then I heard a specific voice in the noise. Ping. I looked back, and there was a frost giant standing over him with its fist up, and he had stopped moving, and he was typing. Wei was typing his last message to his 3 brothers. You don't need to kill that one, I said. I still have a use for him. The frost giant stopped, fist a meter from his head. It turned around and went to find somebody else. I heard about the rest from the camp later. Peng got up, knelt down on the ice, and kowtowed 3 times to a man who was already walking away. I did not see it. I had gone inland, and inland was another world. Ice trees, not trees with ice on them. Trees made of ice, shaped exactly like trees, 20 meters of them. Ice grass under my feet that crunched and did not break. An ice rabbit that took 1 look at me and vanished. And the colors. That is what I did not expect. It was not white and clear. The grass was green, real green, until you got side on to a blade and could see straight through it. And it was cold. The temperature went below freezing the moment I crossed the shoreline, and I had spent 4 days getting cooked, and the change hit me like walking into a wall. I put her down and lit a fire and put a perfect light bulb next to her, because those give off warmth. Then I touched her hand and it was wrong. Warm in places, cold in others, and going the wrong direction. I ate a cream ice cream, and the cold stopped being a fact about my body in about 4 seconds. Then, I melted a second one into hot water and got it into her, a mouthful at a time. And after about a minute, her temperature came back where it belonged, and I finally opened the green chest. Perfect grade green hat. 1,000-fold reward. Mythical grade. Green hat. A hat. Green. Putting out a faint glow. Where I come from, a green hat means one very specific thing, and it is not a compliment, and I would rather be hit by a shark than wear one. Then I read the description and stopped caring about the joke. Mythical grade, upgradable. This hat feeds on humiliation. It draws the shame out of those who have been betrayed and converts it into power. Function increases all attributes of the wearer by 3 times. Triple, everything, strength, agility, constitution, all of it times 3 from a hat. And then the second function, which was stranger and turned out to be worth more. The holder may see on sight which living creature has been betrayed. This applies to any living being, not only humans. A hat placed upon such a creature subdues it completely. I read that twice. And then I looked at the woman asleep on the bed and worked out why she had not woken up. She had carried it. For hours. She had hooked it in and put it on her raft and sat next to it. And that thing had been quietly drawing on her the entire time. She was not hurt. She was empty. It had taken what it feeds on and she would fill back up. I did not put the hat on. A 3 times multiplier on every stat I own is an enormous amount of power, and I looked straight at it and left it in the ring because I read the first line again. It feeds on humiliation, which means it has to get fed. I do not take deals where the item decides what happens next. Then I took Baogu out to stretch, and he was 2 meters across, and he was a day and a half old. Wei inhaled a field of ice grass, just opened his mouth and took the entire field, And then I did something stupid, which is that I got out Wentao's pistol and asked my one-day-old divine beast whether his shell could take a round. Wei looked at the pistol, then he looked at me. And the look he gave me was so profoundly insulted that I nearly apologized to a turtle. Wei nodded. I shot him. The bullet came off his back with a sound like a coin on a table and left nothing behind. Not a mark, not a scuff. And while I was standing there processing that, an ice rabbit came out of the grass about 10 meters away and ran because of the noise. Bao Gu spat a jet of water at it and pinned it to the ground by its back legs. I walked over, mostly out of curiosity about why a rabbit had been sitting that close to a man with a gun, and the rabbit was kowtowing. An ice rabbit pinned to the ground, bowing its head to me over and over. "All right," I said. "Stop that. I'm not going to kill you. Answer a few questions." It stopped and nodded. I stood there for a second with the realization arriving. "You understand me?" Nod. "What were you doing here?" It lay down and put its head on its paws and closed its eyes. Sleeping. It had been sleeping. 10 meters from a stranger with a firearm on a 5-star island, this rabbit had been having a nap. "Why can you understand me?" It thought about it. Then it picked a blade of ice grass, ate it, and rolled around on the ground, and then got up and patted its own head. I have been on this planet 19 years, and that is the best mime I have ever seen from anything. "You ate something," I said. "Something valuable." Nod. "Where?" It thought hard. Then it shook its head. "Fine," I said. "So you're a rabbit who ate a treasure. Does that make you a treasure rabbit? I wonder how you cook." The rabbit's entire face changed, and it went back to kowtowing at high speed. "I'm joking. I said I'd let you go, and I will. One experiment first." Then I took out the green hat, because I wanted to test the second function, and this was the only living thing available. And I looked at the rabbit. And there was a haze of green sitting right on top of its head. My jaw actually came open. "Do you have a partner at home?" The rabbit, not understanding why this was relevant, nodded. I looked at that rabbit for a long moment. "I have a suggestion for you," I said. "Go home, right now. Go and check on things." And then I told Bao Gu to let it go, and it bowed. And it went home at a speed that made its earlier running look like a stroll. That is the moment I decided the green hat was the funniest item in this ocean, and that I would be keeping it forever. I went back to the bed to check on her. And I opened the channel while I waited. And the channel had gone strange. Everyone was talking about me, which was normal, but sitting in the middle of it was one message from a name I had heard once. Li Guang. "KL, you're the one who killed my brother. I didn't think you could take a man with a desert eagle. Your strength is more than I expected. I hear you're on Extreme Cold Island. I'll be waiting for you, deep inside. I want to twist your head off with my own hands and kick it. Try not to disappoint me. Try to at least reach the middle of the island." I read it twice. And then I answered him. "Because I am not going to be threatened in public on the same day I lost a ship. Then wait for me. Since you're that eager, I'll grant your wish." The channel came apart. There is nothing an audience likes more than two people agreeing to fight. I said Kale wouldn't be scared. I've seen Kale fight. I've never seen Li Guang fight. I'm one of Li Guang's men. I won't explain. Those who know, know. Does this mean there's treasure in there? Wen Tao's pistol came off that island. Anybody want to team up? And in the middle of all that noise, the system spoke. "Shock points have reached 1 million. Maximum multiplier, 1 million. 1 million. I had gone from 100 to 1,000,000 in 3 days, and every single point of it had come from other people being astonished, and I had just picked a public fight with a man who had promised to kick my head across an island. There is a business model in there, and I'm not proud of it. I was still looking at the number when a voice came from behind me, thin and hoarse. "Li Wei, don't leave me." I got to that bed faster than I have ever moved. "I'm not going anywhere." Her eyes opened, and she looked at me. We had been talking for 4 days across an ocean, and I had never seen her face. She looked at me the way you look at something you had decided was not real. "Li Wei," she said, "did you actually come to find me? Am I dreaming?" I remember pulling in the green chest and then falling asleep. "And I dreamed you were leaving." "You're not dreaming. I came. I opened the chest. And you're on an island now." She sat up and put her arms around me and started crying. Properly. All at once into my shoulder, on an island made of ice. I did not know what to do with my hands for a second. "Hey," I said, "we already met. Why are you crying now?" She did not stop for a while. Then she let go and sat back and looked at me with an expression I had never seen on anybody, and her face had gone completely serious. "Now that we've met," she said, "there's something I have to tell you. It's serious." "All right," I said. "I'd like to hear what's more serious than seeing me." She did not laugh. She sat there for 3 full minutes, and I let her. I did not ask again. I did not fill the silence. I sat on the ice and waited because I had spent 4 days working out how to reach exactly this moment, and I was not going to rush it. Then she said it. I'm actually Jin Lee, and she got the rest of it out fast, the way you get bad news out. I'm sorry, I lied to you. If you don't want to see me, I'll go right now. You can keep everything you gave me. And then she looked at the ground, exactly like a kid who has broken something, and I said, I know you're Jin Lee, what about it? I was going to thank you properly for the eggs. How do you even write on a yolk? Her head came up. It was not one thing. It was that they are identical, and they are not the same. The twins look alike down to the voice. But Mei Ling would never have asked me to be careful in that tone. Mei Ling does not defend her sister when nobody has attacked her. Mei Ling panics up, and this one panics down, into practicality. And she is funnier. And she is harder. I had a suspicion by day 3 and I did not want it. And then somebody pressed a character into an egg yolk and sent it across an ocean. And I looked directly at it and talked myself out of it because I did not want to be right. And then I had a full night to sit with it. She was crying again by then, quietly this time. And I had one thing left to say and I wanted to get it in the right order. My sister, she started. I like you, I said. Not the person you were pretending to be. You. And because I am who I am, and because we are both people who have played too many games, I said it in a language we both actually speak. You've played enough of these to know how affection works. Put a number on it. Her and me, we were at about 75. You and me, 4 days, we're at 90 at least. She made a sound that was half laugh and half something else. And I'm still going to find her, I said. That's not off the table. That was never off the table. Once we're out of this beginner sea, it's just a matter of time. And I will put the two of you in a room. I promise you that. She was quiet for a second. Then she said, You knew. When did you know? When you told me your sister was easy to get along with, I said. Nobody defends themselves that hard by accident. And that is how the biggest lie in my ocean ended. Not with a fight. On the ice, with 2 people sitting on a bed. In about 90 seconds. The single most complicated thing that happened to me all week turned out to be simple the moment somebody said it out loud, which I think is true of most things, and is not a lesson I enjoy. We were still sitting there when the rabbit came back. I heard Bao Gu first, and then something moving in the grass, and then an ice rabbit came out of the trees carrying a giant ice radish in both arms, and crying, openly, sobbing in fact, while carrying a vegetable half its own size. Ah, I said. What? Said Jin Lee. I sent it home to check on something. The rabbit put the radish down in front of me and cried harder. Was your partner at home with another rabbit? I asked. The rabbit nodded and completely lost it. And I sat there on a bed of ice on a 5-star island, having just resolved a 4-day identity crisis, comforting a rabbit. Don't be sad, I said. If you haven't got a partner, find another one. And look at yourself. You may have no partner, but you have got an extremely large radish. The rabbit stopped crying, immediately, all at once. It sniffed, looked at the radish, considered the point, and accepted it. I have never, Jin Lee said slowly, seen anybody do that before. I'm good with people. Then the rabbit pushed the radish at me, and I checked it. Ice radish, good grade. Agility, +3, 10 minutes. The rabbit had brought me its best thing. That is what that was. It had gone home, found out its life had fallen apart, and brought a stranger who had once threatened to eat it the single most valuable object it owned, because I had said a kind thing about a vegetable. I gave it back. Keep it. Mine's a different grade. I've got no use for it. Which was true, and was also the wrong thing to say. And I watched a rabbit be deeply insulted. That radish, I found out later, had been stolen out of a guarded field at genuine risk to its life, and I had just told it the gift was beneath me, and I stand by nothing about how I handled that. But it gave me the idea, because it started gesturing, wildly, full body, and I had no idea what it was saying. It's telling you there's a field, said Jin Lee, without looking up. A lot of them, much bigger than that one. It can take you, but there's something dangerous over the field, something that flies. The rabbit nodded so hard it fell over. I turned and looked at her. You understood that. More or less, she said, pleased with herself. It's not hard. It's very expressive. And that is how I acquired a translator, a guide, and the single most emotionally unstable member of my crew, all in one afternoon. We stopped once on the way, because she spotted something I walked straight past, a silver chest covered in snowflakes, sitting in an ice tree. It was the same color as the branch, and I would have gone right under it. I dropped the tree with the axe and went to open it, and the moment I got close, the temperature around it fell off a cliff. Even with the ice cream in me, I felt it in my teeth. A silver chest that defends itself with cold. If an unprepared person had touched, that they would have gone stiff before they got the lid up. 10,000, 120 perfect grade snow beers, a perfect grade snowmobile blueprint, and 100 bags of excellent grade rock sugar. The beer is not a joke item, and I need you to understand that early. Perfect grade snow beer. When opened, snow falls around you. Function, grants brief mastery of the power of ice and snow. Duration, 10 minutes. Note, if you encounter a wild beast, do not be afraid. Drink one and go for it. 10 minutes of ice control per bottle. I had 120 bottles. The snowmobile ran on ice, did 50 kilometers an hour, and did not care about wind. I built it immediately because we had a rabbit that ran faster than I did, and I was tired of jogging behind it. And the rock sugar was rock sugar. Excellent grade, silky, 100 flavors, apple, banana, milk, watermelon, orange, and eating one makes your tongue more agile, whatever that is worth. I gave her all 100 bags. You bought me sugar, she said. I bought you 100 bags of sugar. There's a difference. Then I got on the snowmobile, and she got on behind me and put her arms round my waist, and she asked me, with real concern, how my driving was. My driving's fine, I said. A first time on one of these. But I used to ride shared bikes constantly, so the fundamentals are there. That is true, and I want to defend it. I could ride a bike with one hand, I could ride with no hands. I stopped doing the no hands thing after an incident with a drainage ditch that I do not wish to discuss. She held on tighter, which was the correct response. The rabbit ate its radish, went up like a firework, and led us across the ice at a speed that made me use the brakes more than I would prefer. And every time I braked, I got a very firm reminder that there was somebody behind me. For the record, the ice was uneven, and every one of those stops was necessary. Then the rabbit stopped dead, and I nearly put us both over the handlebars. Ahead, there was a field, and above the field, there was something in the air, an ice sculpture with wings, several meters across, and I mean the wingspan, and it was hovering over a patch of ground where I could see the tops of radishes. The rabbit would not go a step closer. And then, before I could work out an approach, the bird folded up and dropped, and it was not aiming at us. It went for the field. 2 snowballs the size of cars came up off the ground to meet it. It rolled around one. The second hit it, and the ice sculpture staggered in the air and had to beat its wings to shake it off. I turned to see who was throwing. 2 snowmen came up out of the radish field. I sat on a snowmobile on a 5-star island and said a name out loud, because I recognized them. Everybody my age recognizes them. There is a game. It is very old. You have played it, or your cousin has. Then the bird stopped playing and made a spike of ice a meter thick in the air in front of itself, and I stopped being nostalgic. That thing would have gone through a person and into the ground behind them. The 2 snowmen looked at it and did the correct thing, which is that they ran, and I could not have that. 3 arrows. The first one rolled lightning, which, against a body made entirely of ice, is the joke of a lifetime, because ice conducts, and the current went into it and then went everywhere in it at once, and the whole animal locked up. Second, fire, which took hold along a wing and started working. And the third one, I did not put in the bird at all. I put it into the meter-thick ice spike hanging in the air, and it rolled explosion, and a lance the size of a lamppost came apart into snow above a radish field. The 2 snowmen stopped running and turned around very slowly. The bird went down. Not dead. It hit the ground hard enough to shake the field, and then it kept struggling, because things on this island have an unreasonable amount of life in them. The snowmen came over. "Thank you for the help," said the taller one. I looked at them properly. They were exactly what you think. Round on round, coal for eyes, and about my height, and completely serious. "It was nothing," I said. "I'd be satisfied if you answered a few questions." They looked at each other, and I could see them deciding that a man who does that to a flying ice sculpture gets his questions answered. "Ask. Who are you? Why are you here?" Which apparently was not the order of business they expected, because the taller one blinked. "I am Bai Yong. This is my younger brother Feng Li. We come from the Snow Kingdom. We left it to complete a mission. We were passing and saw high-grade ice radish here and thought we would take some. We did not expect that thing." 2 facts in that sentence. Frost 1 and Frost 2. Frost 1 and Frost 2. Those are their actual names, and I want everyone to appreciate that I am not the only person in this world who names things quickly. And Snow Kingdom. There is a country on this island. A kingdom, I said, of snowmen. Mostly, there are some humans. The Snow Kingdom is under the protection of the Snow Goddess. It is ruled by the Snow Queen, the Snow Woman. I asked about a princess. There was no princess. I asked again in 3 different ways, because I have read a great many novels, and I know how these usually go. "We do not have any princesses," said Bai Yong patiently. "Then I won't be visiting the Snow Kingdom." The pain in my lower back arrived instantly. Jin Li has strong hands. "I'm joking," I said. "It's how it goes in films." "Am I not enough for you?" she said, in a voice that had a whole future in it. "You're plenty." I moved on quickly and took out one of the blue coins. "Do you know this?" Both snowmen went still. "That is an ocean coin," said Bai Yong. "You can buy anything with it. Any creature in this world will trade for it. It is the universal currency of the entire ocean world. In the Snow Kingdom, 1 ocean coin exchanges for 1,000 snow coins." I did the arithmetic in my head and had to keep my face flat. I had 10,000 of them. That is 10 million snow coins in a kingdom I had not visited, in a world where every other human alive was still paying for bread with sticks. I've decided to visit the Snow Kingdom, I said. Give me your pass. Ba Yong handed over 2 passes without arguing, which told me something. They had been planning to invite me. They had wanted a man who could kill that bird to walk through their front door, from about the 3rd second of the conversation. Their kingdom was in trouble. I did not know that yet, but they did, and they were fishing. Then I finished the ice bird with the axe. Defeated excellent grade giant ice sculpture. 10,000-fold reward. 10. Epic grade frost bows. 100,000. Excellent grade frost arrows. 10,000. Ocean coins. 10 bows. I handed one to Jin Li. You learned archery, I said. You and your sister did taekwondo, sanda, and archery. You were the 2 most alarming girls in that school. She took it and read the description and tried to hand it back. I only know a little, wasting an epic bow on me. I put 100,000 arrows on the ground in front of her. It made a pile. Shoot however you want, I said. Do not think about waste. Think about the fact that everything we meet from here is going to be worse than the last thing, and I need you able to look after yourself. Because if you can't, I'm going to be looking at you instead of at the thing trying to kill us both. She went quiet, and then she said, I'll get strong. I'm not going to hold you back. And when I find another skill book, I'll hand it over, I said. That's how I learned. I never touched a bow in my life. Don't put pressure on yourself. Take your time. That was the truth, and it did not help, because that girl started practicing every single time we stopped moving after that. Then I dug up the radish field. The radishes were in rings, and the deeper into the pattern you went, the bigger they got. And in the very center there was one a meter thick that would not move. I dug around it with the epic spear, and the ground got harder the deeper I went, which is not how ground works. I had a spear that goes through metal like mud, and it was struggling. So I took out the Farsight talisman, because that is what it is for, and I looked down through the ice soil. 2 meters under that radish, there was a silver chest, buried, encased, sitting exactly in the middle of the ring, which meant the field was not a coincidence, which meant those radishes were growing in a circle around it for a reason. Nobody in this world would ever have found that. You would have to know it was there. It took me a long time to get it out, and then the ice around it turned out to be so cold that even my hands in ice cream and epic clothing went numb the second I touched it. That is what the snow beer was for. I went through 6 bottles. 6. Each one gives you 10 minutes of ice control, and each one bought me enough resistance to keep cutting. And with the 6th one, because it makes snow fall around you for 10 minutes, I did something. She was standing well back, watching me hack at a block of ice, and it had started snowing over the whole clearing, and she said, I did wonder why it started snowing while we were pulling up radishes. Look up, I said. I had spent about 4 minutes of ice control on it while cutting, which is a very stupid use of a resource, and I would do it again. Above us, in the falling snow, there was a heart, a big one, hanging in the air over the field, holding its shape. And inside the heart, in snow, was one character, Wei. You sent me an egg, I said. I'm sending you snow. Do you like it? She did not say anything for a second. Then she said, I like it. And her voice came apart in the middle of it. I got the chest open eventually, and when I did, a wave of cold came out of it and turned me into a statue for about 4 seconds, and I heard her running. I'm not hurt, I said through ice. Don't come near. Watch. The ice cracked off me, and I stood there and grinned at a box. 10,000. A Grandmaster's Swordsmanship skill book. 20,000 ocean coins. 1,000 perfect grade ice radish seeds. And a mythical grade profound ice peng blueprint. Mythical, 1 millennium profound ice. 100 century ice. 1 million ice blocks. 10 days. Description. When used, it releases frost power, splitting an enemy in 2 and leaving 2 ice sculptures. Within a certain range, you may turn the surrounding area into a snowscape and suppress your enemies with cold. The colder the environment, the more powerful the blade. The colder the environment. I was standing on an island where everything is made of ice, but the materials were the problem. Wood I have, scrap I have. Millennium profound ice. I had never heard of in my life, and the blueprint wanted 1 piece of it, plus 100 pieces of 100-year ice, plus 1,000,000 ordinary blocks. I learned the swordsmanship book on the spot, because that at least was free. White light, into the head, 3 minutes, and when I opened my eyes, I knew every knife there is. Broadswords, daggers, heavy blades, curved, crescent, throwing. I have never in my life held a knife for anything but dumplings. Then I pulled the giant radish. Excellent grade ice radish. 10,000-fold reward. 100 perfect grade ice radishes. Permanently increases your agility. Agility. +3. Permanent once per person. temporary thereafter, with gradual gains from long-term use. Permanent agility, off a vegetable, 100 of them. I ate one, gave one to her, and then I threw a perfect grade giant radish the size of a barrel to Bao Gu. Because here is the one flaw in a divine beast. In water, he is a torpedo. On land, he moves like a rumor, and I intended to be on land quite a lot. Wei ate the whole thing in about 4 seconds and then looked at me for more. The rabbit watched this with an expression of enormous betrayal because it had been eating a small radish, and then everybody around it started eating radishes 5 times its own body size. It came and stood in front of me and gestured. "It says it wants a big one," said Jin Li without looking up from her bow. "You're too small," I said. "The attributes on these are too much for you. Leave them to us. We can handle them." The rabbit's whole body slumped. I let that sit for exactly 2 seconds and then dropped a perfect grade radish the size of a filing cabinet in front of it. "I'm joking. You brought us here. That's your cut. Do work for me and you get paid, every time." It ate the entire thing. All of it. A radish 5 times its own volume, gone in about 11 minutes. And then it sat down and patted its stomach, and I decided not to ask any follow-up questions about rabbit anatomy. Then Peng messaged me, and I nearly drove the snowmobile into a tree. "Kale, I found a flying treasure chest," which is a sentence. It was a silver chest in an ice tree. I'm good at climbing, so I went up. When I got near it, it started putting out 7-colored light, and then it flew away. 7 colors. I had seen 7-colored light exactly once, coming up out of the deep with a queen inside it. I panicked and threw my hook at it, and I hit it, he went on. So it took me with it, for several hours. It's finally stopped in a tree, but I daren't get closer in case it goes again. Where are you? That's the other thing. There are 2 ice bears at the bottom of my tree. The rabbit, when it heard the word bears, tried to leave. You know them, I said. It nodded miserably and then gestured for a while. It says it led us in the direction the bears live, Jin Li translated. The escape it mentioned earlier, the time it ran through somewhere extremely cold, that was it being chased by those 2 bears. That's the only reason they gave up. She paused. It also says, and this is a direct quote, that all it did was take a bit of honey from that big idiot, and they chased it this far, and they are very petty. I looked at the rabbit. So, the radish was stolen, and the honey was stolen. The rabbit shook its head very fast. And that, I said, is why you don't sleep at home. We found the bears in a hollow ice tree with the door shut. I looked through the door with a farsight talisman and saw 2 ice bears crouched in the back corner with their paws over their heads. I knocked. "I know you're in there. Open up or I open it." Nothing. I took out the sky-opening axe. 3 seconds, the door opened. "Don't cut. It's open." The bigger one came out, and the first thing he said to me was, "You're not dead. Didn't the Icefield wolf kill you?" Which was, as an opener, unfortunate. The axe started growing in my hand. "Hu Feng," he said quickly over his shoulder, "get all the honey, now." The little one made a noise like a child being asked to share and went to fetch it. And Xiangqi explained, fast, in the manner of a bear who has done the maths. It wasn't a curse. The Icefield wolf is extremely powerful. If it wanted to kill us too, it could do it with 1 bite. It is very fast and its body temperature is very low. If we so much as touch one, we freeze. And they are social animals. One is terrifying. A pack is worse. My whole attitude changed on the word pack. Because a creature that cold, in a place where the blade I wanted needed the coldest ice in the world, was not a threat. It was a supplier. "Do you know where they live?" Xiangqi's face fell off. "You want to go and find them?" Hu Feng came back at that moment with the honey. It was a small bowl. I looked at the small bowl, then I looked at Xiangqi. "Is this begging?" "We just finished the rest," he said. "We're going out for more. We've located several hives." I had been looking through their floor with the farsight talisman for about 90 seconds by then. "So, all your honey is in this hollow," I said. "Yes." I cut the floor open with the axe. There were 6 jars under the ice. Hu Feng lay down on the ground and started wailing about where his honey had gone, while I put every jar into the ring. "You said 1 bowl," I said to Xiangqi, who had gone very quiet. "Is this underground honey somebody else's?" I left them a stack of ice radishes because I am not a monster, and I made them lead me to the wolves. An hour later, Xiangqi stopped at the edge of a plain of ice grass 1 meter deep and refused to go further. "That's where they range. You have felt the temperature drop. I can take you no further. There are dozens of them out there, and there is said to be a very large one, an Icefield wolf king." I let him go, and he went so fast he left a trail. Then the world spoke again. World announcement. Due to the overall strength of survivors across the server, reaching a certain level, the talent system has been officially activated. Any survivor may acquire a talent, and there is a possibility of acquiring any talent. Condition for acquisition: self-exploration, talent levels, F, E, D, C, BASSSSSS types, elemental, physical, mental, special, 3 times worldwide. And the channel, within about 90 seconds, became the funniest thing I have read in my life. The talent system is finally here. I don't need much, and SSS will do. I got robbed. I was drinking purified water when mine woke up, and I awakened seawater purification. I own a purifier. Mine's E grade. It's fine. It's honestly fine. Mine copies any item below perfect grade. The cost is 10 years of lifespan per use. 10 years. 10 years. I would rather die than use that. I went through about 200 of them, and the highest anybody had was an E. Out of hundreds of thousands of players in this C, fewer than 200 had woken anything at all, and not one of them was above E. I checked my own panel, talent none, which was fine because I have a machine in my head and I do not need a second one. But I did note that I was standing in a world that had just started handing out superpowers and had skipped me, and then, standing on the edge of a wolf plain, Jin Li said, "Li Wei, I've awakened a talent. It's S grade." I turned around so fast I nearly fell off the snowmobile. S? Because I had just spent 10 minutes reading 200 people compare notes about how badly they had been robbed, and not one of them had touched D, and this girl had opened her eyes and pulled an S. "What is it?" "Wishes come true," she said, and she was glowing about it. "Within my own capacity, nothing far beyond me. Each use burns my energy, and too much has consequences, so it isn't something to use casually. Test it." She thought about it, closed her eyes, and said, "I wish for a small animal to appear in front of me and faint." I would like to note that this is the least ambitious wish ever made by a person holding an S-grade talent, and I said so with my face. We waited 10 seconds. Nothing. Her face fell. So I kicked the rabbit, not hard, a nudge. And the rabbit, who had been standing there all afternoon watching everything I did and had learned exactly what kind of employer it had, understood immediately, hopped in front of her, and collapsed dramatically on the ice. "There," I said. "Wish granted." "That rabbit," she said, "is going to grow up to be a criminal." And then something came out of the bushes at speed and hit an ice tree head first and dropped unconscious in front of her. A second ice rabbit. We both looked at it, then at each other, then at the rabbit we already had, which was also looking at it. "It works," she said. "It works," I agreed. It worked. She had asked the world for a small animal to appear and faint, and the world had gone and found her one and knocked it out. She was so happy about that. It mattered later. "Can you wish for your sister to be standing here?" I asked. Her face changed. "I tried already," she said. "There isn't enough energy in me for that. Not yet. There will be." "Then don't use it," I said. "Not for anything. Keep it for an emergency and only for yourself. With me here, you don't need to spend anything on me. Understood?" "Understood," she said. She was lying, and I did not know it, and she had already worked out what she was going to spend it on. There was a part of that talent she did not tell me about that day. A wish inside her capacity costs her energy and a headache. A wish beyond her capacity is paid for out of her body, or her feelings, or her life. And there are people who have spent all three to make one large wish. She had already decided that if I was ever about to die, she would spend whatever it took, and she did not tell me, because she knew I would refuse. And she was right. Then the first wolf howled and we stopped talking about talents. 5 of them came out of the grass at once, and they were 2 to 3 meters at the shoulder, and the temperature around them was so low that the ice grass they passed over went brittle and shattered. I put a dozen arrows up in 3 seconds and the sky went colorful. They dodge most of them. Wolves that fast do not get hit by things they can see coming. But a few landed, and the ones that landed slowed down, and one very unlucky animal took a fire arrow to the head and spent the rest of the fight rolling on the ground. Then they were on us, and they went for the turtle. Bao Gu put his shield up. It came off his back as a clear dome and closed over all 3 of us, and 5 wolves hit it at once, and the whole dome rang. Jin Li went white. I saw her look at her own hands, and I saw exactly what she was thinking about spending. "Don't," I said. "Do not even consider it. I told you. Leave these to me. Today I'll show you what I can do." And then, because I could not help myself, "I'll show you how big I can get." Then I ate a banana and went off the shell. From the outside, I am told, it looks like this. There is a man. The man jumps. And then a large amount of the man arrives on the ground. 18 meters, on ice, with an axe the size of a car. Those wolves had been 2.5 meters tall and extremely confident about it, and now they could not reach my knee. They froze. All 5. There is a specific moment where an animal's model of the world stops working, and you can see it happen. I did not waste it. 4 minutes, and there were 4 dead wolves on the ice, and 1 had run. I could have caught the 5th. I chose not to leave her alone on a plain with a turtle and a rabbit while I went hunting, and if you think that is soft, you have never stood on an ice field listening to wolves. Then I collected the drops. Gained 38-year frost ice. Ocean coins +1. Thousandfold reward. Gained 38,000-year ice. Ocean coins +1,000. Gained 52-year frost. Thousandfold 520-year frost. 100 pieces. Gained 69-year frost. 10,000-fold. 690,000-year ice. I stood there at 18 meters and read that last line about 4 times. The blueprint wanted 1 piece of 1,000-year ice. I was holding hundreds of thousands of years of it. I fed most of it to Bao Gu because he wanted it, and because I had a suspicion about what it would do to him. And I was right, and we will get to that. But the actual Millennium Profound Ice was not in any of them, which meant it was where the king was. 10 minutes later, I could see him, 10 meters tall, a dozen wolves around him, 3 and 4 meters each, which put them in the range of the pack that had just tried to kill us, and they were his escort. Behind him there was a spring in the ice, water that was not frozen, which in an environment like that is not a warm thing, it is the opposite. And in the middle of the spring, putting out cold like a lamp puts out light, was a block of ice, Millennium Profound Ice. And in the spring, swimming around it, playing, was a wolf cub. 2 meters at the shoulder, which for a cub tells you what the family is like. Its ice looked harder than the others, denser, and it kept one eye on us the whole time while pretending not to. Also sitting on the ice next to the spring, quietly, was a silver chest putting out 7-colored light. The one that had taken Peng on a tour of the island had come home to a wolf king's front garden. The king roared and the dozen came at us. I went off Bao Gu's back and grew on the way down and hit the ice as 18 meters of man with an 8-meter axe. One swing took a wolf out of existence, and then the king opened its mouth and breathed at me. I need to explain what came out, because I have thought about it since and it still bothers me. It was not fire, it was the opposite of fire. It was a column of white that made the air in front of it stop existing, and the ice under it went darker and harder, and the temperature it carried was somewhere past 100 below. I was 18 meters tall and wearing armor and full of ice cream, and I would have been a statue. Bao Gu drank it. Wei opened his mouth and took the entire stream and swallowed it, and then he burped and a small puff of cold came out. I have never loved anything as much as I loved that turtle in that second. The king could not process it either. You could see the animal's whole strategy stop working in front of it. Then it came at me directly. I had eaten radishes all afternoon, and my agility was somewhere no human has been, and it still opened 4 lines across my arm before I could move. There was no blood. It froze on the way out. And the cold went into the wound and up the arm and into my chest, and I have never felt anything like that, and I never want to again. But while it was doing that, I had the axe in the other hand. It went into its back and half the head buried itself, and a white fluid came out of the cut, and the king made a sound that stopped everything on that plain. The cub came out of the spring at a dead run. The king roared once, and the cub stopped dead in the grass. Then the fight went the only way it could, because Bao Gu kept eating everything it breathed, and I kept cutting, and after a while there were more axe marks on it than there was king, and it went down. The cub came apart. It ran to its father and stood over him and would not stop barking. I raised the axe. There is no version of this where I let a 10-meter wolf get back up. And the cub jumped in front of the blade. 2 meters of animal standing in the path of an 8-meter axe held by an 18-meter man, which is not bravery, that is just arithmetic that a child does not know how to do yet. And then I saw something in the king's eyes that stopped my arm. Its whole body started giving off white light, and the light came off it and went into the cub. All of it, everything the animal had, and I stood there and watched. 3 minutes. At the end of it, there was no king, and the cub was 3 meters at the shoulder. I still could not let it walk away. Its father was dead because of me. You do not leave that behind you on an island you intend to cross. I raised the axe again. Icefield Wolf King, childhood, wishes to acknowledge you as its master. Do you agree? I stood there with an axe over my head and read that message about 6 times. Its father had died in front of it 4 minutes ago, at my hand, and it wanted to be mine. At the time I thought that was cold-blooded. I have since changed my mind. That animal had just inherited everything its father had, and the first decision it made with all of it was to look at the thing that had killed the strongest creature it had ever known, and choose to be on that side of it. That is not betrayal. That is a 2-year-old wolf doing the only sane thing available on a plain full of predators. I agree. White light, and the axe came down beside it instead of on it, and I had a wolf. I shrank back to human size and got on it. It is completely different from riding a turtle. That is all I will say. A turtle is a table. A wolf is a wolf. I rode it over to her. That's sorted, I said. It's mine now. She had not caught up. You fought a 10-meter wolf king 4 minutes ago, and now you have a small one. I'm good with animals. Then I named it, obviously. Arctic. That took you 5 seconds, she said. That's the skill. Then I emptied the spring. Bao Gu drank the entire thing. All of it in about 3 minutes, 100 degrees below zero in one long pull, and afterward he started giving off cold on his own, and his shell had gone darker. Wei was turning into something else. I could see it happening. And in the bottom of the empty spring sat the Millennium Profound Ice. I got a bottle of snow beer into me and reached for it. The instant my hand touched it, the frost ran up my arm and started spreading over my chest. Bao Gu breathed on me to counteract it, which is a strange sentence. I got it into the ring before I lost the arm. Gained 1,000-year Profound Ice. 10,000-fold reward. Gained 10 million year Profound Ice. 10 million years. The blueprint asked for 1,000. I opened the crafting station with my hands shaking and put in 10 million year ice and 100 pieces of 100,000 year ice and 1,000,000 ordinary blocks, and I hit build. Mythical grade. Profound Ice Blade. Manufacturing time has been extended. The materials provided are of excessively high grade. Manufacturing time, 15 days. 15. The blueprint said 10. I had made it better, and it had punished me by half. And I had 14 days of accelerator in my pocket. 14. Not 15. I had spent 3 days buying every scrap of time in the ocean off people who thought it was junk. And I was 24 hours short. It was not disappointment. It was the specific fury of a man who has done all the work and been beaten by one number. I said several things to the sky. Then I picked up the 7-color chest, which had sat quietly through all of it, and which up close had a rainbow moving over its surface, appearing and going, and I liked it enormously before I even opened it. 10,000. A perfect grade flying talisman with 10 million minutes on it, and a mythical grade 9-colored glazed pagoda. A tower came out of that box and floated. 9 levels, and each level a different color: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and all of them lit at once. The word divine artifact went through my head and would not leave. I reached for it, and it moved out of the way. 9-colored glazed pagoda has sensed too much killing. Intent on your right hand and is unwilling to let you touch it. I stood there being judged by a lamp. So I hooked it, which I felt was within the rules, and the moment I had it, information arrived in my head, and the information said it was a support artifact, and that it would only ever open properly for a woman. I looked at it, and then I looked at Jin Li, and I sent it over. And it did not go to her hand. It went and orbited her, 3 times, slowly, looking. She put her hand out. It landed in her palm and vanished, and a very large amount of something went into her at once, and she went straight down. I caught her about 8 inches off the ice. Li, answer me. What did that thing do to you? And then the sky went black. Not dark. Black. Cloud came together over that ice plane out of nothing in about 4 seconds and started stacking, and I could see the light building inside it. I have read a great many novels, and I knew exactly what I was looking at, and I did not enjoy being right. Lightning tribulation. A divine artifact appears in the world, and the sky comes to have a look, and if the artifact cannot take it, there is no artifact. I had nothing that could take it. Not one thing. I looked at Bao Gu, and Bao Gu, who was 1 day old, looked back at me and shook his head. And I have never seen an animal apologize before. I know, I said. Get in front anyway. You're the hardest thing here. And then Jin Li's body lit up. 9 colors running over her for exactly 9 seconds. And the sky went away. All of it. The cloud came apart, and the light went out, and the plane was quiet, and it was as though nothing had ever gathered up there. Li Wei, she said in my arms. How did I get down here? I sat there holding her and could not answer immediately. Then she got it, all at once, and her face went from confusion to shock to something I would describe as unbearably pleased. It's mythical grade, she said. It's recognized me as its master. That was the binding, and my head couldn't take it, so I went out. Then, immediately, guilty. This is yours. You opened it. I'm sorry, I'll give it back. You'll do no such thing. It went round you 3 times and picked you. Also, it refused my hand personally. What am I going to do? Argue with a tower? She showed me the description, and this is when I understood what had happened to the sky. 9-colored glazed pagoda. Rank, mythical, sealed. 1 of 9. Space, first floor, white. Function. This artifact provides support. Each color corresponds to 1 function. 9 colors, 9 functions. White, healing. Note: due to the master's weakness. It is currently sealing itself to avoid the tribulation. The tribulation will return once the master is strong enough to break the seal. 8 of the 9 colors had gone dark. Only the white was lit faintly. It had not survived the tribulation. It had hidden from it, and it had written down, in its own description, that the sky is coming back. So, we didn't escape it, I said. We postponed it. We postponed it, she agreed. Fine, that gives us time to prepare. Now heal my arm, because I would like to stop losing feeling in it. She went a bit pink and said, if you see something in a minute, you're not allowed to comment on it. Which is how I found out that the healing function of a mythical grade divine artifact produces in the palm of the user's hand small round white buns. Steamed buns. I ate 3, and the 4 frozen lines that a wolf king had put through my arm closed and went away while I watched. Your buns are extremely effective, I said. Don't call them that. That's what they are. They are healing buns, and you will call them that, or I will stop making them. I got 2 more out of her before that policy came into force. Then I took out the flying talisman. Perfect grade. 10 million minutes. You may fly freely. The heavier you are, the faster you fly, and the faster you fly, the more time it costs. Maximum speed, 50 kilometers per hour. 50. Which, after a 100-kilometer ship, was insulting. But I put my arm round her, and we went up anyway, because it is flying, and if you would not do that, I do not want to know you. And from about 200 meters, I saw it. There was a mountain in the middle of that island, and a column of white light was coming out of the top of it, straight up, thick as a building. I got the telescope on it, and then I got the Farsight talisman on it, and one thing changed our plans. The mountain was hollow. We went down and rode Arctic there, because arriving by air is a way of announcing yourself. And I had made enough announcements that week. There were footprints on the lower slopes. Human ones. A lot of them, and animal tracks with them, and no people anywhere, which meant everyone who had made those tracks was already inside. At the top, there was a hole. Not a crater. A hole going straight down into the dark, and the telescope showed me nothing at all, which for a legendary lens is its own kind of answer. I stood on the edge of it for a while. Do we go down? She said. I don't know how deep it is. I don't know what's at the bottom. Everyone who came up here is already in there, and none of them have come out. I'll follow you either way. So I did the sensible thing. I did not jump. I put the flying talisman on Bao Gu, who is now 4 meters across, and had him lift, and we got inside his shield, and I told him to go down slowly. We went into a black hole in the top of a mountain, inside a dome carried by a divine beast, which is a reasonable way to enter a room. The dark lasted about a second and a half. Then, everything went white. We came out the other side into an enormous open space, and it was not a cave. It was a landscape. Ice, snow, sky of some kind, and it went on. And there were people in it. Bai Yong and Fang Li standing on their own. A dozen or so men around one very large snow mastiff with a rider on it. And, separately, one man on his own, with an enormous iron ruler across his back. 4 groups, all of them looking at each other, none of them moving, and in the middle of all of it, an ice sea. Actual water, unfrozen, with an iceberg standing out of the middle of it. And on the top of that iceberg, there was a flower, white, alone, growing on an iceberg in a hole in a mountain. Bai Yong came over the moment he saw me, and he could not hide how pleased he was. What are you doing here? You said you were going to the Snow Kingdom. I saw the light from outside. Is this your mission? Wei gave me a look that was mostly apology. That is the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Yes. It is the only reason we left home, but the situation here has become complicated, and it will be very difficult for the 2 of us to take it. I looked at the 2 rival groups. Who are they? The one with the fire was here first. When we appeared, he attacked us. We could use potions, so we survived. Then the one on the Mastiff arrived with all those men, and attacked us as well, and the fire one stopped attacking us to watch him. Now the 3 of us have not moved for an hour. 1 man who commands fire, 1 man who commands ice. Both of them talents, obviously, and both of them awakened. I asked what the flower does, and Bai Yong's face closed up. I cannot tell you, not here. If it goes wrong, we become the criminals of our own kingdom. Take the lotus, come to the Snow Kingdom, and I will tell you everything. Then, because he could see me weighing it, he played his card. And if you obtain it, we can grant you access to the Snow God Temple. You would meet the Snow Goddess. Fine, I said. I'll try. If I get it, it's yours. You keep your side. Bai Yong let a lot of air out. That was the moment the rider came over. What are you all talking about? You're not plotting against us, are you? You look human. How does a human know a snowman? And I recognized the voice instantly. Because I had heard it 2 hours earlier, in the World Channel, telling 100 million people that he was going to twist my head off and kick it. Li Guang, Wei did not recognize me. Wei had never seen my face. All he knew was that Kale had entered this island with a woman, and here was a man with a woman and a turtle and a rabbit, and I watched him look at the pieces and decide to be careful instead of certain, which suited me perfectly, because with 4 groups in a room, the first person to swing is the one who gets eaten by the other 3. I met them on my way in, I said. That's all, and you are? Call me Steelhand, he said, which is a fake name and a bad one, and I decided to let him have it. I'm Zhou Ming, I said, and I was about to commit to that when the 3rd one spoke up from across the ice. I never expected to run into the famous Kale here. I looked over. A young man with an iron ruler across his back and a ring on his finger, and something about him that felt familiar in a way I could not place until I did place it, and then I had to work very hard not to laugh. I am Cole, I said. And you are? Feng Bao. I have read a lot of novels, a very great deal, a young man, named that, who fights with a heavy ruler on his back, and who was wearing a ring. I looked at the ring, and I thought, there is an old man living in that. I came here by accident, I said. But seeing something like that on an iceberg, I'm not going to just leave. I want the lotus. I assume you all do. Let's see who's capable. That's fair, said Feng Bao, smiling. There's one flower. First to reach it and take it owns it. No robbery afterward. Agreed? Wei said that to the whole room, loudly, on purpose. Li Guang, who had a dozen men and a giant mastiff, agreed instantly because he liked his odds. I agreed instantly because I had a turtle. And Feng Bao agreed because his target was never the flower, which I did not know yet. Then can I start? I said. You've all been standing here an hour. Are you waiting for me? Bai Yong winced. I forgot to warn you. To reach the iceberg, you cross the ice sea. There are things under it. Ice sharks. If anyone appears on that water, they come up from below. A great many people have died there. Several of my brothers, said Li Guang mournfully, died in that water an hour ago. I can't let it be for nothing. Wei had watched them die from the shore. I could hear it in the way he said it. I got back on Bao Gu. Wait, said Bai Yong, hurrying. We haven't got on the turtle. Find your own way, I said. If you can't manage that, go home. And I went out onto the ice sea. 4 groups stood on the shore and watched. A shark came up under us in the first 30 meters, and I did not have to do anything at all. The water under Bao Gu froze. Instantly, out to about 10 meters in every direction, and the shark froze in it, mid-strike, like a thing in a paperweight. The shore made a noise. Am I seeing that? The ice shark is frozen. How cold would that have to be? I heard Feng Bao's voice, quiet, from a long way behind. Even my flames wouldn't survive that. Feng Bao went in second. Wei put a boat on the water and pushed it with fire and got about a third of the way before a shark came for him, and he did the thing that made me decide he was worth remembering. Wei pulled the ruler off his back, put fire down it until it was a burning length of iron, hit the shark in the head with it, and then, when the shark got angry instead of dying, he jumped in after it, into ice water, to fight a shark, on purpose. Wei came up alone about 40 seconds later. I made a note. If I ever build something, that one goes on the list. Li Guang went third, on an ice ship, with one of his men on board whose talent was acceleration. And about 100 meters out, when a shark came for them, Li Guang told the man to push harder, and then told him that if the shark caught up, he would be abandoning him. The man stopped pushing and tried to turn the boat around, and Li Guang said, and I heard this from a long way off across flat ice, "You think you can outrun a shark? Blame yourself for finding that treasure with me." The shark took the boat, and Li Guang went up into the air. Armor came out of nowhere and closed over him, ice from head to foot, and he hung there for a second and then flew. I had my answer about why he thought he could threaten me, but I also watched his face while he did it, and I know what that face means. It means it costs. Wei passed me in the air. Wei actually slowed down to do it. "Your turtle's slow," he said, smiling. "I'll go ahead. The lotus is mine." "Sure," I said. "If you can take it, it's yours." Then I let him get 100 meters clear, because I have played a great many games, and there is one rule that has never once failed me. When there is a treasure on a hill, and somebody is willing to go first, you let them. Li Guang's feet touched the iceberg, and the iceberg reacted. Ice came up his legs and locked. Wei burned it off with the armor, and while he was doing that, the whole surface of that berg started to move. Snow gathered, and something else gathered with it, something that looked like flame and was made out of ice, white fire crawling up out of the mountain. The two of them wound together into a spiral and stood up. 7 meters of ice fire giant. It went straight at him and threw a fistful of burning ice balls, and he threw himself sideways, and where each one landed, it detonated and then kept burning afterward on a mountain made of ice. Wei was very good at not being hit. I will give him that. Then Bao Gu's feet touched the berg, and 4 spirals started forming at once. I sat on that shell watching 4 separate ice fire giants stand up around me, and I did the arithmetic and did not enjoy it. Li Guang got one. Wei came alone. I had a woman, a turtle, and a rabbit with me. 1 per creature that lands. "Hold the shield," I said. 4 giants threw at once. Somewhere around 100 burning ice balls in the air at the same time, all of them coming down on one dome, and there was no dodging that and no room to try. They hit. The noise went on for a while. And when the snow cleared, Bao Gu was still walking forward at the same speed, and the shield had not so much as rippled. I heard Li Guang from 100 meters away say the words, "How is this possible?" And then, because he had stopped watching where he was going in order to watch me, he took one in the chest and went several meters backward across the ice. I nearly felt sorry for him for a second. Then I got up and did some work. The giants would not leave us alone, so I put a legendary arrow into the head of one, and it rolled explosion, and a hole opened in 7 meters of ice and flame, and on the shore several people made a noise I could hear across the water. That is when I noticed that Feng Bao was not going for the flower. Wei had reached the berg, spawned his own giant, avoided it entirely, and was now running around the mountain in a circle looking at the ground. And then he stopped, took the ruler off his back, and started digging. My exact thought was, he is robbing a grave. Then I turned the Farsight talisman on the mountain under his feet. The ice went transparent, layer by layer, and I looked all the way down. There was a chamber under that iceberg, and directly beneath the roots of the flower, there was a flame. White. Shaped exactly like fire, moving exactly like fire, and made entirely of ice. That is what he came for. Not the lotus. The thing under the lotus. I found out afterward what it was worth to him. His talent is fire, and it grows by absorbing special flames, and that one was the only special flame in this entire beginner sea. If he got it, he went from where he was to somewhere very different. If he missed it, he had to leave the sea to find another, which is why he had gotten here an hour before everybody else, and then stood on a shore doing nothing while 3 groups stared at each other. Fine. Now I wanted both. I told Baogu to move and threw him a radish, and we started closing on the flower, and about halfway there, we caught up with Li Guang, who was not doing well. Wei was taking hits now, one after another, and each one cost him something, and I could see him counting. Wei looked up at me as we went past. "Kale," he said, and his voice had gone thin. "I can't hold on. Let me on the turtle. I'm giving up the flower. I mean it." I did not stop. I had watched that man tell his own crewman he would be left to the sharks and then watch it happen. There is no version of that where I open a door for him. Then he tried the other thing. "I'll give you the ice armor, all of it, as proof. Just save my life." And then quickly, "And if I'm going to die anyway, I'll detonate it." I stopped the turtle, because I did not know whether that was true, and a mythical-looking piece of gear self-destructing 40 meters from me was not a thing I wanted to research live. Wei was lying about being willing to die. Wei would never have used it. That armor runs on his lifespan, and blowing it would have taken every year he had. And a man who lets a friend drown to buy himself 30 seconds is not a man who spends his whole life on spite, but he was not lying about the function. "Hand it over," I said. "You can have safety. You cannot have my turtle." Wei frowned, and I watched him work out that if he was not inside the shield, he could not reach me, and I watched him arrive at the plan. "Then open the shield," he said, all smiles, "so I can pass it in. Otherwise I take the armor off and I've got nothing." "Stand at the edge," I said. "I'll open it, throw it in, and stop worrying about your giant." Then Baogu breathed on it, and the 7-meter icefire giant that had been hunting Li Guang for 10 minutes slowed to a crawl with frost crawling over it. Wei watched that happen. Something in his face changed and did not change back. "You truly live up to the name," he said. "Here, it's a fitting match for a hero." Wei walked to the edge of the shield and pretended to take the armor off, and the instant the dome opened, he turned into a streak of white and went for the gap, and his head hit the shield, because I had closed it a half-second early. Wei sat down on the ice holding his skull. "I asked for the armor," I said. "Why are you coming in? You weren't going to kill me, were you?" Wei recovered fast. That is the thing about him. He was genuinely quick. "You've misunderstood. 4 giants were coming this way. I panicked. I wanted to be inside your shield. I have no reason to kill you. This is the first time we've met." 3 seconds, I said. "Take it off." 2. "I'll hand it over. Don't do anything." Wei took it off and threw it, and my hook took it out of the air. Acquired 1 piece of the Undying set. Extreme Cold Ice Armor, a set, which I had never seen before. Extreme Cold Ice Armor. Set includes hat, necklace, clothes, armor, pants, ring, gloves, shoes, weapon. With this, you become a king of ice and snow. You may use the power of ice freely and fly freely. Consumption. Using this requires lifespan. The more lifespan consumed, the greater the power released. Collect all 9 pieces to synthesize the Undying set and become an undying being. I read that twice and laughed out loud on an iceberg, because they call it the Undying set and it runs on your life. That is not immortality equipment. That is an engine that burns years, and if you collect all 9, you presumably stop needing to pay. And every single person who ever tried to collect all 9 died halfway. For me, it was different, and this is the part where the whole week finally made sense. I had 189 years in my panel because I had been loud on a leaderboard, which meant I could wear a thing that eats time because I was the only person in this ocean who was earning it. I put it on, and then I froze Li Guang from the feet up, and felt it start and his whole face came apart. "Kyle, what is this? I gave you the armor. Are you going back on your word?" "Let me ask you something," I said, while the ice went up past his waist. "If somebody planned to kill you, what would you do?" Wei talked. Wei was good at it right to the end. Wei said he would give them a chance. Wei said we are all human beings out here, that we should not be killing each other where outsiders can watch, that our real enemies were the snowmen. I let him finish because I wanted to hear all of it. You're very eloquent, I said. No wonder you gathered that many men in 4 days. I'd heard about you, and honestly, you have not disappointed. And then, because he had earned it, I used his name. Isn't that right, Li Guang? I watched him understand. Wei had spent an hour thinking he was the one in the dark. Wei had given himself a false name and enjoyed it. Wei had jumped around in front of a man who had known who he was from the first word he spoke. His face went the color of the mountain. Please, he said, don't. I'll give you everything. My supplies, my mastiff, anything. When you were telling the ocean you'd kick my head across an island, I said, you didn't sound like this. And then, because it was true, and because I wanted it said out loud on that mountain. Go and find your brother. Maybe you can catch up. And if you come back in this world, be a different person, because otherwise, I'll do this again. The ice closed over the top of his head. Feng Bao, 40 meters away, was digging very quickly and very quietly, and not looking up. Kyle, he called, in the voice of a man who has just watched something. My target here isn't the lotus. You go ahead. I won't tell anyone what I saw, and the moment I have what I came for, I'll leave. I know what you came for, I said. The ice fire under the mountain. And I want both. So, whoever gets there, gets there. I have never heard anybody's digging get faster. Then I took the flower. The extreme cold ice armor came on at full, and I felt the exact moment it started eating, which is a strange sensation, and there is no way to describe it except that you can feel the meter running. I got my hand round the stem and put the axe through it. Gained legendary grade Millennium. Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. 10,000-fold reward. 10,000. I had 10,000 of the flower. An entire kingdom had sent 100 people out to find one of. And then, the mountain reacted to losing it. The ice fire that had been sitting quietly under the roots came up the channel the flower had left, and blew out of the top of the berg like a valve opening, and it went everywhere. It did nothing to me. Armor, ice cream, and a divine beast standing next to me. So, I made the hole bigger. I grew the axe and put it straight down through the top of the iceberg, and every swing opened it further, and more of that white fire came up past me, and I kept going until I had cut all the way through. Then I jumped in. The next 4 seconds were the best 4 seconds of my week. I dropped into a chamber under an iceberg and landed directly in the middle of a flame that freezes and burns at the same time, and it came at me from every direction at once and covered me completely, and from the outside, I disappeared. Feng Bao, who had finally tunneled through from the side and was standing about 30 meters away, told me afterward that he thought I was dead. Then it stopped. All of it drew in at once, out of the air, out of the walls, and gathered into my right hand, and folded itself into the shape of a snow lotus sitting on my palm with white fire running through the petals. Epic grade snow. Lotus ice fire. 1,000-fold reward. Mythical grade. Snow lotus ice fire. Born from the ice mountain snow lotus. It carries both frigid and scorching temperatures. With it, you may walk freely in both burning and freezing environments. It may also change your own body temperature from cold to hot. Feng Bao made a sound. I looked over at him, and I did feel something, because that young man had planned this for 2 days, gotten here an hour early, kept his mouth shut through a 4-way standoff, and dug through an iceberg with a stick. You're a bit slow, I said. Wei took it well. Wei took it very well. Wei put both hands up and said, Only those with the ability can hold a treasure. I won't move against you. I'm just hoping you'll treat me kindly. I'm not a murderer, I said. I've been in this ocean 3 days, and I've killed 100 people. All of them started it. I've never gone after a stranger. Then, because I could not resist. And honestly, this is for your own good. There's far too much energy in this thing. You couldn't handle it. Let me handle it. I'm capable. I watched a young man decide not to fight me, physically, in his face. Fine, he said through his teeth. Could I have the roots and leaves of the lotus at least? It would be a shame to come this far and go back with nothing. And I said, you want something, you pay something. What have you got? Wei got very defensive about the ring, which confirmed everything I suspected. And I told him I did not want his ring. Then I took out 1 ice mountain snow lotus and held it up. Bring me something good enough and I'll give you a whole one. Wei did not believe me, so I took out 10. I would like to describe his face, and I cannot, and I have tried. Meeting Kale today, he said when he could speak, has been an education. I am going to make a decision against my master's wishes. I did not say anything about the word master. I am a professional. Wei took out a book. Burning Heaven Art. This is my master's technique, he said. How many lotuses is it worth? I held up 1 finger. 1? That's insulting. 30 at least. This is a supreme fire art. 1, I said. Take it or leave it. And I'm not lowballing you because I have 10,000. I'm offering 1 because I know exactly what one of these is worth. Which was true, and which he did not understand for another day, and which is the only reason I am not embarrassed about that trade. Wei was about to refuse, and then he went completely still, and his eyes moved, and he had a short conversation with somebody who was not in the room. I found out afterward what was said, because he told me later, and the old man in that ring had said this. Take the deal, this person is very strong. Even if I took your body, I might not beat him. I sensed the aura of many powerful weapons on him, and a trace of a divine artifact. And that turtle outside is not a turtle. That is Zhuanwu, one of the 4 divine beasts. Yes, Commander, said Feng Bao out loud, and threw me the book. I threw him a flower. Pleasure doing business, come back anytime. Burning Heaven Art. Grade, excellent, potential for improvement. Category, technique. Learning requirement, mastery of the fire. Attribute. By. Absorbing different special flames, its level and power can be greatly enhanced. I learned it. Red light, into the head, 3 minutes. Congratulations. After absorbing snow, lotus ice fire, Burning Heaven Art has been upgraded from excellent grade to epic grade. The technique eats flames and gets stronger, and I had just fed it one, which meant every special flame in this world had my name on it now. Then I fed Baogu 3 snow lotuses, because I wanted to see what would happen. And he ate all 3, and then went very quiet and very still, and I had to put him away, because whatever was happening to that turtle needed room, which meant we were walking home. I stepped onto the ice sea, and the sea froze under my foot. Then it kept freezing ahead of me, in a strip, laying itself down as fast as I walked, and I went back across that water on a road that built itself 1 step at a time. The ice sharks came up once, felt the ice fire, and left like mice from a cat. Let's go, I said over my shoulder. We're walking. Baogu is upgrading. On the far shore, there were about 20 of Li Guang's men waiting, who had watched the whole thing. They knelt. I did not look at them. Then I turned to the 2 snowmen, and I was not in a good mood, because they had stood on a beach for the entire fight. You 2 just watched then. Were you planning to take the lotus off me afterward? Because I'll tell you now, if what you're offering isn't worth it, I'll destroy the flower before I hand it over for free. Bai Yong did not argue. Wei looked at Feng Li, and Feng Li nodded, and Bai Yong said, We were going to tell you inside the kingdom. We have decided to tell you now, on the way. It is a long story. So we walked, and he told me. And this is the part where the island stopped being a shopping trip. Extreme Cold Island does not only hold ice creatures, he said. There are fire creatures as well. They are led by a fire dragon. It has wanted the Snow Kingdom for as long as anyone remembers. So why hasn't it taken it? Because the Snow Kingdom sits under an ice dome. The dome is the only reason we exist, and the dome runs on energy. Wei kept walking while he said the next part. 1 Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotus powers it for 100 years. It uses very little unless there is fighting. We are not fools. We keep spares. We had 2,000-year lotuses in storage and several 100-year ones, and we cultivate our own. And it is changeover season, and when we went to change it, every single lotus was gone. The stored ones, the cultivated ones. All of them. I stopped walking. And so is the Snow Woman, said Bai Yong. Our queen. She has disappeared. The shape of that took me 4 seconds to see, and I did not like it at all. Every lotus in the kingdom vanishes at exactly the moment the dome needs one, and the only person with the authority to move them vanishes at the same time. That is not a robbery. That is either a betrayal or a hostage situation, and both of those are worse than a dragon. Without the lotus, the dome fails, said Bai Yong. When the dome fails, the dragon comes. And without the queen, we would probably lose that fight even with the dome. Also, only a lotus opens the snow god temple, so we cannot even ask the goddess. How many of you went out to find one? More than 100. And how many came back? Wei did not answer. I looked at the 2 snowmen who had gotten further than anyone else, one of whom had been about to be killed by a flying ice sculpture over a radish field when I happened to be passing. All right, I said, let's walk faster. On the way, Peng messaged me a treasure map fragment, 4 of 5, and he told me casually, as though it were a small thing, that he was inside the Snow Kingdom already, and had been for a while, and that his talent was the reason. Then I got a message from the channel that I have to include, because it is the most useful lie I ever told. The whole ocean had spent the day speculating about my talent level. Li Guang was dead, and everybody knew it, and they had decided that anybody who does that must have awakened something enormous, so I confirmed it. Since everyone's curious, I'll grant your wish. My talent is SSS. It's very hard, honestly. I can't experience the life of an ordinary person anymore. Eating and drinking every day is getting quite boring. The channel stopped for 1 entire beat. Then it detonated, and my shock points went up, and something much more important happened, which is that, from that moment on, I had a cover story. Every impossible thing I ever did again had an explanation, and the explanation was a talent, and the actual machine in my head was safe forever behind it. I had a talent, by the way, talent none. Then we came over a rise, and I saw the Snow Kingdom, and drawn up in front of it, in ranks, in armor, moving in step, were about 1,000 snow warriors, waiting for me. A 3-meter snowman came out of the front of them and walked up and put out a hand. "It is a pleasure. I am Guan Yu." I said several things in my head, and none of them out loud. "General Fan," I said. "You're too kind. It was a small favor." "You are not going to call me General," he said. "You saved this kingdom. My name is Guan Yu. If you don't mind, call me Elder Fang." And then, because I could not stop myself, "Do you happen to own a halberd?" Wei lit up like a child. "You know of it? Did Bai Yong tell you?" "Yes, that is my weapon, but this is a welcome, so I did not bring it." Somewhere in that crowd, incidentally, Peng and He Ming were standing on a wall watching 1,000 soldiers turn out, and I am including what they said because I earned it. "Is that for the Queen coming back?" "That's not a snowman, that's Kale. Do you still think we can be his subordinates?" I went into the palace and put a single 1,000-year lotus on the table, and Guan Yu's hands actually shook. "This will do it," he said. "This solves everything. This buys us 100 years in time to find the Queen." Then, immediately, "We have to act now. The dome has hours. In a fight, it would not last one. You don't want to rest first?" "There is no time to rest." So, we went straight to the Snow God Temple, and outside it, Guan Yu went formal in a way that told me exactly how serious this was. No human has ever entered the Snow God Temple. I do not know whether this will anger the goddess, but we cannot afford to care today. Follow the rules. If you break them, even we cannot guarantee your safety inside. "We're going in, putting the flower down, and coming out," I said. "I've got no interest in breaking anything of yours." I put the lotus in front of the gate, and a door made of ice recognized it and opened. Inside was cold in a different way, a still cold, and a palace made of snow. And before we had taken 6 steps, a voice came out of the air. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Both snowmen went straight down. "Snow Goddess, we are of the Snow Kingdom. The Queen has vanished, and we came to replace the lotus. These 2 humans obtained the 1,000-year lotus for us, and we agreed to let them in. We hope you will not blame us." There was a silence with a lot of weight in it. Then, "I understand. Replace the lotus, and then go and prepare for battle." We all stopped. "Prepare for what?" said Bai Yong. "The fire dragon is coming, and it is bringing the fire creatures. Go and tell your people. The other 2 will stay. I have questions for them." Bai Yong and Feng Li ran, and Jin Li and I stood in a temple of ice with no idea why we had been kept back. Then the air in front of us gathered and became a woman. I will not spend long on this because I got an elbow in the ribs about 4 seconds in, and I deserved it. She was not looking at me. From the moment she formed, she was looking at Jin Li, and she was frowning. "Are you Jin Li?" she said. Both of us went cold at the same time, because nobody in this world knew that name. She had told exactly one person, 3 hours ago, on an ice field. "I am," said Jin Li, and her voice had gone up. "How do you know my name?" "I have never met you," said the Snow Goddess. "But I have met your sister. I have met Mei Ling." She stopped breathing. "You've seen her? Where is she? We've been looking." I cannot say much. This is only one of my avatars, and there are things I am not permitted to say. She paused. "But you may encounter her after you leave this sea area. She is looking for you as well. She told me the 2 of you look exactly alike. Even I could not tell a difference from her description. And that is the moment my promise got paid. I had stood on a raft on the first day and told a woman I would find out what had happened to her sister. It had been an easy thing to say to somebody I could not see. 4 days later, in a temple in a hollow mountain on a 5-star island, a goddess told me she was alive, and where. "Then send her something for me," said Jin Li immediately, and pulled out the salve I had given her days ago. "This. Wei gave it to me. Please, she'll need it out there too." And I took 2 bottles out of the ring and put them in front of a goddess. Because if somebody is going to carry a message to a girl I have not seen in a week, they can carry a parcel. She took them and looked at them, and I watched a goddess be genuinely surprised by skincare. "I will take these to her," she said, "and I will tell her about you. She is in a rather unusual place. Understand this. If you want to see her, become strong, quickly. If you are weak, you will never get the chance. Then, but I have a condition. Name it. Help the Snow Kingdom survive tonight." Her face did not move. "If the kingdom falls, this avatar of mine ends with it. That is a considerable loss to me." "That's not enough of a trade for what you're asking." "No," she agreed. "So, if the kingdom stands, I will give you the way out of this beginner sea. I will tell you how to leave, and beyond that, I will pass my inheritance to Jin Li. We can begin that now. Even if the kingdom falls, at least my inheritance survives." I stood there and did the sum. Proof of life, a location, a way out of the beginner sea, and an inheritance from a goddess for the woman standing next to me. for one night's work. And I should tell you, she said, that I can sense your strength, but this dragon has become far more powerful than it was. It is now among the strongest things in this sea area. I do not know how. The odds are not with us. My answer was not heroic. If I had not needed all four of those things, I would have gotten on a turtle and left. Their kingdom is their kingdom. I promise you, I said. With me here, that dragon does not get one step inside. She looked at me for a while. I hope you can, she said. There is no time. Go out and help. I will pass the inheritance now. Do not let anyone interrupt it. If we are interrupted, Jin Li and I both die. Remember that. Understood. I went out. And outside, the sky over the Snow Kingdom had holes in it. Black holes, 5 meters across, opening in the air, dozens of them, and getting wider. And things were coming out. Flame wolves, fire ravens, burning oxen, fire tigers. Every one of them wrapped in flame, dropping out of holes in the sky onto a country made of ice. And the snow warriors were already fighting and already dying, and every exchange cost bodies on both sides. Guan Yu was on an ice horse at the front, and he was not fighting, which I understood immediately, because there was a flame lion the size of a house watching him and waiting for him to commit. Wei saw me and his whole face changed. You came. Tell me the situation. The dragon is not here yet. We are holding, barely. But they keep coming out of the holes and we cannot keep this up. And something is wrong. Fire creatures are supposed to be weakened in an environment like ours. These are not weakened. They are stronger, and there are large ones. The lion, the wolf, the tiger, all above 3 meters. If those 3 commit, we break. I looked at the holes. Most of them had stopped growing. One had not, and nothing had come out of it yet. And it was still opening. That one was not a door. That one was a garage. Right, I said, and put 9 epic-grade frostbows and a mountain of frost arrows on the snow in front of a general. Wei stared at them. Distribute them, now. Frost arrows on fire creatures. Stop talking and do it. Wei did it in under a minute, which is why he is a general. Then he came back on an ice horse with a halberd in his hand and asked whether I would fight alongside him. I said it was an honor, and I meant it. Then I put Bao Gu in the gap in the dome as a plug, because a divine beast in a doorway is worth a regiment. And that is when the 3 of them arrived. Don't stop us, somebody shouted at the guard line. We know Kale. I turned around, and there was Peng and He Ming, and I do not know what my face did, because He Ming had been on Giant Island, and Giant Island is days away by RAFT. How are you here? He Ming grinned like a man who has been waiting all week to say something. My talent is teleportation. Peng is strength enhancement, and the 4 of us can fuse. You can what? Watch. The 2 of them moved together, and there was a light, and then there was one very large person standing where 2 men had been, and it grinned at me with a face made out of both of them. We're not as big as your 18 meters, it said in 2 voices at once, but it'll do. When all 4 of us fuse, it's better. Call us Fei Ying. And then Fei Ying blinked 40 meters across a battlefield and hit a flame wolf. I stood there for a second and revised my opinion of 4 men I had been refusing to hire for 3 days. Take the wolf, I said. Elder Fang, take the tiger. And the lion's mine. It was bigger than the others, and its fire was a different color, brighter and higher, and where it walked the ice did not melt so much as give up. It left a trench of scorched ground behind it. I went at it on Arctic with ice fire coming off my whole body, and I put 3 cloud-piercing arrows into it on the way in, which did less than I wanted but did the one thing I needed, which was to make it stop looking at Guan Yu and start looking at me. It came. Then Arctic did the thing his father used to do and breathed, and a column of white went out to meet a column of red, and when they hit each other, the shockwave went through the whole battlefield and knocked snow warriors off their feet 100 meters away. And the lion, having sensed that the wolf was the greater danger, stopped watching me, which is exactly what I wanted. I told Arctic, in my head, to give it everything. Wei emptied himself into that stream, and the lion answered with everything it had, and for about 2 seconds the 2 of them were locked together, with every bit of power either of them owned, committed in one direction, and I grew. 18 meters, in the air, with the axe growing in my hand as I came up, and it never saw me because it had a wolf's mouth to worry about. The axe came down, the lion came apart, and the ground under it opened, and a crater appeared where the strongest fire creature on that field had been standing. The whole battlefield stopped. And then, the Snow Kingdom, which had been losing for 20 minutes, made a noise that I could feel in my chest. The flame wolf and the flame tiger both looked at what was left of the lion, and then at me, and then both of them turned around and ran, abandoning the fights they were in. I sent Arctic after the wolf. I took the tiger myself. 12 seconds, 3 leaders dead, and a field full of fire creatures that suddenly did not want to be there. I was about to go into the middle of them and finish it, when a fireball came out of the last hole and made a crater where I had been standing. It looked like a meteorite strike. It looked exactly like a meteorite strike, and then a head came out of the sky. I heard Guan Yu shouting from a long way off. KL, be careful. It is bigger than before. It used to be at the peak of excellent grade. It has reached perfect grade. Perfect. The Icefield Wolf King had been excellent, and it had opened my arm in 4 places while I was 18 meters tall and wearing armor, and I had only beaten it because a divine beast was drinking its breath. This was a full tier above that. The dragon came the rest of the way out. Western build. 2 wings. When it spread them, it was over 50 meters across, and when it came out of the whole sky over that kingdom turned red, and cloud burned off it in a ring. So, I said this out loud, on a battlefield, at 18 meters tall. Has your kingdom ever actually beaten this thing? And Guan Yu, who was sweating in a way that snowmen should not be able to, said, "It was never like this. It was barely stronger than the Icefield Wolf King. I do not know what has happened to it. If the queen were here, we would have a chance. She is gone. We cannot resist this." I looked up at 50 meters of burning wingspan, and behind me, in a temple, a woman was in the middle of an inheritance that could not be interrupted. "You can say that," I said, "but you've still got me." What I did next was not a plan. It was a stall. I did not need to kill that dragon. I needed to keep it in the air, away from a temple, for as long as an inheritance takes. That is the entire objective. Everything else was noise. So I ate 3 ice radishes and a shenzi fruit, put a divine travel talisman on myself and a flying talisman on top of it, and turned the extreme cold ice armor all the way up. White flame came off me from the blade of the axe to the soles of my feet, and I went up. It threw fireballs at me on the way in, and I did not dodge them. I went through them with the axe, and each one came apart into a rain of fire falling on a kingdom made of ice, which was beautiful and was also somebody else's problem. Then I was next to it, which is a strange sentence to write about something 50 meters across, and I put the sky-opening axe into its side. It went in about a meter and stopped. A meter. A mythical grade axe swung by a man burning years into an animal, and it stopped after a meter. And then fire came out of the wound and ran up the handle at me. I have thought about that a lot since, because up until that moment, my entire experience of combat in this world had been that I hit things and they stopped existing. Then it breathed on me, and the breath was purple, not red. Purple. It had a special flame. That is what had happened to it. Somewhere out there it had found what Feng Bao had spent 2 days digging for, and eaten it, and gone up a whole tier, and every single thing about that fight suddenly made sense. The purple went over me, and my Snow Lotus ice fire, which had made me untouchable for a day, did precisely nothing against it. It was not a matter of resisting. It was outclassed. It was a candle in front of a furnace. The armor started screaming. That is the only word. The extreme cold ice armor made a sound like ice under a boot, continuously, and the pain came through anyway, and arrived all at once in my head. And in the half-second I lost to it, the dragon closed its mouth on my head. I shrank. That is what saved me. Not skill. Not the axe. I had a banana in me, and the banana goes both directions, and I went from 18 meters to a few centimeters in the time it takes a jaw to close, and its teeth met on nothing. Everybody thinks of the next move. Stay small, go in, get swallowed, and then grow. I did the maths in about a second and a half. The purple flame is inside it. The thing I could not survive outside is what fills the inside. Going in there does not detonate a dragon. It cooks a man, and I did not have anything that would keep me alive in there for the 4 seconds it would take. So I came back up to size, pulled the axe out, and went back at it. And then we fought properly for about 10 minutes. I do not remember most of it in order. I remember opening it up more than a dozen times. I remember the purple hitting me from 4 different angles. I remember that at some point I stopped feeling my left side and decided that was fine for now. And I remember checking my panel once, in the air, out of habit. Lifespan minus 30. 30 years. I had spent 30 years of my own life in 10 minutes, and the dragon had gotten more tired than hurt. This is what nobody tells you about equipment that runs on your lifespan. It works. That is the problem. It works so well that you keep using it. I was not going to win. I was not even close to winning. I was going to run out before it did, and the only question was whether the inheritance finished before I did. And then the dragon got angry. Every flame on it turned purple at once, and the whole animal changed, and it came at me faster than anything that size has any right to move. I had nothing left to do about it. I got the axe up in front of me, because that is what your arms do, and I watched 50 meters of purple fire close the last 20 meters, and I could feel my body starting to go at 3 meters out. On the ground, at that moment, something else was happening, and I did not find out for another hour. Inside the Snow God Temple, in the middle of an inheritance, Jin Li's heart stopped. That is part of the talent. If I am about to die, she knows, not a feeling. She knows. And the Snow Goddess, who was inside her at the time, and could feel everything her body did, watched her start to go transparent and said, out loud, "Could this be?" Then, at 3 meters, the dragon stopped. There was a sound like a mountain closing, because there was a blade hanging in the air in front of me, white, and putting out cold in a way that took the temperature of the whole sky down at once, and snow started falling over a battlefield, and the purple fire touching it went out. The profound ice ping, 15 days of build time, and I had been 24 hours short, and it was in the air in front of my hand. I did not stop to think about it. I did not have a single thought in my head. I took it, and the world went white. I do not have a good description of what that blade does. The armor was still eating me. The blade did the rest. Every bit of ice on that island answered it at once, and the air froze, and the snow came down in sheets, and I turned around and cut a dragon. It went into the skull. The frost started at the entry point, and it did not spread the way ice spreads. It spread the way a decision spreads, and 50 meters of purple flame dragon went from burning to still in about 4 seconds. Then it was an ice sculpture, and then it fell. It came down on the field from 300 meters and broke, and the sound of it went across the whole kingdom, and there was silence. And I was already flying, because I had worked out where the blade had come from before I had finished the swing. I got to the snow god temple, and the doors were already open. She was on the floor, and she was going see-through. That is the only way I can describe it, not fading, thinning, like a picture being wound back. Jin Lee, I got her up off the ice. I told you, I said, and my voice did something I have never heard it do. I told you not to use it. Why didn't you listen? She was smiling. That is the part I still cannot get past. She had gone the color of the walls, and she was smiling at me. It's good that you're all right, she said. Don't worry about me. My life bought yours. It's worth it. And you've got Mei Ling's location now. After I'm gone, go and find her. Stop talking. Eat this. I had a shenji fruit in my hand already. I've taken one, she said. It won't work twice. Don't waste it. Eat it anyway. And then I said to the room, where is the goddess? Where are you? And Jin Lee's mouth moved, and it was not her voice that came out. I am here, said the snow goddess. I am inside her. When I began passing my power to her, we became one thing. Her vitality is almost entirely gone. She has perhaps an hour, and then she ends. And so do I, because I can no longer leave her body. I could have left at any time before this. I cannot now. Then, quieter, I did not expect her to spend her life for you. This is not the Jin Lee her sister described to me. I stood there with a woman going transparent in my arms and did the only thing left. System! I said it out loud in a temple. Tell me how to give my lifespan to somebody else. I don't care what it costs. There was a pause. There is never a pause. The system has never once paused. Transfer of lifespan is not a standard function. I did not ask if it was standard. The cost is the host's entire shock point balance, reduced to 0, and the ability will not be offered a second time at this price. Do you agree? Everything. Every stranger who had ever said, what the hell in a chat channel, because of me. 4 days of being the loudest man in an ocean. Every apple I gave away as a joke. Every leaderboard I opened. Every fleet I detonated in public. All of it existed as one number, and the number was the only reason I had ever gotten anything. It was my multiplier. It was my next 100 years. It was the entire engine. Agreed? Transfer of lifespan. Activated. Shock points. 0. And then, because the system has no sense of theater, it simply said, specify the amount. I put my hand on hers. I gave her 100 years. I felt it leave. That is the part I did not expect. There is a specific sensation to giving somebody else your time, and it is not painful. It is just extremely clear, like setting something heavy down. And the woman in my arms stopped being see-through. It came back the way color comes back into a photograph. Slowly, and then all at once, and then she was solid, and she took a breath that sounded like the first one. She looked at her own hands, then she looked at me. What did you do? She said. I gave you 100 years. You can't do that. I did it. Stop arguing with a man who just fought a dragon. She started crying again, which is now the 3rd time in one day, and, for the record, I was fine, and did not do anything similar. The snow goddess spoke once more, and she sounded rattled, which I do not think happens often. I have never heard of that, she said. Not once, not from anyone. Nobody has, I said. Don't tell anyone. Then she said the thing I needed. The inheritance is complete, all of it. I have given her everything I had to give. You may leave the temple, and I will keep my promises. Outside, the fire creatures had already broken. The moment the dragon went down, they had scattered, and the snow warriors, who had spent an hour being killed by things they could not hurt, and then had frostbows put in their hands by a stranger, had chased them across the whole plain and finished it. And where the dragon had come down there was a block of ice the size of a building. Ba Yong found me before I had walked 20 meters. We did not touch it, he said. We could not. The ice is too cold. We thought you should have it. I cut a corridor into it with the profound ice ping, which now needed about 1/10 of the effort it would have taken an hour earlier, and walked in. Defeated perfect grade purple flame dragon. Perfect grade fire. dragon purple flame. Perfect grade dragon fruit. Perfect grade guild creation, token. Ocean coins, plus 30. Thousandfold, reward. Mythical grade fire, dragon purple flame, 1. Thousand perfect grade dragon fruit. Mythical grade guild creation token. Ocean coins, plus 30,000. The flame came out of that ice and went into my hand without being asked. Congratulations. You have successfully absorbed the mythical grade fire dragon purple flame. Congratulations. Burning Heaven art has been upgraded from epic grade to legendary grade. The symbiotic flame of the fire dragon, king of beast flames. It suppresses ordinary animals. Once unleashed, it will subdue any ordinary beast flame it encounters. With this, you become a master of fire. An hour earlier, that flame had been beating me to death. Now, it was mine, and the technique that eats flames had eaten it and gone up a tier, and noticed the shape of that. This world does it constantly. The thing that nearly kills you becomes the thing you carry. The dragon fruit permanently increases fire resistance, which was no use to me, an enormous use to somebody standing next to me. So I gave her one, and she put it in her pagoda instead of eating it, because she had already worked out that a man who fights with two flames is a man whose partner needs to not be flammable. And then the token. Guild creation token, mythical grade. After leaving the beginner C area, you may create a guild. You may then choose a specific area to establish your territory. The higher the grade of the token, the more advanced the buildings that appear. Once the token is used, a horde of beasts will attack. Successfully repel the beast tide, and the territory is yours. Fail, and the token disappears. Note, due to the high grade of this token, please prepare adequately before use. So, I now owned a deed to a piece of the world, and the deed came with a siege attached, and the better the deed, the worse the siege. I put it away. That is a problem for a man who has a place to put it. When I came out of the ice, the entire kingdom was in front of the palace. Guan Yu went down on one knee, and about 800 soldiers went with him. Welcome the Snow Queen and the benefactor of the Snow Kingdom. I looked at Jin Li. Jin Li looked at me. The what? I said. The goddess sent word, said Guan Yu, getting up. A new Snow Queen has been chosen. It is the woman standing beside you. We went inside to discuss that, because a street is a bad place to explain that your queen is leaving. That conversation was the easiest negotiation of my life. She's coming with me, I said. I'm sorry. When we see the goddess again, I'll ask her to name you a proper successor. It isn't right for a human to sit on your throne anyway. And Guan Yu, who had watched me kill a lion, 3 leaders and a dragon in one evening, and who had also watched exactly how fast I got to that temple when I thought she was in trouble, did not push it even slightly. Then I wish you well, he said, on behalf of everyone here. And he raised a glass of snow beer, and I drank it with a general, a translator rabbit, 4 brothers who had merged into one large man, and the woman a country had just tried to make its queen. After that, I did the single least dramatic thing I did all week, and it is the thing I remember best. We went for a walk. The Snow Kingdom in daylight is a city. Real streets, real buildings, all of it ice, and a lot of it beautiful in a way I did not expect from a country of snowmen. And every single person on those streets went down on one knee the moment we came round the corner, which stopped being flattering after about 11 seconds. Please tell them to stop, I said to Bai Yong. Tell everyone. Treat us like ordinary people. We cannot look at anything if the whole street is face down. Wei got on the communicator and passed it along. And by the time we reached the food stalls, people had gone back to work, mostly, in the manner of people trying very hard to look natural. And then Jin Li stopped dead in the middle of a street and lit up like a child. They have shaved ice. They did. A little stall run by a snowman, with an actual queue, a shaved ice business in a country made of ice, with a queue. No follow-up questions. The man was clearly doing something right. The queue saw us and started stepping aside. No, I said. Don't do that. We're not in a hurry. So, the great benefactor of the Snow Kingdom stood in a line for shaved ice behind 4 snowmen and a small snow child, in a city that had nearly been burned down the previous night. And the owner's hands shook so badly making ours that he nearly dropped the whole thing. It was good. It was extremely good. Then, while we were waiting, a voice came up the street. Candied hawthorns here. And somebody in the queue turned round and hissed at him. Quiet. The Snow Queen and the hero of the kingdom are buying shaved ice up there. Do you want to disturb them? The poor man went the color of a sheet and turned to leave. And Bai Yong, who has excellent instincts, was already halfway down the street. Don't run, come with me. The queen wants candied hawthorns. She did. She wanted them enormously. I have known her 4 days, and I already knew that if a stick of sugared fruit walks past, the conversation is over. Wei came back with a whole rack of them, every flavor, and she stood in the middle of that street looking at the rack with genuine distress. There are so many, I don't know how to choose. Then don't, I said. Buy them all. All of them? That would cost a fortune. I took out one ocean coin. Have you forgotten what I do for a living? We have nothing except money. I turned to the seller. Is one of these enough for the lot? That snowman looked at the coin in my hand, the way I had looked at the trident. Sir, he said, everything on this rack is 300 snow coins. One ocean coin is 1,000. I owe you change. Keep it. That is far too much, Have you got more at home? If you do, send them to the palace. If you don't worry about it. Take the coin, we're busy. Wei took the coin. Wei was still standing there holding it when we were 50 meters down the street, and I found out later that the official rate is 1 to 1,000, but the street rate is closer to 1 to 1,100, because ocean coins are rare in that kingdom, and a man could hold one for years. I had 90,000 of them in a ring on my finger. We ate shaved ice and candied hawthorns and walked around a city made of ice, and nobody tried to kill us for about 40 minutes. And I would like to state clearly that it was the best part of the week. At one point, she said, with her mouth full, "You know you could have just given him a coin and taken one stick." I know, so why? Because he was going to run away, I said. And I've had 4 days of people running away from me. I wanted one person on this island to have a good afternoon because I turned up. She did not say anything to that. She did put her arm through mine, though, and we finished the walk like that. And then we went and asked the goddess how to leave the world. Tan Yi showed me his footage during dinner. Tan Yi's talent is his eyes, Heming explained. Wei can see through any of ours, and he can record 10 seconds of what he sees and put it out. Which meant that when I was in the sky fighting a dragon, one of them had been looking up, and Tan Yi had been watching through his eyes, and the whole thing was on file. 10 seconds. The arrow, the blade appearing, the cut, the dragon turning to glass and coming down. I watched it, and it looked extremely good. Sell it, I said. Same split, 90-10. And Heming, who 3 days ago had begged me for a spot on a raft, said, thank you like I had given him a kingdom. You four keep going, I told them. You're not in yet, but you're closer than you were. The last thing I did in the Snow Kingdom was ask the goddess how to leave the world. She was lying on a bed of ice when we came in, which I found strange and did not comment on. You are leaving, she said. 2 things. First, name them a proper queen, a real one. I promised Guan Yu I'd ask, and I'm asking. That country nearly burned last night, and it is not going to sit there with an empty chair waiting for a human who is never coming back. There was a pause. It is already done, she said. The choosing began the moment you told him she was leaving. They will have a name by morning. Good. Second thing. You said I could ask when it was over. I did. She was quiet for a moment. Normally, you would have to find a teleportation gate yourself. There are many hidden in every beginner sea. They only appear when the survivors reach a certain strength. Each one is guarded. And this is the part that matters. The earlier a gate opens, the stronger its guardian. The later it opens, the weaker. Whoever goes first pays the most. When does this island's gate open? 3 days. I did not have 3 days. I had a bad feeling about waiting. Then where's the first one in the world? She looked at me for a long moment. Within the hour, she said. At the island you came from, the one with the giants. And I had the whole thing before she finished the sentence. The deep sea fish, I said. The 200-meter one, that's the guardian. She actually sat up. You know about that creature? We've met. Then you understand, she said. You do not have to kill it. You only need to get past it and enter the gate. With your strength, it cannot stop you from doing that. She paused. And you should know one more thing. Your mailing is in the Radiant Sea, with an order called the Aurora Society. It is made entirely of women, and it is formidable. When you go looking for her, do not pick a fight with them. I filed every word of that. Then we left. And on the way out of that island, the ocean did something I have thought about a great deal. We came down to the ice line, where 200 people were still camped, and the moment we set foot on the frozen sea, snow began gathering. Not 4 spirals, not 5, over 100. They came up all across that ice at once and made a wall of frost giants between us and the water. And behind me, 200 people started running. I got the bow up. And then every single one of them knelt. More than 100 frost giants went down on the ice at the same time, and then they parted, and they left a road. I stood there for a second. I had killed their dragon. That is the only explanation I have ever come up with. Whatever those things are, whatever they answer to, an hour earlier something had come out of the sky to burn their island, and I had put it in the ground. We walked out through a corridor of kneeling giants while 200 survivors watched from the shore and completely lost their composure. They knelt. Every one of them knelt. I have been here 4 days, and not one person has crossed that ice without dying, and they made him a road. Can somebody explain what is happening? I have had my eyes shut since he arrived. At the water's edge, I checked the day because it was past midnight. Day 4. Sign in, 100,000-fold, reward. Mythical grade shrinking mirror. A small thing with a handle and a lens, like a magnifying glass a child would own. Shrinking mirror. Rank, mythical. Uses, 100. When used on any creature or object, it shrinks that creature or object by a factor of 100. Usable once in 24 hours. Duration, 1 hour. 100 times smaller. I had a fruit that makes me 10 times bigger, and now I had a lens that makes something else 100 times smaller, and the two of those together is a difference of 1,000. And I was about to go and see a fish that was 200 meters long. 200 meters divided by 100 is 2. I stood on the shore of an ice island at midnight, holding a hand mirror, and started laughing. Then the world spoke, for the last time, that night. World announcement. Due to the number of survivors whose base attributes have increased by 5 points, the teleportation gate is now officially open. Survivors may travel to a wider sea. There, you may improve rapidly. Money, treasure, and lifespan are all waiting for you. The currently open gate is the most difficult gate. Its guardians are extremely powerful. To seize the initiative, you must overcome it. In the coming period, lower difficulty gates will open in various sea areas. Recommendation: increase your base, attributes by more than 5 points before entering. Otherwise, you are going there to die, and you will die quickly. Every person alive heard that 3 times. And the ocean, which had spent 4 days learning to survive a plank, was told that the door was open, and that the door had teeth. The gate's open. We can finally leave. I've got an E-grade talent. I'll be fine over there. I'm right next to it. I'm going in first. See you all on the other side, brothers. That last one was my teammate. Wei jumped off the boat and went straight into a great white. Wei is gone. I would like to note that his supplies were substantial. We went. Bao Gu came out of the ring at 10 meters across, which needs context, because he had hatched 36 hours earlier the size of a wash basin, and had spent the intervening time drinking seed water and eating 100,000-year ice and swallowing snow lotuses whole. I put a divine travel talisman on him, and we did 500 kilometers in an afternoon. Somewhere around the halfway point he went under. Wei did not slow down. Wei simply went below the surface and kept going at the same speed, and his shield went up. And inside the dome there was air and no water, and the ocean went past us on all sides at 100 kilometers an hour. Jinli sat down very suddenly. "Your turtle," she said, "can do that." Apparently. We came up on Giant Island in the late afternoon, and I got the telescope on the gate while we were still 40 kilometers out. There were 500 people around that island, rafts, boats, anything that floated, in a ring, all of them holding at a distance and none of them going in. Because in the middle of that water, there was a whirlpool, and around the whirlpool the sea was boiling with things. 2-headed sharks, 3-headed sharks, fish that breathe fire. And under it all, 50 meters down, there was a gate, standing in the water, putting out a white light like a door left open in a dark house. And rolling through the middle of all of it, 200 meters of deep-sea fish. I watched a dozen people try in the 20 minutes it took us to close. They went for the edges. They tried to swim it. They tried to run boats past it. Every single one of them died before they got within 50 meters of that light, and the ring of survivors watched it happen and stayed exactly where they were. The channel was, I think, the most honest it had been all week. There's no getting through this one. Wait for an easier gate. Would Kale get in if he came? Wei killed a dragon a few dozen meters long. That fish is 200. There is no comparison. That thing eats him in 1. And he's on extreme cold island. Even if he's coming, that's hours. Somebody on the shore with a telescope saw the wave first. Look at that. There's something coming across the water. Something enormous. Run. Because Bao Gu does not surface politely, Wei came up on the edge of that island in a wall of water and put half a kilometer of sea into the air. And 500 people had a genuinely terrible moment. And then the water came down, and there was a 10-meter turtle sitting there with 2 humans standing on his back. He, Ming, who had teleported himself, and Gu Ren and Tan Yi over an hour earlier, recovered first. "Kale!" he shouted into a silence. "That was an incredible entrance." The whole ring worked out who I was in about 4 seconds. "That's Kale. That's the turtle. Look at the size of it. His turtle's only 10 meters. The fish is 200. Wei can't do it either. That's the woman he killed 100 men for. It's genuinely enviable." I did not stop to talk to anybody. I took Bao Gu straight out toward the gate, and every single person on that water turned to watch, because there was about to be either a miracle or a funeral, and either one was worth the ticket. The fish noticed us at about 300 meters, and it did the thing it had done to me and Marina in the deep. It opened its mouth, and the sea went in. Hundreds of meters of ocean in every direction, moving at once toward one point, and the surface dropped, and a whirlpool the size of a district opened up, and the people who had crept in too close went into it, boat and all. That thing just ate 4 rafts. Why isn't Kale growing? Grow. I did not grow. I raised a hand mirror. A beam of white came off that lens and crossed 300 meters of ocean. The fish felt it coming. It stopped drinking the sea and threw up a shield of water in front of itself. a wall of it, forming fast. Not fast enough. The light went through the wall like the wall was not there and touched the body behind it. And 200 meters of Guardian became 2 meters of fish. 500 people saw it from a distance, and none of them understood what they had seen. 1 second, there was a creature the size of a district. The next second, there was nothing where it had been. The ring came apart. It's gone. 200 meters of fish is gone. What did he just point at it? A single beam of light killed it and destroyed the body. So we can all go in? Are we going in? Feng Bao, who was much closer than anybody realized, saw it properly. Yes, he was there. Wei had gotten to that gate an hour early on his master's advice, killed a flame shark, hollowed it out, taken a pill to hold his breath, and another to hide whatever it is that guardians smell, and was steering a dead shark toward the light like a man in a very unpleasant vehicle. And from inside a shark, at 100 meters, he watched a 200-meter fish become a 2-meter fish, and did not have a word for it either. His master did. Move. Now. Kale's strength is beyond measuring. Wei did not come here only to enter the gate. Wei came to kill that thing. There is about to be a fight, and that fight is your opportunity. So, Feng Bao started steering. Meanwhile, I looked at a 2-meter fish. Here is the thing about the mirror, and it nearly got me. It shrinks the size. It does not shrink the strength. That fish was still, in every way that mattered, the guardian of the first gate in the world. It simply now fit in a bathtub. It rolled once, saw the flame shark drifting toward the light, and spat. A jet of water came off it and went through that shark like a drill through paper and opened the whole side of it, and I saw a man's arm inside. I did not save him on purpose. I noticed him because a shark corpse started swimming toward a gate with intent, which is exactly the sort of thing you notice. I got the Farsight talisman on it and looked straight through a shark and found Feng Bao curled up inside, holding his breath, steering. I laughed out loud in the middle of a boss fight. Then I froze the entire gate. The profound ice ping came out, and the temperature over that stretch of sea dropped so far that the surface went white in a circle 200 meters across. Snow started coming down over the ring of survivors. The flame shark stopped moving with a man inside it. And the fish, which was 2 meters long and still had every bit of its power, put out light and cracked the ice around itself and started coming apart out of it. I got there first. I put the profound ice pang through the top of its skull, and the frost went in, and the entire thing seized. And the guardian of the first gate in the world stopped moving. Defeated excellent grade, deep sea giant fish. 1,000-fold reward. 100, perfect grade, deep sea giant fish. I collected them. All 100, 200 meters each, in a ring. And then I did the thing I had been promising for 2 days. I could have gone through that gate immediately. There was nothing left in the water. The whole ocean was watching. Every reasonable instinct said, go. Instead, I put a grill down on the ice. What are you doing? Said Jin Li. I told a mermaid I was going to make chopped chili fish head out of this thing, I said. So I'm going to make chopped chili fish head out of this thing. I had 100 giant chilies growing in perfect soil watered with seed water since day 2, and every single one of them had come up between 1 and 2 meters long. I had oil and salt and soy and vinegar that I had bought with apples from starving strangers on the first afternoon. I had ginger and garlic and scallion out of a market that had thought seasoning was a joke, and I had a 5-star chef. That is true. On the second day, I had asked the channel whether anybody knew how to cook a fish head. A man came forward claiming to be a chef at a 5-star hotel. Wei sent me a recipe so detailed, I could have followed it with my eyes shut. I paid him in fish. And then he spent 2 days publicly working on a version scaled for a head over 10 meters across. Wei had actually done it. Wei had done the work. Wei had posted it that morning, unprompted, with a note saying he had promised it would be ready before Kale killed the fish, and he keeps his promises. So I cooked it on the ice, over a mythical flame, in front of 500 people who had not eaten properly in 4 days. And it was worth it. The meat came apart under a spoon. The chili was the size of my arm, and it was hot in a way that arrives in stages. And the whole thing had that specific quality that a dish gets when it is not about the food, when it is about the fact that 4 days earlier you were on 4 planks with a hook and now you are eating a monster. Jin Li ate an entire portion without speaking and then said, "All right, that was worth carrying a joke around for 2 days. I sent a portion into the channel as a public trade for 1 wood, because a promise is a promise and because 500 people had watched me kill it. The channel went insane. That is the only word." Wei actually cooked it. Wei said he'd make chopped chili fish head out of a 200-meter fish, and he has done it in front of us. I have eaten it. I have eaten the fish. I want everyone to know I have eaten the fish. Chef here. I want it on the record that the recipe was mine. I sent that man 100 perfect grade dragon fruit and told him to open a restaurant when this was over. Then I turned around and dealt with the shark. I put the blade against it and Feng Bao's voice came out of a dead animal. "Kale, don't! Please!" The head came off and he swam out. So, while I was fighting the guardian, I said, you were driving a corpse at the door. Wei put both hands up, dripping, in freezing water, with the poise of a man who has been caught doing exactly what he was doing. I'm not as strong as you. I had to improvise. And honestly, I was drawing its attention so you'd kill it. I held out a hand. Wei knew what that meant instantly, and his whole face collapsed. I gave you Burning Heaven art 2 days ago. You did, and the way through is not free. I don't have anything else. Can't you be generous? Then get in on your own, I said, and I closed the gate. What I did there is the most unpopular thing I did all week, and I would do it again. The ice around that gate was about a meter thick. I made it 50. Out in every direction from the light, thickening, until there was a wall of solid ice around the only exit from that beginner sea, and nobody was going through it. Feng Bao watched it grow and made a sound. The whole ring of survivors watched it grow and started shouting. Wei's sealing it. Wei killed the guardian, and now he's locking the door. That's not right. I was his fan an hour ago. I am not now. When I get to the main sea, I'm going to find my big brother, and we are going to have a conversation with Kale, I let them shout. Here's the reason, and I stand by it. The announcement had said in plain words that this was the hardest gate in the world, that its guardian was extremely powerful, and that anybody who went through without 5 points of base attributes was going there to die, and would die quickly. There were 500 people around me. I had seen their gear. Most of them were still using starter hooks. 2 of them that afternoon had died trying to swim past a fish. If I open that door, every single one of them goes through it in the next 10 minutes because the door is open and people are people. And on the other side is the hardest region in the world with the strongest guardians, and it eats all of them, and every one of them loses 30 years. Easier gates were coming. The announcement said so. So I locked it and let them hate me because the alternative was watching 500 people walk into a room to be killed and calling it freedom. I did not explain that to the channel. There is no version of that speech that does not sound exactly like a man justifying himself, and I had a door to walk through. Feng Bao, treading water, finally cracked. Wait, I've decided. I'll trade you the Burning Heaven Fire Lotus skill book. Done. Wei threw it and I read it. Burning Heaven Fire Lotus. After learning this skill, at least 2 special flames are required to use it. The more flames used simultaneously, the greater the power. At least 2. I had 2. I learned it, and then I put my hand out, and a lotus made of white fire and purple fire twisted together formed on my palm. And I flicked it at the ice wall, and a crater the size of a house opened in 50 meters of ice. Feng Bao watched me learn and use his master's technique in about 90 seconds, and I think something in him died. That gets you in, I said. Not now, in half an hour. And I cut him a tunnel through the wall and left one last barrier at the end of it, 20 centimeters thick. You can break that in half an hour. That's what the book was worth, not a second less. Wei stared at 20 centimeters of ice. You are, he said, the most exhausting person I have ever met. I got that in writing, essentially, and I have never been prouder. Then I took Jin Li's hand. Hold on to me, I said. I have read too many books where 2 people go through a door and come out in different places, and one of them spends 400 pages looking for the other. That's genuinely why? That is genuinely why. We went through together, and the world spoke. World announcement. Congratulations to Asura, survivor of C, area 9 Renin 527, China region, for becoming the first survivor on the entire server to leave the beginner, see and enter the main sea. Reward. Lifespan, plus 10 years. Resource abundance in the China region doubled for 6 hours, 3 times, not to a sea area, not to a region, to the entire world. Every survivor alive, in every numbered ocean, in every country, heard my handle at the same moment, and the whole planet came apart at once. Who is Kale? Who is Kale? 4 days, 4 days. You idiots let the Chinese take first. The first was supposed to be ours. China stays China. I would advise against conflict with China. I love China. I lived there 3 years. Hot pot. That country is amazing. Wei doubled our resources for 6 hours. Everyone in the region get to work, right now. And there were people out there, thousands of them, who had spent 4 days sitting on a plank waiting to die of thirst, who heard that announcement and got up. I did not see any of that. I was standing in a completely new ocean. Gained lifespan, plus 10 years. 1,000-fold reward. Gained lifespan, plus 10,000 years. 10,000. I had walked into this world with 69, and I had given away 100 that morning, and I came out of that door with 10,000 years in my panel. And then the second thing started. Gained shock points. Gained shock points. Gained shock points. I had spent my entire balance in a temple that morning. 0. Nothing. The engine had been empty for 8 hours. Shock points have reached 10 million. Maximum multiplier, 10 million. Then, it kept going. Shock points have reached 100 million. Maximum multiplier, 100 million. In under a minute. I sat down on the water, and I mean on it, because I have a pearl. 200 million shock points. That is what a world announcement is worth. Every single person alive making one small noise at the same time, all of it coming to me, and the machine in my head going from empty to full while I stood in a new ocean, not moving. And I understood finally what I had actually bought that morning. I had spent everything to buy a woman 100 years. It had felt like the end of something. It refilled in 50 seconds. Because the thing that generates it is not saving. It is being worth talking about. The new sea did not look different. That was the strange part. Water, horizon, sky. Then the map arrived in my head, and the map had 2 names on it and everything else was blank. Dark Night Sea, Mist City. The rest of it was nothing. Unfilled. Waiting for me to walk into it, I tried the world channel. Mei Ling, if you see this, contact me. 3 minutes. Nothing. I checked, and there were exactly 2 players in the main sea, and both of them were standing on my turtle. She isn't here, said Jin Li, and her voice was flat in a way I did not like. Or, the goddess lied. She didn't lie. I took out the telescope. I had bound it to the snow goddess before I walked out of that temple, for exactly this reason, because I do not take anybody's word for anything. 10 minutes a day, 1 person, any distance. And there she was. Somewhere far away in a place I could not name, the snow goddess was sitting with a girl. And the girl had Jin Li's face. Exactly her face. To the last detail, the way I had been told 100 times and had never really believed until I saw the 2 of them separated by half a world. She was alive. She was not hurt. She was somewhere with high white walls and people around her, and she was fine. I watched for about 4 seconds and then I put the telescope down because it did not feel like mine to look through. She's alive, I said. She's with the goddess. She's not in danger. Jin Li put a hand over her mouth and did not say anything for a while. Then why can't we reach her? I don't know, I said. But she's real, she's out there, and now we know which way to walk. And that is the promise paid. Not the reunion. I never promised a reunion. I promised on the first day to find out what had happened to her sister. And on the 5th day I stood in a brand new ocean and knew her name, her sea, her order, and her face. The rest is walking. Then the system did something it had not done in 5 days. Talent awakening conditions met. Talent is currently awakening. I sat up so fast I nearly went off the shell. Because I had watched the entire world get superpowers 2 days earlier and had been skipped and had told 100 million people I was SSS grade and had spent 2 days quietly aware that my actual panel said none. Finally, I said, Jin Li's whole face lit up. Is it a second awakening? Can people awaken twice? Calm down, I said with enormous dignity. It's only the 2nd time. Let's see what grade. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened your talent and obtained the F grade talent. F grade. F, the bottom, the absolute floor. Below the man who awakened seawater purification while holding a purifier. I would like it recorded that I did not say anything out loud, because there was a woman present who believed I was SSS, billion-fold reward. I stopped breathing. Talent upgraded, SSS grade, the Atlas. And a thing opened in my head. The Atlas. Category talent. Level 1. Description. Those whose regard for you is genuine may enter the Atlas. Admiration. Respect. Gratitude. Trust. As regard deepens, more of the Atlas unlocks. Function at level 1. Freeze. Current entries. Tang Juewei. The Snow Goddess. Avatar. There was a page in my mind with 2 people on it. And the first thing I did with an SSS grade talent, obviously, was misuse it. Jin Li, I said, without moving my mouth. She jumped about a foot in the air and looked around the empty ocean. Can you hear me? I said into her head from 4 feet away, while looking directly at her with my mouth shut. She went completely white. That's one of them, I said out loud. You can talk to me like that anytime, anywhere, any distance. Any distance is the part that mattered, and she got there before I said it. Any distance, she repeated, if she were in it. If she were in it, I agreed, so we get her in it. Then I tested the other one. Take 1 step toward me. She started to, and then stopped, and her face changed, because her body had stopped taking instructions. I let it go after 2 seconds. What was that? She said. That was freeze. It only works on things not much stronger than me, and right now it lasts a couple of seconds. 2 seconds does not sound like much. I have played a great many games. 2 seconds decides everything. 2 seconds is the difference between an axe landing and an axe missing, and I had spent 5 days learning that the whole world is decided in about that long. I put a hand on the pearl and had a long think about the shape of what I was now holding. An SSS grade talent that runs on other people thinking well of me, a system that runs on other people being astonished by me. The same engine, twice, in 2 different places, and every single thing I own comes out of the fact that I refuse to be quiet. Then I dropped a fishing line over the side. That was not a plan. It was habit. 5 days of the perfect rod pulling boxes out of the water, and I was sitting on a turtle doing 100 kilometers an hour with nothing to do with my hands. The rod bent, at speed, on a moving turtle. In an ocean I had been in for 11 minutes. I hauled it up, and there was a wooden fork on the end of it. A fork, 3 prongs. The kind of thing a fisherman makes out of a stick. Gained wooden fork, billion-fold reward. Gained mythical grade item. The Sea King's trident. It was not a fork. It was a trident, and it was the length of a man, and it put out 7 colors in a way I had seen exactly twice before, once inside a bubble and once inside a chest. And when it came out of the sea reacted. I had learned my lesson with a pebble at 600 meters. I put it in the ring inside 2 seconds and told Baogu to run. I was not fast enough for the ocean not to notice. The water behind us started moving in a way that water does not move on its own, and I did not look back, and we did not stop for a while. And when I finally did look, I took it out and read it. And then I sat down. The Sea King's trident. Level mythical. The Sea King's exclusive weapon. Only the Sea King may use it. Function. The stronger the user, the more powerful its functions become. Damage to marine life increased by 200%. It suppresses marine life. You may command marine life to obey you. Only the Sea King may use it. Which raises a question that I sat with for a long time on the back of a turtle in a strange ocean. Where is he? Because this is not a weapon that was lost. This is the personal weapon of a king, and it was lying on the floor of a sea, and it came up on the end of a rod I dropped over the side because I was bored. Something happened to the Sea King, and I now own his trident, and the ocean noticed the second it came out of the water. I was still holding it when Baogu stopped dead. Wei has never done that, not once. Wei has swum through ice sharks and hurricanes and a wolf king's breath, and he stopped in open water and would not move. I stood up. What is it? Wei did not answer, which he also does not do, and then the sea in front of us lit up. 7 colors, coming up from a long way down, getting stronger. I got it wrong, and then I got it right about half a second apart. The first thing I thought was that whatever owned that trident had come to collect it. The second thing I thought was that I had seen this exact light before, off the shore of an island of giants 3 days ago, and I knew what came up inside it. The bubble broke the surface and came apart. And the mermaid queen stepped out onto the shell of my turtle in an ocean she had never been to, in a world she was not from, 11 minutes after I arrived in it. "Commander," said Marina, "we have finally met again." I did not say anything for a second. "How?" I said. "This isn't even the same sea. I came through a gate. I got here today." She looked at me with the specific patience of somebody explaining something to a slow person. "I told you," she said. "You are in my heart. I said I would find you wherever you go." Behind me, Jin Li said, "This is the mermaid. This is the mermaid." And Marina turned around, looked her up and down for about 4 seconds, with the frank curiosity of a creature who does not know what manners are for, and said, "Hello, Sister Li. I have heard about you. I have wanted to meet you. Will you teach me to make noodles?" 5 days produced that sentence. I woke up on 4 planks with a hook, in a world that had priced my life at 30 years, and not asked me. I made a stranger say what the hell in a chat channel, and turned it into 10 wood. Then 100. Then a leaderboard. Then 100 years. Then a floor a shark could not bite. Then an island, then a snake, then a kingdom, then a dragon. And on the 5th day I stood in a brand new ocean with 10,000 years in my panel, a divine beast under my feet, a wolf king in my ring, an axe that resizes on command, 2 special flames, a blade made of 10 million year ice, a dead king's trident, and a talent that runs on being thought well of. And the woman standing next to me had spent 4 of those days pretending to be her own sister, and had told me the truth in 90 seconds on an ice field, and had then spent her entire life to buy me 4 seconds against a dragon, and had smiled about it. That is what I have. Here is what I do not have. I do not know what happened to the Sea King, and I am holding his weapon, and something in that ocean woke up the moment it came out of the water. I do not know why every snow lotus in a kingdom vanished on the same night its queen did, and neither does the goddess who lives there. I do not know what is in 3 treasure map fragments, and I am 1 short of 5. I do not know what happens when a pagoda breaks its seal and the sky comes back for it, but I know it is coming, and I know who is holding it. And somewhere out there, in a sea called the Radiant Sea, In an order that takes no men, there is a girl with Jin Li's face who has been looking for us for 5 days and cannot answer when we call. I have 10,000 years. I have decided that is enough time to go and knock.